The manhwa begins with a person using his chained axe to sever the head of the enemy leader. This person is our main character, Yun Hojong. A voice echoes from behind where an elderly person gravely injured and supported by a rock inquired, "Is he dead?" Hojong responds, "Can't he see his severed head?" The old person replies he haven't been able to see anything for a moment. Hojong stated, "That's unfortunate," and walks towards the old person sitting in front of him. Hojong stated, "It's all done." The old person inquired, "Is it?" and he stated, "So he did good." Hojong replies he also did well too. Hojong reflects the lust cult was strong enough to drench the central districts in blood within a few years. In the end, the orthodox and unorthodox factions had to join forces against them, and everything ended with today's final battle. He thought his life would soon end. The old man inquired, "Is he okay?" Hojong responded, "Well, somewhat." The old man remarks, as expected of the supreme leader of the unorthodox faction. If not for him, the seeds of the unorthodox faction would have dried up over a decade ago. Hojong acknowledges same for him. If not for him, the leader of the Murim alliance, the Orthodox alliance, would have been wiped from the central districts. The old man stated he may be right. He is none other than Black Emperor Yun Hojong after all. However, he have something to ask of him. Hojong inquires, "What is it?" The old man inquired he were selected by one of the great families as the Orthodox successor, so what made him want to become the leader of the unorthodox faction? Hojong remains silent for a moment and replies, "That's just how things turned out." The old man comments what a fitting answer for him. Hojong questions why did he ask him about that. The old man explains he wanted to gain closure on something he was curious about before he died. Hojong inquired how much longer do he think he can hold on? The old man responded less than 8 minutes. Hojong stated he will see him off until the end. The old man expressed gratitude and replied, "Do not resent him." Meanwhile, a person concealed behind a rock aimed a needle at Hojong and launched it towards him. The needle struck Hojong's chest, causing him intense pain. It was then that Hojong realized the needle was made of cow hair and the person who threw it was Tang Quan. He thinks, was he not dead? The old man stated he won't ask him to understand. Who would stop him if he died? He will apologize in the afterlife. He will be going first. They will meet again. Hojong thinks, damn it. He would have died either way even until the end. Why do he suffer such a fate? 26 years prior, the day his world, the Green Mountain Yun clan, collapsed, his father passed away after fighting off a villain. Even his younger sibling met an early death. His clan was destroyed and he was left alone under the heavens in the central districts without a single being to rely on. In the end, he headed to the unorthodox faction and climbed the ranks with tooth and nail to become the leader. That's how he desperately fought for his survival. It was all for nothing. Even the last moment of his life is filled with pain and betrayal. Then he heard a voice saying, "Study thoroughly about the duty to the clan." Hojong wondered, what is this? Is he in heaven? The person continued, "Gain enlightenment over 1,000 years, then desire ascension to godhood." Hojong thinks these aren't the Buddhist scriptures. The voice repeated the same message: study thoroughly and endlessly and fulfill their duty to their clan. Gain enlightenment over 1,000 years, then desire ascension to godhood. Hojong pondered, a high priest? This seems familiar. A dream? Or is it a hallucination? Suddenly someone touched him and stated, "Hey." Hojong turned his attention towards the person. It was his younger brother Jipyong, who stated, "These are the ancestral rites," and inquired, "What is he doing?" He warned Hojong to sit down already as their father was watching. Someone shouted his name from behind, causing him to turn around and thinks, is that his father's voice? Noticing his father, he quickly rushed towards him, but his father grabbed his hand and forced him to kneel before him. There was silence from both sides, and then his father stated, "He is creating a commotion during the rites. Is he out of his mind? He will ask for an explanation later. Go to the ancestral home and repent to his ancestors for 3 days." In response, Hojong agreed and stated, "Father, he will do that." Hojong thought, is he really alive? Noticing his body, he thinks scars, calluses, and even the wound from the cow hair needle are gone. This is his past, the one he have longed for all this time. He have returned to the Green Mountain Yun clan. At the ancestral home, Hojong entered the house and stated, 3 days father is as merciless as ever. Hojong thinks, why have he returned? He cannot just happily accept it. An unexplainable event like this will become a problem in the future. Damn it. Whatever, it's not like he will come to an answer with nothing more than thinking about it. But how old is he right now? 18 or 19? Judging by the weather, it seems like they are in the fall. Going by how old his father and Jipyong look, this seems to be about 26 years in the past. He recalled the memories when his clan was destroyed and shouted in anger, "Damn it all! In less than a year and a half his Green Mountain Yun clan will be destroyed. He don't have time to lay down and relax. He quickly approached the door, opened it, and found his younger brother in front of the door. Jipyong inquired, brother, is he going somewhere? Don't he need to stay here for 3 days? Hojong inquired, that's right. But why is he here? Jipyong put his hand in his pocket and stated he know it's a punishment, but he was worried about him since he did only be drinking water for 3 days. He picked out rice balls from his pocket. Meanwhile, Hojong thinks in a year and a half Jipyong will die. While checking the surroundings, Jipyong exclaimed, please eat this before father finds out. Hojong in deep contemplation thinks father as the clan head, he will perish by the villain's sword along with the rest of the clan. Do not make him laugh. Now he will strike them down first. He will prepare properly and prevent it from happening. Jipyong, concerned, inquired from his brother, is he okay? Hojong continued with his thoughts, he shall slaughter them all. 3 days later, Hojong opened the ancestral home. 2 servants greeted him respectfully, bowing their heads. A little while later, in front of the patriarch's room, 2 gatekeepers greeted him, saying, young master, what brings him to the patriarch's residence? Hojong replied, to see his father. Sangwi, one of the gatekeepers, inquired if the patriarch specifically requested him. Hojong responded, no. Sangwi stepped forward and stated in that case he may not enter. Hojong replied he is in a hurry. The other guard informed him that they are under strict orders not to let anyone in until noon. Hojong inquired about the strict orders, to which the guard apologized and suggested he try another day. Hojong then requested then tell him something for him and inquired, is that possible? Sangwi assured him, of course, please say it. Hojong conveyed his message, stating tell him that he will learn the true Azure Silk technique in advance. Sangwi, shocked by his words, inquired, did he say the true Azure Silk technique just now? Hojong confirmed, saying that's right. Tell him that. He will be going now. In his thoughts, Hojong declared, just you wait, true Azure Silk technique. Sangwi explained to the other guard, it's one of the 5 great martial arts of the Yun clan. The young master will learn it? The other guard questioned, does that mean he succeeded with the flying swallow method, which is the previous stage? Sangwi replied, there's no way. It's impossible for the young master, though if it were the second young master it might be possible. In the past, Hojong had hated Jipyong because of his unprecedented talent, to the point where the patriarch would occasionally talk about Jipyong alone. As a result, Hojong treated his younger brother as if he didn't exist. Jipyong expressed his concerns, saying even if it's a punishment, starving someone is way too harsh. How can someone last in a fight when the only thing they consumed prior was water? In a nervous tone, Jipyong inquired, is he not hungry? Should he bring him some food? He think he have found an inn he might like. It's a place called the Old Sunny Kitchen. At the moment, Hojong stopped and turned to Jipyong, which made Jipyong a little nervous. Hojong apologized, saying he is sorry for how he have treated him up until now. He is an unfit person because he couldn't support his growth. His behavior was petty and childish, driven by his pointless pride. He apologized and stated it won't happen again. Jipyong started to say something, but Hojong interrupted, saying he is really sorry for causing him trouble. Even if he don't forgive him, he hope he will at least be willing to bury the hatchet. Jipyong thinks his brother has changed. He doesn't hate him anymore and started crying. Hojong breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the gatekeepers observed both of them from their positions. A little later, at the Old Sunny Kitchen, Jipyong said, but brother, your flying swallow key has gotten much more lively. Hojong inquired, he can tell that? Jipyong replied, yes, the way he walked was different from usual. The key seemed to be slightly ahead of his body. Hojong thinks for 3 days at the ancestral home, he practiced the flying swallow method. It was a dangerous plan, but his blood vessels, meridians, dantian bones, and his body had regressed as well. It was because he had to forcibly draw out the innate key from that body. This isn't easy. Jipyong thinks brother's flying swallow method should be at 7 stars. Realizing this, Jipyong inquired, then could it be that? Hojong interjected, saying that's right. He have mastered the flying swallow method. In surprise, Jipyong stood from his chair and exclaimed, really? Congratulations, brother. Hojong thinks because of the change in his innate ki, his gait has changed slightly. Even so, to think he noticed that extremely subtle change with only his eyes. As expected, his brother's senses are incredible. Noticing someone's ki, Jipyong turned around and stated, that's a familiar ki? It looks like a friend has come. Hojong thinks there are 3 of them, and one of them is at a considerable stage. Jipyong stated he will go greet them. At the moment, Jipyong bumped into a girl named Manhwa, and she glanced at him angrily. She started moving towards the nearest table. Meanwhile, Jipyong apologized for bumping into her. His friend Yang Wu approached Jipyong, saying hi to him. Jung Hak inquired, what do she think, young lady? Of the Namgung clan? Isn't the scenery incredible? Manhwa replied not particularly. Yang Wu asked Jipyong what is he doing here, and asked him come to where they are sitting. Jipyong replied he cannot, he is speaking with his brother right now. Yang Wu inquired where is he? Meanwhile Jung-hak laughed and stated if she tastes the fish dishes here then her mood will change. At that moment Jipyong approached Jung-hak saying hi brother. Jipyong stated he thought he should introduce him to his older brother. Jung-hak inquired his brother is here? As Hojong stand up from the chair and introduced himself as Yun Hojong and the older brother of Jipyong. In response he also introduced himself saying he is Jung-hak of the Anhui Lee family. Manhwa inquired did he bring her here just for the scenery? Jung-hak replied of course not, and turned to Yang Wu saying hurry and order some dishes. Yang Wu replied yes brother. Manhwa looked at the food tray and inquired he call that a dish? Jipyong feeling a little down apologized to his brother and stated he shouldn't have taken him here. To cheer him up Hojong stated to commemorate his success, why not buy him a congratulatory drink? Jipyong became happy and replied of course brother. Order as many drinks as he want. A little later Manhwa shouted how dare he dare preach to her? Jung-hak stated young mistress please calm down. There are people watching. Manhwa inquired people watching? Is he talking about the insects or them? Jung-hak said it would be good for her to refrain from speaking. They were children from the prestigious Green Mountain Yun clan, who were part of the same 7 great clans as her. Manhwa inquired if the Green Mountain Yun clan was prestigious, questioning when the Namgung clan acknowledged the Scrappy Yun clan as one of the 7 great clans. Manhwa instructed them to attempt whispering, emphasizing that all she needed to do was dismantle the trap. Hojong thought that this situation was souring the alcohol. Jipyong stood up from his chair and turned towards Manhwa in anger. Hojong called out Jipyong's name. Jipyong inquired of Manhwa don't she think she is going too far? Manhwa replied what is he talking about? Jipyong replied such abusive language and excessive insults. Are those the customs of the Namgung clan? Manhwa chuckled and stated do he think he is someone special just because people praise him as one of the 7 great clans? Jipyong responded if not then she haven't received proper education. Manhwa became angry and punched the table, breaking it in half. She stated it seems she need to cut him open and check his guts. Hojong said to Jipyong if he see people like these again next time don't waste his time. Guys like them won't be too late to fix after beating them up. Manhwa smiled and inquired he fix her while pointing towards him. Manhwa turned to Jung-hak and ordered him make them kneel in front of her right now. Confused Jung-hak inquired me? In response Manhwa slapped him hard and questioned do he wish for her to prevent his family from living in Anhui territory? So if not make them kneel. Jung-hak moved towards Hojong and said he heard her so hurry up and kneel. Meanwhile Hojong grabbed Jung-hak's head firmly causing him intense pain. Then Hojong quickly positioned himself and delivered a powerful punch, causing Jung-hak to crash to the ground in pain. Seeing this Manhwa rushed forward to attack saying you vermin. Hojong positioned himself for the incoming attack. Manhwa shouted he is insane. Heavenly wind palm with bare hands? She hoped she dislocate his shoulder and break his arm. As she used her palm technique to attack, Hojong swiftly grabbed her arm and break it. Manhwa thinks her clear sky key was cut off. She said you bastard and questioned what did he do to her? Her talk was interrupted as Hojong break her leg causing her intense pain. Manhwa stated don't come near her. Stop right there. Whether he was pushed or stabbed, the severity of the injury didn't matter. As long as he was harmed he would rush to attack and rip them apart. That was the Black Emperor's precept. As Hojong's didn't halt, prompted Manhwa to angrily shout he is a vile being. Do he believe his clan will remain unscathed? Just you wait. She will ensure that the entire Yun clan of Green Mountain is obliterated. Hojong's anger was evident in his eyes as he leaned forward towards her. He questioned how will she do that? Manhwa taken aback inquired what is he talking about. Hojong replied he asked her how will she eradicate him and his clan? Jipyong standing behind him stated brother that enough? Manhwa with a heavy heart stated she is from the Namgung clan. Frustrated Hojong kicked the nearby table breaking it, grabbed a wooden stick from the wreckage. He declared well then this is all the more reason for him to kill and bury her. That way the Namgung clan won't know right? In response Manhwa pleaded for her life tears streaming down her face. The following day at the patriarch's residence, the patriarch asked Hojong to explain himself. Hojong responded by saying that they had fought over a mutual conflict. The patriarch expressed dissatisfaction stating that it was not what he had asked for. There was a moment of silence between both parties, and Jipyong became nervous about what Hojong would say next. The patriarch then mentioned that the son of the Li clan had a ruined face, while the daughter of the Namgung clan had a broken arm and leg. He also heard that the girl had severe external and internal injuries, which would take at least 6 months to recover from. Hojong argued that the other party had displayed killing intent while demanding them to grovel. The father pointed out that they could have left the area and questioned whether Hojong was unaware of the consequences of a fight between the children of 2 clans. Hojong asked if they were truly one of the 7 great clans, to which the patriarch asked for clarification. Hojong explained that the girl did not seem to acknowledge them as one of the 7 great clans. The patriarch remained silent in response to Hojong's remark. A little later he left the room and reflected on what the patriarch had said earlier. He realized that even if his situation justified his actions, behaving brutally was not the orthodox way. The orthodox way was the way of the Yun clan, and the will of their father. Perhaps he became too accustomed to the unorthodox ways of the faction, considering he lived as the Black Emperor for about 30 years. Hojong also worried about how to handle the true azure silk technique, fearing that the father would reprimand him if he asked about it now. In the Namgung clan treatment room, a doctor examined Sanghwa's condition while her father, the patriarch of the Namgung clan, was present. The patriarch asked about her condition, and the doctor informed him that it was less severe than expected. However, the doctor expressed concern about the wound on her heart, explaining that she had experienced a great shock. While her body would recover within 6 months, there was nothing the doctor could do about the impact on her mind. The patriarch fell silent, and his expression becoming serious as he looked towards his daughter. Meanwhile, as the doctor exits the room, a young man named Hyan, also the second son of the patriarch, enters. Hyan greeted him and the patriarch turns his attention towards him. Hyan inquired what do he think. The patriarch replied she was injured quite severely, even though he sent her out so she could learn and experience the world. Hyan stated Sanghwa must also have learned something from the incident. However, though he might have helped her realize the preciousness of life, there's no need for them to forgive a thug. The patriarch revealed the man responsible is from Yun clan. Hyan exclaimed they are a clan with only 50 years of history, and that clan dared to touch their Namgung clan, and questioned is he thinking of holding back and leaving them be? The patriarch replied of course. Just because one child was injured doesn't mean he intend to wrestle with a force of that size. Hyan agreed that is right. He is the head of a family so he cannot act rashly in such situations. The patriarch asked what about the thug? Hyan responded of course the individual responsible must be thoroughly dealt with. He's the one at fault so there's no need for them to act in haste. When will this year's gathering of successors be? Then the scene shifted to Yun clan. Jipyeong questioned the gathering of successors? Patriarch confirmed saying correct. It is a festival that many of the 7 great clans' next generation disciples participate in. It is in name a place meant for the clans to grow closer and harmonize with each other. This is the entrance permit. It will open in Hefei Anhui, so head out before the 15th of this month. He will send the Blue Operations Squad with him. Jipyeong questioned is he going? And also you want him to take the elite martial arts organization squad of the Green Mountain Yun clan? Patriarch inquired is there a problem? Jipyeong suggested for a festival like this, wouldn't it be better for his elder brother to go instead? Patriarch expression turned serious as he replied his brother is dangerous. Confused Jipyeong asked about it. Patriarch asked doesn't he seem to have changed recently? It's as if he's a completely different person. Meanwhile in the forest Hojong practiced with an iron rod. As he practiced with the rod none stopped. After a while he dropped the rod on the ground, and said so this is still his limit. Hojong thought forget the axe, he is having a hard time even wielding this 12 kilograms iron rod. How long will it take for him to regain his strength at this rate? As he tried to leave the forest a voice echoed from behind, saying was he training? Hojong questioned why did he come all the way here? Patriarch stated it seems that even at night he is training hard. Hojong remarked he wanted to properly learn the spear and staff. Patriarch inquired, spears and staves but he won't train with the sword? Hojong replied no. Patriarch questioned why is that? The great techniques of their clan are closely connected to swordsmanship. As the eldest son of the Yun clan, training with the sword may suit him better. Hojong stated even if he forced himself to learn the sword, what use would it be if he couldn't use it properly? His response was met with silence. Hojong stated the martial path is felt through the body. If he have found a path that fits his body, then he should walk that path. Patriarch remained silent and started to move away, then stopped at a little distance and inquired he heard from gatekeeper Sanghwa that he wished to learn the true azure silk technique. Hojong replied yes that's right. Patriarch stated the true azure silk technique is one of the clan's 5 great divine arts. No one within the clan may learn any of the 5 great divine arts without his express permission as the patriarch. He then inquired he have something he wished to ask him. His answer will affect whether or not he give his permission for him to learn the true Azure Silk technique. Then the scene shifted to when the Green Mountain Yun clan was attacked. The guard ordered the others to protect the Green Mountain Yun clan and defend the patriarch's study. Sangwi, the gatekeeper, entered the room completely exhausted and reported to the patriarch that they couldn't stop the attackers anymore. The patriarch stated, and that is the entirety of the 5 great divine arts. Jipyong remarked, Father, he will also fight. The patriarch replied, take it. It's the original manual of the 5 great divine arts. He then turned around and stated, hurry up and go. The entire Iron Wall squad will drive out those villains and defend the Yun clan. The Iron Wall squad responded, yes sir. In the present patriarch stated, let me ask him a question. Did he know the forms of the true Azure Silk technique? He told gatekeeper Sangwi ahead of time that he would memorize the true Azure Silk technique. In other words, he already know it. Hojong replied, it's not only the true Azure Silk technique. Patriarch was taken aback by his remarks. Hojong continued, he know all the forms of the 5 great divine arts. Patriarch inquired, did he really know all the forms of the 5 great divine arts? Hojong confidently replied, that's right. Hojong thinks since father taught him, he wished he could tell him everything, the past he have lived and the incoming dangers. But it is not the time yet. He tightened his grip on the iron rod. Hojong then stated, hadn't he taken him to the martial arts library when he was young? Patriarch inquired, he still remember the forms that he saw back then and laughed. Hojong replied, yes. His father thinks, is he lying? His eyes are telling the truth. He truly knows the forms. Then why is he in such a hurry? Do he have a reason that he do not know? Patriarch then stated, all right. Come to his study tomorrow morning. He will help him develop his Flying Swallow key to true Azure Silk key. The next morning Patriarch thinks half a month. That will be more than enough since he also took that long. As Patriarch released his key, it was rapidly absorbed by Hojong. He continued to release more and more key, which Hojong absorbed. After a little while Patriarch couldn't believe it, thinking, it cannot be. It hasn't even been an hour since he started the exercises. Hojong breathed out a sigh of relief, stood up and stated, it's finished. Patriarch remained silent, impressed by the great speed. Hojong mentioned that it was a meaningful time as he was able to feel his father's key. Patriarch acknowledged his hard work and mentioned that there would soon be a gathering of successors. Hojong replied with a simple yes. Patriarch then expressed his wish to send Jipyong instead of Hojong to that gathering. Hojong understood and replied, is that so? Patriarch inquired if it was alright with him, which Hojong replied, of course. Patriarch then inquired if he didn't want to participate in the gathering, and Hojong responded, of course he don't. Who wants to see a bunch of kids who are still wet behind the ears bragging about themselves? Just thinking about it is enough to put him off. After some days, Jipyong exclaimed, whoa, brother, that carriage is so big. Hojong agreed and stated, yes, he is right. Jipyong inquired if he saw the small carriage that was very fast, to which Hojong simply replied yes. A month later in Anhui City, Jipyong exclaimed, whoa, the food over there looks tasty. Meanwhile Hojong thinks, wasn't he not supposed to go to the gathering of successors? Well, this is better. This is a chance to figure out the enemy's true nature. The enemy will either be in the great old institution, or the 7 great clans. He remembered it clearly. The villain's innate ki and hand-to-hand technique was from the orthodox faction. Excluding his clan, there are a total of 6 clans participating in the gathering. Among them is the Namgang, Moong and Dang clan. He should keep his eye on the remaining 3, the Ping clan, the Myong clan and the Jigo clan. In a forest near Anhui City, a young man named Jigo Jun sweated nervously as another person threw a bag towards him. Swiftly he dodged the bag, causing it to hit a nearby tree and explode. Reacting quickly, Jun moved away from the explosion. Frustrated, the person exclaimed, damn, he is quite a fast one. From behind him someone else remarked, it's too much really, causing the attacker to turn towards the voice. To his surprise it was Ahayan, Jun's older sister. She commented, there are so many old trees to use a fire technique. Did he use it all from his pocket? Without hesitation she rushed towards him and used her palm technique to hit him in the stomach, causing him to be pushed backwards and crash into the trees behind him. Approaching her, Jun questioned, why is he always the bait? Ahayan retorted, then should his older sister be the one to act as bait? If he think it's unfair, then he should have been born first. Put the fire out quickly because she is hungry. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ahayan stated, they are going to be late to the gathering of successors if this continues. Let's run. Jun pleaded, wait for him. At the Thorny Melody Pavilion, people were enjoying their drinks and meals. Jun and Ahayan were also eating their meal when Ahayan heard a scream. She asked his brother, did he hear it too right? She then exclaimed, "Come out," and rushed out with great speed, causing June meal to splash on his face. June replied he heard nothing. Meanwhile, someone who had been badly injured dropped his rod while practicing against Hojong. Hojong commented, "The trajectory is stable. He also have a refined form. But can't he fight like it's a real battle?" Frustrated, the person gritted his teeth and pleaded please let him try one more time. While hiding nearby, June and Ahayan observed the practice fight. The person managed to block one of Hojong's attacks, but Hojong redirected his attack in a way that the other person misread, causing him to land a strike on his stomach and he crashed to the ground in pain. Ahayan mentioned that what she had heard earlier. In his thoughts, Hojong believed he did it. His body feels light. It must be the result of training whenever he could. The true Azure Silk technique is more stable now. He should be able to advance to the 4 Guardian Gods technique soon enough. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the leader of the Blue Operations Squad, Shinmo, approached Hojong, who said he need to wash up. He will leave the guests to him. Shinmo replied, "Yes, young master." He's serious his expression as Hojong leaves and said he can wait all day long. Ahayan then revealed herself, saying her name is Jigal Ahayan, and she apologized. She came here because she heard a scream, but she ended up absorbed watching. She then picked up her brother from hiding. Shinmo scolded both of them, saying it's rude to peep on a spar. In his thoughts, Hojong realized she's from Jigal. He faintly noticed their key. She stated it's his brother's fault for running here. She will make sure to scold him. June said he have never done that. Hojong continued with his thoughts, but the nature and utilization of their ki is different from the perpetrator. He can't jump to the conclusion until he see their martial art. Even a monk can become a murderer in the Murim world. As Ahayan noticed Hojong, she turned around and she thinks he's also peeping. Who is he scolding? That night a large explosion happened at the gate of Thorny Melody Pavilion, causing the people eating their meals to run for their lives. Mabong, the person who caused the explosion, announced, "So the guy who harmed his subordinate is around here. Come out already, if not he is going to burn down this entire place otherwise." June asked, "What is this fire?" Ahayan explained it's the continuation of what happened yesterday. Confused, June inquired. Ahayan stated he's the boss of the guy she defeated. June inquired, "Sister, they need to request the Yun clan for help." As her sister leaped into the air, June stated sure he will do it. She landed on the roof and announced she is here. "Can he stop playing with fire?" The injured person stated, "Boss, she's the one that attacked him yesterday. Let's catch and torture her." To his surprise, Mabong hit him in his stomach with his palm technique, causing him to crash to the ground. Mabong stated he hit him because he can't see her because of him. Mabong stated, "Come down so they can talk. They should stand face to face before they introduce themselves." She thought he used Shady Palm, a palm technique that can cause deep-rooted illness with injecting ki, and she inquired what if she refused. Mabong ordered his subordinates to throw the explosive bags because she just refused him. As the explosive bag approached her, she became a little nervous. June jumped forward and used the Lesser Skyfoot Soul technique to grab all the explosive bags in midair. As he landed on the ground, he was hit by several poison daggers, causing him to vomit blood. She wondered if this was the scent of poison. Mabong assured her not to worry and claimed to have the antidote. He stated that he needed to keep them alive in order to sell them, regardless of their gender. He proudly introduced himself as the Lord of Fire and Lightning, and shared his name as Mabong Philosophy. She demanded that he spit out the antidote immediately. Meanwhile, Hojong watched the fight from the balcony. Jipyeong ran towards him and calling him. Jipyeong suggested informing the Blue Operations Squad to focus on extinguishing the fire, as the Jigal clan had also requested assistance. Hojong calmly reassured him that the fire wouldn't spread further due to the wind blowing in the opposite direction. Jipyeong proposed helping the Jigal clan as quickly as possible. However, Hojong remained silent, focusing his gaze on the ongoing fight. Jipyeong nervously inquired from his brother what they should do next. Hojong's eyes narrowed as he thought, urging her to not stop and to show him more of the martial art of the Jigal clan. He warned that if they were the ones responsible for ending their clan, he would turn the entire province of Hubei into a sea of fire, starting with her. With the sound of a drum exploding, memorization was scattered in all directions. Although he uses powerful martial arts, there are no gaps. As the quality of energy improved, so did the posture. Pure white energy emanated from Ahayan's body as she lowered her posture with June behind her. There was a look of surprise on the face of Mabong. He stated, "That's amazing. Even if she's a girl, she is better than his younger brother?" So that's the Jigal clan's secret, the divine first black mistletoe technique. She thinks she has to hurry at the rate, but her thoughts were interrupted as Mabong stated she is a cold-hearted sister. She is only using her secret techniques after his brothers collapsed. She grinned her teeth in anger. He continued by saying how cute, he will end her short life. She rushed forward to attack while shouting shut up. As she used her hidden secrets technique, her movement speed became faster, but the surprised Mabang swung the dagger in his left hand roughly. Her upper body moved flexibly and avoided all the daggers. There was poison on the dagger, but if even a single blow is hit her, her combat power will be drastically reduced. That sense of crisis made her 5 senses extremely sensitive. She used the lesser sky foot technique to quickly close on him, and her hand struck Mabang's abdomen, causing him to push backward and lower his head. She thinks she has finally landed a good hit. Taking advantage of the situation, she rushed forward, but to her surprise he threw a dagger toward her, causing her to halt her assault and dodge the dagger. She thinks that he counterattacking after getting hit by her attack. He roared in pain, his voice echoing through the air. Fueled by anger, he hurled the daggers once more, this time with even greater force. Seeing the incoming threat, she used her secret technique to deflect the daggers. Seizing the opportunity, Mabang charged forward, aiming a mighty kick at her. Swiftly she attempted to block the attack with her left arm and countered with a punch from her right hand, sending him reeling backward. But a Haiyan collapsed to the ground instead of Mabang. He with a smile stated as expected that martial art was too much for her. Despair appeared on her face. Struggling to catch her breath, she found it difficult to even stand up. He asked his subordinates what are all of them doing and ordered them to attack as she was all exhausted. She thinks, is this the end? The moment his breathing became disrupted and the chi of his was cut off. See that? Jipyong worriedly exclaimed, brother. But there was no answer from Hojong. He gritted his teeth in frustration and stated if he doesn't go, he will go himself. Jipyong jumped over the railing in one go, stepped on the railing of the 3rd and 2nd floors, and came down to the 1st floor. Hojong, who had been focusing his gaze on her for a long time, lowered his head. He sighed and thinks there's only so much he can do here, then tightly grabbed an iron rod and threw it with full force. Meanwhile, the subordinate of Mabang is hitting a Haiyan, causing her to crash to the ground, and she thinks her strength is gone. One of Mabang's subordinates shouted after jumping around like a female horse in mating season, but instead this sight of her is amazing, and asked the squad leader if they can get a taste of her. The person was hit by the iron rod. She startled and looked at the fallen corpse. The fallen corpse was truly horrific. The upper part of the neck was roughly torn off, as if it had been crushed by the hand of a giant. The blown heads were broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. And next to the body, a long iron bar was stuck in the ground. The people looked at the main gate of Thorny Melody Pavilion. There was a young man walking towards them while breathing lightly. Mabang's eyes suddenly changed, and he asked, who is he? She thinks he is the Green Mountain Yun clan young master. Is he going to help her? If so, then why is he glaring at her like that? At that time, one person came up holding a club. He stated if the captain asks him something, he should answer it quickly, you little bastard. The approaching person collapsed and did not get up again. He picked up the dead person's club and started moving towards the group of people. Gathered people seeing this, their eyes widened in shock and started whispering, he wasn't fainted, he is dead. How on earth did he kill him? He stamped his feet. At that moment Mabang felt the hair on his head stand on end and stated, stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hojong charged forward, striking the first person on the shoulder, then swiftly moving on to hit the second person on the head. Finally he swung the club once more, connecting with the third person's head. Hojong continued his relentless assault, dispatching one adversary after another. After a little while later, only Mabang remained standing. Mabang thinks it was a one-hit kill. Some people died with their heads broken, but others died after being hit in the chest or lumbar spine. He hit only their death pressure points. He couldn't smile like before and questioned just who is he, but Hojong looked down at her without answering. Her eyes trembled slightly. She thanked him for saving her, but he grabbed her wrist. She asked, hey, what is he doing? But he replied by saying remain silent. He started checking his ki, while thinking show him her true ki, is she his enemy or not? Then he released his grip and turned around saying, take his brother and leave. Confused, she stood still for a moment, and then exclaimed that guy's main weapons are those daggers. He also has hidden weapons. Each blade is coated with poison. If he gets scratched even once, he will be in trouble. In response he questioned, didn't she hear him? Get out of here. She's in the way. She then picked up June and exclaimed, then she leaves. He turned his gaze to Mabang. Mabang inquired, is he done? Acting strong in front of a girl in his state. He replied by saying, not from the teachings of silent white frost. Is it the teachings of silent red fire? Mabang's face turned pale and inquired how did he know his martial art. He chuckled and began to rotate the club, and he asked, "Here's a question for him. Which technique did he think he will show him now?" Meanwhile, she carried his brother for treatment, and she thinks it's annoying. Flustered, she shouted she will make him indebted to her next time. Eldest son of the Yun clan. Shinmo shouted from behind, saying, "Master Jipyong, they have handled the flames at the southwestern gate. Should they support the eldest young master?" Jipyong's expression was strange. It seemed like he was scared of something, but it also seemed like he was surprised. Shinmo looked at Jipyong with puzzled eyes. Jipyong questioned the Blue Operations Squad leader. Did he think his brother needs their help? Meanwhile, Hojong and Mabang's fight continued, and he landed a solid hit on Mabang's head with the club, causing him to take a momentary pause, and then in response, Mabang threw a dagger at him, that he dodged by leaping into the air and landed another hit on the back of Mabang as he landed to the ground. Mabang readied himself for another attack, but Hojong stated, "Let's end this. He is starting to get bored." Mabang questioned what he is talking about. He replied, as he said earlier, he is using the teachings of silent red fire from that silent god, the greatest assassin in the world, so he was looking forward to it. But seeing it in action, he is just using it to bolster his dual daggers. Is he not ashamed? Mabang inquired. What's it to him, Mr. Know-It-All? Hojong questioned, how can he even call himself the Lord of Fire and Lightning? There wasn't even a speck of fire key in those attacks. A lord unbefitting of his name, to be honest. Did he really learn this technique from the silent god? No, actually, have he even seen the real teachings of silent red fire in action? In a cave, a person used his hand to carve a hole in the wall and began drawing something. Hojong approached and inquired about the four guardian gods technique. The old man with silver white hair responded, "It starts with the North Divine Energy." Hojong asked, "Why is that?" The old person stated, "The water god's key is the most firm of the four guardian gods, and it's delicate. At its peak it can block even battering rams and cannons, and it'll delicately refine his martial arts. That is the god of the north, the water god of the 60th year of the sexagenary cycle." Suddenly ceasing his drawing, the person revealed a drawing of the water god to Hojong. Then he inquired if he wants to awaken the four guardian gods. What must he do? The old person stated, to tell the truth, he is not at that stage. So take advantage of the enemy's murderous intent and fighting spirit. The hellfire-like rage will bring out the water god's energy. Mabang, grinding his teeth in anger, and questioned if it's his wish, he will show him, and dropped his dagger and rushed towards him. It seemed as if a red flame was coming out from within his eyes, and he stated these are the teachings of the silent red fire he was talking about, and started launching attacks one after another, which was easily dodged by Hojong. Hojong thinks he is weak and stated, with only this much fire, he can't even stop the piss of an ant, and questioned, isn't he have any other talents? In response, he in anger shouted, "You bastard! Even his internal organs, all of it, is damaged by it. He will burn him and release more flames that envelop his body." And he rushed to attack Hojong with more speed and power, but he dodged his attack again. And he chuckled, seeing that Mabang became more aggressive, and after a little more attempts of attacks, he caused Hojong to drop the club. Taking advantage of the situation, Mabang rushed forward exclaiming, "Die, you bastard!" and launched a powerful palm attack. In response, Hojong used his palm to block the attack. Mabang chuckled and stated, he is a stupid bastard. He will burn him starting from his limbs. But to his surprise, water vaporized from his palm clash, and the next moment he realized that he is standing in the water. Confused, he inquired, "What is this?" Then a huge tortoise appeared from it. Shocked, he exclaimed that his black art. Hojong breathed a sigh of relief and thought it woke up. The water god of the 60th year of the sexagenary cycle, the ruler of the north. The tortoise. The water energy emitted by Hojong was blown by the wind and created the shape of a translucent divine beast. The divine beast had a strange appearance with the head of a snake and the body of a turtle. Mabang looked at his hand and thought, his fire isn't gathering. Did he get all used up by that bastard? The teachings of the silent red fire? He was coughing up blood and screamed, he is son of a bitch. What did he do to his skills? Mabang punched with his face covered in blood. Although the fist was swung with little internal strength left, the destructive power was sufficient. As a result, when Hojong hit him, it caused him to crash to the ground. Hojong approached him and exclaimed thanks to him, he was able to take out the tortoise easily. Mabang pleaded him so he didn't kill him and offered him that he will give him something in return. But Hojong stated that he play as much as he wants with the fire he loves so much, and kicked him on the face, causing him to fall into fire behind him, that he ignited himself. A fierce flame engulfed Mabang. He, who suffered severe internal and external injuries, was unable to escape from the flames, An eerie scream echoed throughout the entire Thorny Melody Pavilion. Jipyong shuddered in horror as he watched a person being burned alive. The following day at Thorny Melody Pavilion, the first worker inquired, "How are the outer walls? They were burnt a lot, right?" The second worker stated, "This is not bad. Only being damaged this much is a miracle." From what he heard, the young master of the Green Mountain Yun clan caught the arsonist himself. A beggar standing next to the worker questioned, "Share a bit of information with him. What happened here?" The first worker said he heard he not only caught the arsonist but burned him to death. The second worker commented, "What kind of nonsense? Would the young master of the Orthodox faction's prestigious clan do that?" The first worker stated he is telling him it's true. The beggar added, "Can he give him a bit more information?" The second worker replied he didn't have any left. Then the old person rushed towards him, saying, "You journeyed all the way here?" The old person was the lord of Thorny Melody Pavilion. While grabbing his hand, he stated, had he contacted them in advance, they would have cleared their schedules for him. The beggar inquired, how could a beggar dare take the time of the Thorny Melody Pavilion's lord? He came to see if the restoration was going well. The lord exclaimed, "It's been very easy, thanks to the help from the beggar's sect." The beggar stated, if he ever have any trouble, please let them know any time. Both the workers watched them in confusion. As the beggar leaves, one of the workers inquired, "Who is that person?" The lord stated, "He's the person who hired you guys to help the Thorny Melody Pavilion." Both the workers became nervous at the remark. The lord continued with his talk, saying he is from the Orthodox faction's information organization, the beggar's sect successor, and his name is Duksang. Meanwhile, Duksang stated he beat him with no difficulty. Mabong, one of the Orthodox faction's 13? He is dying of curiosity. He better see with his own 2 eyes what the young master of the Green Mountain Yun clan is like. The next place to beg is at the gathering of successors. At the moment, Hojong practiced with the iron rod in the forest. He thrust the iron rod into the tree. He thinks the guardian tortoise is a martial art specialized in defense, but if he makes good use of the force supplied from defense, it can be converted into a great offensive martial art. The guardian tortoise was also effective at purifying turbid ki. Since ancient times it's been said that if the guardian tortoise's ki is strong, when there will be no turbid ki in his body. He turned around as Shinmo questioned, "Is he finished with his training, young master?" He stated he is, but what about Jipyong? Shinmo replied he said he wanted to be left alone for a bit. Hojong inquired, "Is Jipyong really said that?" And then he looked at the members of the Blue Operation Squad. He became confused. And thinks, why is the atmosphere like this? Seeing a Hyen, he stated, "Wait, why is she here for? If she has recovered, then returned to the Jiggle clan." She stated she wants to ask him something. Meanwhile, Jipyong climbed a taller tree and was sitting on it, and exhaling deeply, and thinks he thought he knew a lot about his brother, but was he wrong about his brother? Then his thoughts were interrupted, as he heard the voice of his brother saying, "Stop following him." A Hyen stated she is going to keep following until he gives her an answer. Seeing both of them, Jipyong thinks, brother and the person from the Jiggle clan, what are they doing here? He pondered what his father and brother would do if they were in his position. His father might have said eavesdropping is not the etiquette of the Orthodox faction. As for his brother, he should have followed them. Then he said he is sorry, father, and started following them. A little later, Hojong stated, "Fine. What is it?" She want to know. She exclaimed she used the divine first black birch tree technique to struck a blow filled with this ki into Mabang's abdomen, and while trembling she questioned, so how was he not damaged at all, and how was he able to defeat him so easily? He stated her ki. "It's wood ki, right?" She in confusion remarked, "Sorry, but what he is talking about." He explained, a cool, soft, and refreshing scent. Her ki smells like birch trees, whereas the bastard's martial arts teachings of the silent red fire is fire ki, like a burning fire. If she throw firewood into a vigorously burning fire, do she think the fire will go out? He was not a good match for her. She thinks, I see. She didn't even think of it being due to the different properties of ki. He exclaimed then he should be leaving. She stated, let her ask one more thing. Didn't he think it was a bit cruel? The bastard who was burnt to death, the one called the Lord of Fire and Lightning. He questioned why was it cruel. She replied a normal person would definitely think it was cruel. Wouldn't everyone who saw the scene have been shocked? He thinks now he understands the reason Jipyong wanted to be alone, and why the atmosphere before was like that. This place is the Orthodox faction, and he acted like the Black Emperor. He stated that bastard threatened his brother and her life, and he's a villain who started a fire and endangering the lives of countless people. She replied, that's true. He continued by saying death is fair to everyone, whether she is a good person or a bad person, but death will find her all the same. So in that case, shouldn't how she died be different at least? Villains must die painfully, that's what he believed to be just and fair. She thinks just how old is this person? He looks to be her age, but he speaks as if he were his father's age. And she inquired did he know? His speech and aura feel like an old person's. He replied by saying he's 18. She stated then stop frowning, as he has this frown on his face as if he has lived through every day already. At the moment he noticed Jipyong and thinks one day he will understand. She thinks in any case she only keeps receiving help from this person. She stated she hates being indebted to people. He responded by saying then do something so she's not. She stated shut it. But in any case she is 1 year older than him, so he should know and call her Nuna. 2 days before the gathering of the successors at Anhui City, Shinmo informed that they have arrived. This is Anhui City. A little later Shinmo knocked the door while exclaiming, is he in there? This is the Green Mountain Yun clan. Please open the door. Then the door opened and the person standing in front inquired if they are from the Green Mountain Yun clan. He stated that's right. He is. Shinmo in charge of the escort. The person introduced himself saying that he is Han Homyang of the Sichuan clan. It's an honor to meet the warriors of the Yun clan. Shinmo stated you are Sichuan the poison dragon steel whip Han Homyang? Hojong thinks did he say Sichuan? Then that person behind him is from the Tang clan. As he pressed his chest, he recalled the old memory when Dang Quan had struck him with a cow hair needle. He thinks he has a debt to repay to Dang Quan. He's that bastard Dang Quan's son. Shinmo stated this is the first young master of their clan, Yun Hojong, and the second young master Yun Jipyong. Han Homyang stated he have heard a lot about them. Which one is the second young master? He heard that his talent was outstanding. Both Jipyong and Shinmo grinned their teeth in anger thinking how rude, and as Shinmo about say something, Hojong intervened saying squad leader Shin, let's settle down and start eating since he is hungry, and they all leave. Han Homyang became surprised and stated he completely ignored him. Tang Yangxian replied he's got guts despite his appearance. He dared to be so rude to a man from the Tang clan. He is looking forward to the gathering of the successors. 2 days later at the banquet hall of the successors, Peng Manho stated it's been a while. Peng Deho exclaimed she became so pretty. Seeing them Hojong thinks they are from Peng clan. It's the clan of Hebei's conquerors. He met those twins 2 days ago. He examined his inner key while shaking hands with him, but it had a different nature from the villain. She is from the Muang clan, and she's the daughter of Muang Gun. Thinking of Muang Gun's betrayal, he gritted his teeth in anger. Hojong turned around thinking he shouldn't be bothered with them right now. Which means there's only one clan left, the Myong clan. Where's the successor of the Myong clan? Meanwhile Ahayan searched for him, and a little later she found him, and she thinks where is he going? Both Manho and Deho thinks she is pretty. Other girls that are gathered at banquet hall said to Hyan while laughing, please visit their house at some point. Laughing Hyan turned around and he see Hyan. He stated he will be taking his leave and moved towards her. As he was about to say something to her, she shouted Hojong's name. He turned around and stated she again? She stated it's been a while. He said it's only been 2 days. She questioned that's more reason to be glad to see him. Who is he looking for? Is he looking for her? He exclaimed stop following him, he is busy. She responded by saying he isn't his dad. Hyan thinks why is he together with her? How is this happening and why? She stated she didn't know that the Yun clan's martial art was so powerful. He replied it's not something to brag about. She added he is being humble. He stated he is being honest. He needs to get stronger. She inquired is he trying to become the strongest in the world or something? He responded by saying being the best is better than being average. Hyan thinks their Namgung clan is closest to being the strongest. Hojong stated nobody is absolutely invincible in Murim. All he can do is keep getting better endlessly. She stated he is right, but there's one person, isn't there? One who deserves to be called the strongest in the world. The Four Directions Martial Emperor, the legendary warrior who subjugated the blood religion disaster 300 years ago. He thinks his name is so childish. She explains according to history the Four Directions Martial Emperor deserves to be called the strongest in the world, because he's supposed to have learned 4 different martial arts that can maximize attack, defense, and evasion. She heard he even had a golden dragon working under him later on. They said he was called the Yellow Dragon Emperor or something. She also thinks that it's too exaggerated. She called his name, but he was immersed in his thoughts. He was thinking about attack, defense, and evasion, and 4 different martial arts? Those are the characteristics of the 4 Guardian Gods technique. Moreover, Yellow Dragon Key is the ultimate form of the 4 Dragon Gods technique. Maybe the 4 Directions Martial Emperor inherited the 4 Guardian Gods technique. He requested tell him more about it. But their talk was interrupted by Yang Xian saying, "It looks like they are having fun," and he asked can he join them while sitting on the chair. Hojong nodded and Haiyan stated sure, let her introduce him to you. He is, but his talk was interrupted by Yang Xian saying he don't need to. He already know who he is, and he is not here to see him anyway. She thinks smells like she stepped into shit. Yang Xian stated pour him the tea. She chuckled and threw the cup towards him, and replied he should pour it himself. He stated pour the tea. She replied no. He questioned but she went ahead and did it for him. She replied Hojong is his friend. He replied by saying he could be her friend too. She stated sure he will if only he wasn't so rude. Then they both smiles and he said she's pretty cute. It's refreshing because she is different from the other girls who are so obedient. As her expression became serious, Haiyan intervened saying hey he did better stop. Stop bothering people and stand up. Yang Xian replied by saying hey he shouldn't stand behind a person from the Tang clan if he values his life. Haiyan stated even if he is from the Namgung clan, the strongest clan of swordsmen? Yang Xian stands up from the chair and turns towards him while saying, the strongest swordsman can't hold a candle against the strongest in the world. Haiyan inquired strongest in the world? Who is he calling the strongest? Yang Xian stated it's obviously the Sichuan Tang clan. Hojong thinks that child's play. Then someone shouted from behind who is the strongest in the world? What kind of idiots call themselves the strongest when their Gyujimiang clan is here? See him. Hojong tightened his grip on the teacup and thinks, that man is from the Myong clan. He is Gyujimiang clan's 3rd young master Myong Horim. As Myong Horim came down the stairs, the gathered crowd looked at him with confused expressions. Then Horim stated unrivaled? Perhaps if it was the Namgung clan, or the Moang clan. He stated but the Tang clan while smirking. Yang Xian became angry at his remark and questioned what did he just say. Horim stated know this. He shouldn't say the word unrivaled so thoughtlessly in the Murim world. Yang Xian inquired what he talking about and Horim added besides that, why don't he calm down? It makes him look weak. Yang Xian shouted in anger how dare he look down on the Tang clan? As he rushed towards him, a Haiyan shouted Hojong's name in worry, alarming him to be careful. Meanwhile a teacup was thrown towards Horim, which he grabbed with his left hand and broke it, distracting Yang Xian and halting their fight. Hojong stated that's his mistake, it's just slipped his finger. Horim questioned a mistake, and Hojong nodded in agreement. He started glaring towards Hojong and laughed. He is a pretty funny young man. And inquired which clan is he from? Hojong replied focus on the one he have been dealing with. As Yang Xian covered his whole body in pinkish qi and stated bastard from the Yun clan. If he needlessly but in he will kill him first. Is he ready? Turn into a pool of blood the idiot of the Yun clan. As he said that a teacup hit his head forcefully, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Hojong stated he is being a disturbance while standing from his chair. As Haiyan stated hey you, don't make this incident bigger than it is. He thought this bastard what is he doing? Meanwhile Hojong stood in front of Horim and he thought his key is similar to the villain's key but he is not certain. What he felt back then is slightly different. He should check properly. And he released his key and directed towards him, seeing that Horim thinks he's trying to read his key. In response he also used his key to block off Hojong's key. Jipyong rushed forward exclaiming his name, but a Haiyan stopped him saying don't go any closer. Jipyong stated but if they don't stop them. She thinks she knows what he mean but she also doesn't understand what's going on. However they cannot stop a man with such eyes. Homyang worriedly exclaimed young master, is he alright? Yang Xian inquired what the hell is he doing and why his head hurt, and then he pushed Homyang away stating let go of him, and thought he fainted? He is a legitimate member of the Tang clan and he fainted due to a mere cup? Then he covered his body again in qi while Homyang nervously exclaimed his name. As Yang Xian looked around he saw the back of Hojong, his eyes sparkling with fire. Seeing this Jipyong shouted brother be careful. As Yang Xian rushed towards Hojong, mumbling to himself, he threw his fist towards Hojong, exclaiming he would kill him. The fist, filled with qi energy, reached right in front of Hojong. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Xian's face as he stated to kill him painfully. At that moment Hojong's moved his body in dodging the attack, but on the other Yang Xian body stopped in a pose with his fist outstretched. Hojong grabbed his forearm and tightened his grip with such force that it caused him intense pain, making him cry out loud. Yang Xian realized that the only way to escape this pain was to shake off the other person. He hit Hojong on the shoulder with his good left hand, but surprisingly, Hojong remained unharmed. The left hand of Yang Xian, with which he had attacked, was fractured due to the strong rebound force, and his right shoulder blade was even dislodged because Hojong was holding his arm all the way. A translucent hexagonal tortoiseshell appeared around Hojong's body, manifesting the martial arts of the four gods unconsciously. It was the northern 12 walls of Xuanwugong, famous for its absolute defense. Secretions were flowing from Yang Xian's eyes and nose. Hojong's eyes lit up once again. As the enemy who had been exuding lethal force showed weakness, his hidden ferocity was stimulated. He looked down at Yang Xian. His body, which had been shaking, became stiff as if it had been struck by lightning. Hojong's cold reason overcame his beastly instincts. He thinks now's not the time to pay attention to that. Right now the thing he has to focus on is the villain's identity. He released the grip on Yang Xian's hand and turned towards Murim, stating the third young master of the Gyujimiang clan. Hojong moved his shoulders as a habit, and Murim flinched. Hojong stated would he mind playing with him for a little bit. The gathered crowd looked at both of them with different expressions, but mostly were surprised and nervous. Murim's eyes deepened and then he chuckled, stated he is the successor of the Green Mountain Yun clan, right? First of all, as the most mature of this gathering, he would like to express his gratitude for catching that crazy dog that was ruining the atmosphere. However, let's make this distinction. This place is not just for the two of them. He will play with him properly later. Let's have a drink. But his talk was interrupted by Hojong saying he talks too much. Murim questioned what he was talking about. Hojong stated if he didn't come to him, he would go to him, and used his technique static singularity. Seeing that, Murim became surprised and thought, what's this? He's coming at such a slow pace, but all his nerves are on edge? Before he could realize what was happening, Hojong was standing in front of him. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted as he noticed that Hojong was just a hair away from him. In the shocking moment, Murim swung his left fist to attack, which caused Hojong to move backward a little to dodge the attack. He then used the steel chain strike to attack. Some of the strikes were deflected, while others were blocked by Hojong. Seeing that, the gathered crowd became surprised, and one remarked the chain attack of the steel chain strike is as impressive as the rumors. But what fist martial art is young Master Yun using? Jipiang thinks that the Yun clan's 13 fists? That's a basic fist martial art. A little later, as Hojong blocked all of Murim's steel chain strikes, and then Hojong's hit Murim hand firmly, and then Hojong used transverse strike, which was blocked by Murim with his arm but caused him to push backward to a distance. In surprise, Murim thought his bone would have been broken if he wasn't careful. This bastard is different. But his thoughts were interrupted as Hojong stated, look, is he going to keep playing around like this? As expected, he has to attack as if he is going to kill. Then will he show him his true skills? Murim enveloped himself in golden ki, stated, you novice bastard. At that moment a lot of guards gathered around them, and Hyan shouted, stop! What the hell do they think they're doing? At a sacred gathering while grinding his teeth. After a moment of silence, Hyan stated, Mr. Murim, you are the oldest person in this gathering. He understands you wanting to teach a rude dude a lesson, but don't he think he is going too far? And then turning to Hojong while saying he just picked a fight like a delinquent. Nobody was as boorish as him in the history of this gathering. Hojong ignored his talking altogether. Seeing this, Hyan thought how arrogant he is, and he shouted, how much is he planning to underestimate the Namgung clan? At that moment a voice echoed from Hyan behind saying, please stop with his unfair actions. In anger, Hyan turned around saying, who is trying to interfere? Seeing her, he stated, it's little Hyan. She responded by saying they are in an official meeting. Please pay attention to how he addresses her young master Namgung Hyan. This caused Hyan's mouth to open wide. She continued by saying, to begin with, young master Tang Yangxian is the one who ruined the gathering. Why is he trying to blame young master Yun for everything? Hyan replied by saying her name, then immediately corrected it by saying he means Lady Jiggle. She must have seen it too. Instead of stopping young Master Tang, he attacked young Master Myong. She inquired, didn't young Master Yun make it clear? It was a mistake earlier. Young Master Myong should have forgiven him with his generosity. Is she wrong? Murim replied, not at all. She stated in her knowledge the Green Mountain Yun clan doesn't use any secret weapon throwing technique. He was just trying to stop young Master Tang by throwing the cup, but he missed him. However, she agrees that young Master Yun also shares the fault. That's why she would like him to tell them why he did such a thing. Hojong's serious gaze towards her made her a little nervously thinks, please stop it now. Then someone grabbed his shirt from behind. Hojong turned around only to find out his younger brother grabbed it with a serious expression, as if saying him to stop. Hojong thought he was too hasty. He thought he might have found the shadow of the villain, so he couldn't control his murderous intent. Then he stated the Myeong clan's martial art is as powerful as rumored. He just wanted to learn a few lessons. Please excuse him. Murim replied he understands, so no worries. Hojong turned towards the gathered crowd and stated the mood's ruined because of him. Although his father keeps on telling him to think before he acts, he must have forgotten about it again. He's going to make him starve for 3 days straight again, if he heard about what happened today. He wishes nobody among them is acquainted with his father. All the people gathered started laughing at his remark except for Hyan. Then he stated he thinks he might have to distribute a cup of liquor to everyone, one by one at tomorrow's banquet to ask for forgiveness for the trouble he have caused today. He would be glad if they can overlook his rudeness with a broad mind. Daeho shouted, "What nonsense is he talking about now?" Hojong asked Mr. Ping, "Daeho, what's wrong?" Daeho shouted, "Look at his body. 1 cup won't be enough. Let's drink until they are wasted. If Mr. Yun manages to last until everyone else is wasted, he will consider forgiving him." Hojong replied by saying he leaves him no choice. One person stated he didn't know young Master Yun had such a manly personality. The second person remarked he is looking forward to tomorrow's banquet. Wasn't Lady Jigal looked really cool? Flustered Hyan thinks he still have plenty of time. Manhwa greeted and questioned, by any chance, is he Han Homyeong from the Poison Dragon Steel Whip? He replied by saying he is. Then they both started laughing and Homyeong stated he is honored that he recognized him. Manhwa responded by saying he got to see so many heroes today. The next day at the Gathering Place's restaurant, someone approached Hojong and stated, "Excuse me, he is the guard captain in charge of guarding and his name is Chu Zong." Hojong inquired, "So what?" Chu Zong exclaimed, "Let him be straight with it. Leave this place before the banquet starts." Jipyong in confusion dropped his spoon and questioned, "What did he just say?" Chu Zong stated, "Didn't he hear him? He told him to leave this manor before the banquet starts at noon today." Meanwhile, Hyan was enjoying this moment with his tea. Hojong placed his chopstick on the table firmly, and inquired did he wants him to leave. Chu Zong stated indeed. Hojong questioned, "But why is that?" Chu Zong replied he is the one who ruined the gathering of the successors and has an extensive history. He decided that he don't meet the qualifications to participate in the gathering. Jipyong rose from his chair, his voice filled with anger as he exclaimed, "What nonsense is he talking about? They already wrapped it up yesterday. He can't be punishing him for that. His brother said that he was going to apologize during the banquet today." Chu Zong replied, "Apologize? His attitude is already questionable. He casually came out and started eating. Does he look like he's reflecting what he did yesterday?" As he was about to depart, he said, "Leave as soon as possible." In response, Jipyong shouted, "Most importantly, he is nothing but a guard from one of the clans. He has no right to judge the qualification of the successor from another clan." Chu Zong replied by saying he is really ignorant. Jipyong asked what is he talking about. Chu Zong explained the Namgung clan hosted this gathering, which means they have the right to get rid of the rabble that can be problematic for the gathering. Their second young master was generous enough to wrap it up yesterday, but he is different. He has no intention of leaving the source of the problem alone. He'd better leave before he humiliates himself. Meanwhile, Hojong called his little brother over and used his chopsticks to feed him a piece of meat. He stated he should start eating already. It's getting cold. It would be a shame if he missed mealtime because of a dog barking. Why isn't he eating? Should he ask them to warm it up for him? Flustered Chu Zong questioned what did he say just now, as he stumped the ground firmly, causing a sound that grabbed the attention of the gathered people. Chu Zong stated he asked him what he just said. Hojong replied he is so loud. This dog is barking his head off. He must be hungry. He needs his owner to come and fetch him. In anger, Chu Zong shouted he is just an infant to him, and attempted to draw his sword, which was halted by Hyan saying, "Calm down, squad leader Chu Zong." Hojong stated he's here, the dog's owner. Meanwhile, Duksang was stuffing his mouth with food like nobody business, and thinks this gathering is full of trouble. He likes it because nobody pays attention to him while he eats. So he is the young master from the Green Mountain Yun clan who defeated Mabang. Let's see how he solves this difficult situation. Hyan stated he just humiliated the guard captain of the Namgung clan. Do he believe their clan will overlook this matter? Hojong replied what he have done to him is called humiliation. Hyan questioned what is he talking about now. Hojong stated he ordered an old guard captain to do the task. Was he afraid of him that much? Hyan retorted by saying he wasn't afraid of him, But Hojong interrupted his talk by saying whatever if he is holding a grudge against him because of her younger sister, he should challenge him to a spar or something like a real warrior instead of plotting with his subordinate. Hyan became surprised and the gathered crowd started chatting among themselves. He thinks what the hell, is he really mentioning Namgung Sangwon now? Then he shouted stop and cease his speculation. He is Namgung Hyan. There's no way he would have ordered such a thing. That line of thought is an act of humiliation to their clan, Hojong stated. Really? He didn't order him to say that? In that case he believed there wouldn't have any problem if he teach a lesson to the guard captain who humiliated another clan of his own accord. Hyan thinks he got him. With a smile Hojong remarked, shall he do the scolding? Or do he want to teach him himself since he is his second young master? Hyan was taken aback at his remark. Chu Zong moved forward and stated he can take responsibility for his actions. Everything he have done was his own decision. Hojong stated, I see. Then how about he take responsibility with a simple spar? After he teach him a painful lesson he can proceed with the spar between the successors. It would set up a nice atmosphere to build friendship between them. Chu Zong replied by saying alright, he accept. Hojong stated don't take back what he just said, as he looked towards Murim who is enjoying his drink. A little later she knew about Hojong fight against Chu Zong the Lightning Knight, and she warned. But Chu Zong is the powerful warrior rumored to have subjugated 30% of the bandits in Hunan and Manhwa on his own. Jipyong, you should have stopped him since he was there. She know Hojong is strong. Jipyong replied by saying, but why did she think he didn't stop him? He's not the type of person to stop just because he try. And they can't back down when it comes down to this, let alone his brother's honor. Their house's honor would plummet if he did. She stood up from his seat and shouted, they can't stay like this, June. They need to hurry up. June remarked, because they need to go to the training ground to watch them? She replied yes. June stated he have already prepared his outer garments. She thanks him and stated while running away she will see him over there. Jipyong turned to June saying it must be hard for him. Meanwhile at the training ground both standing in face to face. Chu Zong asked, is he ready? Hojong rotated his spear in the air and stated let's get started. Chu Zong remarked wait, he will let him strike 3 times. Hojong asked 3 times? Chu Zong confirmed it by saying indeed, he is trying to hold the great Namgung clan's squad leader of the warring sword squad responsible right now. It's only natural that he concede 3 strikes to him. Hojong's expression became serious as he heard his remark, as he dropped his fighting stance and moved towards him casually, making Chu Song confused. Then Chu Song inquired, is he not going to fight? Hojong stated he changed his mind and asked, can he take responsibility for what he said and change his fighting stance? Hojong continued by saying if he draws his sword before 3 strikes his neck will go flying. People gathered to see the fight thinking, what kind of stance is that? Does that kind of spear technique exist? Hyan warned by saying, Leader Chan, what is he doing? As Chuzong's expression became pale as he saw the spear in front of him looking like a big axe. Then Hojong swung his spear at him while exclaiming, it's the first strike. Chuzong tried to block the strike with both arms, but the force of the blow caused him to struggle and be pushed backward. Then Hojong used a piercing strike that narrowly missed its mark, causing his clothes and armor to shatter. Chuzong's confident demeanor turned pale as he witnessed Hojong's skills. As Hojong used his 3rd strike, Chu Song immediately realized it would be the death of him if he did not draw his sword to defend, and he immediately drew his sword to block his attack. As their weapons clashed, causing both of them to be pushed backward, Chu Song thought that was really dangerous just now. If he couldn't block this attack, then probably he would not be alive right now. Hojong stated he failed and told him, didn't he said him before? That if he can't last 3 strikes he will kill him. He will make him pay the price for running his mouth. He rushed to attack again while Chu Song stood still with his sword. Gathered people saw them in silence. Seeing their fight, Manhwa turned towards Daeho saying, brother, this means. Daeho stated, yes, it looks like they have their victor. Meanwhile Chu Song held onto his sword as Hojong jumped in the air to attempt to strike. Chu Song tried to block it with his sword, but force behind the attack was too strong for him, and he failed to block it completely. And the spear hit his face, causing him to stumble backward. Taking the advantage of the moment, Hojong attempted to strike again, which he barely dodged it but caused him to fall to the ground. As he saw Hojong attempting to strike again, he used a lazy donkey roll to avoid the incoming attacks. As Chu Zong gasped for air, he quickly repositioned himself, and a realization dawned on him, and he thinks, did he feel relieved just now, even using the lazy donkey roll to try and survive. He is Chu Zong. While covering his body and sword in greenish qi, He positioned himself in a stance. Then he stated he apologized for showing an indecent side of myself. That was not befitting of a brigade leader of the Namgun clan. From now on he will? But his talk was interrupted as he hit by Hojong's attack on the shoulder. In anger, Chuzong shouted, "You son of a bitch!" as he rushed forward, but Hojong launched multiple strikes but mostly blocked by him. In response, Chuzong launched a life-chasing three swords attack, which Hojong attempted to block with his spear, but he failed to locate one of his strike. Seeing that, Jipyong worriedly shouted, "Brother, watch out." Noticing the incoming attack, he closed his eyes and focused on using footwork static singularity. Seeing the footwork technique of Hojong, Chuzong became surprised and thought, "What is this?" He attacked again, but this time it was blocked by Hojong using Northern 12 Heavenly Walls. Chuzong cursed Hojong in pain as his wrist became injured, and he also suffered internal injuries from the enormous rebound force. Even Chuzong, who was hit, could not see what kind of martial arts it was. He quickly got up from the floor and finally saw Hojong while focusing his eyes. It was truly fantastic. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, or if energy actually created such a form. It wasn't just Chuzong. Everyone here was watching. Two translucent hexagonal patterns slowly glimmered over Hojong's body. It was a tortoiseshell large, enough to cover the upper body. Above both shoulders, something long unknown, whether it was a snake or a dragon, was wriggling. It had a mysterious appearance. Chuzong's face distorted and he shouted, "Is that some kind of evil trick?" Chuzong's eyes rolled back and a clear green light glowed on the outstretched sword. Chuzong's wrist was broken, so he grabbed the sword in his left hand whilst threatened to kill him. At that moment, Hojong tightened his grip on the spear, and a blue light glowed on the outstretched spear as both of them launched forward to attack. Hojong used Savage Beast spear art to attack this time. The beast's fangs began to sprout from the blade of the long spear, which was more than 6 feet long and carried the heaviness of the deep sea. Chuzong's eyes widened. Hojong wielded a wild weapon and wielded an extremely ferocious beast spear. The blade of that spear contains many things, but at least it does not contain mercy. The terrifying iron bars began to cut through Chuzong's body. The heavy polearm created an immeasurable afterimage. It was a fantastic herbivore, as if drawing huge flower petals, but petals were dyed deep red. The blood gushing from Chuzong's entire body soaked the center of the training hall. Daeho stated that Mr. Hojong won the match, but to their surprise, Hojong didn't stop and rushed to kill Chuzong. Chuzong's eyes were bloodshot. He was going to die. In his blurry vision, he could see Hojong. Finally, fear appeared on Chuzong's face. That demon wearing human skin really wants to kill him. Save me from him. Hojong didn't even respond. He held the middle of the spear as if pulling a bowstring and pulled, extending the spear with all his might. It was then the long spear stopped. Hojong's eyes deepened. What stopped this attack was an iron gun in a hand. He tried to hit the spear, but the force was so strong that he grabbed it with his hand and twisted it. He saw the person blocking his spear, and he stated, "You are the leader of the Beggars' Union." As Duksang replied, but his voice was trembling. Master's reputation is so tiresome. He is still acting as a successor. He is so strong. It hurts so much that he is going to die. Can he stop this before they talk? Hojong, who was looking at the full picture, relaxed his grip on the spear, and he questioned why. Would he do that? If he had made a mistake, his hand would have been severed. Duksang replied by saying he would have been an even more miserable beggar. By the way, do he know him? He don't think he ever went to beg in the direction of the Green Mountain Yun clan. Hojong stated he just heard from the rumors. He is the future master of the Beggars' Union. As he moved away while scratching his head, were there any rumors about him? Hojong thinks Duksang is the same as before. They used to drink together in the past, but he only met Duksang after he became the Black Emperor, which should have happened long after this current point in time. With a smile, Duksang stated, "Well, losing one hand is a small price to pay to save a person's life." Meanwhile, Hojong continued with his thoughts. Duksang was not here in the past. Wait, maybe the present is being changed because of his actions? What if he hadn't visited the Thorny Melody Pavilion? Would the Jeagle siblings have died by Mabung's hand? His thoughts were interrupted as Duksang said, "Hey, it looks like everyone's waiting for him." While pointing toward the gathered crowd, Hojong turned around and looked toward them. He who was looking at the picture with colorless and transparent eyes looked towards him. A lot of people were watching him, and most of them were unmanned. That was unexpected, was the look in their eyes. One person whispered, "Wasn't that excessive?" Second, a woman whispered, "Did he die?" Third, a person questioned that wasn't just a spar, as he looked at the injured body of Chu Song on the ground. Hojong looked around and stated they are confused because of him. But he was really planning to kill him. Hearing that, most of them became surprised. Daeho raised his hand in the air and asked Mr. Yun, don't he think he went too far this time? They thought it was just a simple spar, but Mr. Yun was fighting to the death with him. Was there a reason for that? Hojong breathed out a sigh. He stated he guessed he don't need to hide it. It happened in the morning. He was having breakfast, and he came to see him. After a little while, as he explained what happened in the morning, Manhwa stated this is what happened, and all the gathered people angrily looked toward Hyan. Murim stepped forward with a disappointed expression and stated Hyan it was his fault. Hearing that, Hyan quickly turned toward him. Murim continued by saying he should have praised his subordinate more often. Squad leader Chusong must have done it because he craved his praise so much. He should apologize since he wasn't good enough at managing his subordinate. After hearing that, Duksang thinks I see, this was not his fault. It was just a mistake. Is that how he is trying to wrap this up? Hyan looked toward him and Murim nodded and suggesting him to apologize. But Hojong intervened with a smile and stated it's nice to see how much he cares about him as the older one. He also would have acted up if his brother made a mistake. Of course he wouldn't make that mistake because he's different from a certain person. After hearing that, Hyan became nervous as a cold sweat appeared on his face. Murim questioned a certain person. He doesn't get what he is saying. But Hyan moved forward while bowing his head and apologized to him. He stated he is the one who ordered squad leader Chusong to humiliate young Master Yun. It wasn't a mistake made by his subordinate. He purposefully ordered him to do so. Confused, Murim thinks, but why did he do that? He prepared the entire situation for him. Meanwhile, Hyan continued by saying he tried to vent his lingering anger from yesterday, and he made a mistake as a host where he should have been transparent and fair to everyone. He would like to sincerely apologize to him for everything with everyone as a witness. That's why please blame his lack of virtue and nothing else. While thinking, don't mention anything about the matter with Namgung's Manhwa as he kneeled before him. Hojong stated he didn't want to. A little later, as Hyan left the training ground and he punched the wall in anger, making a crack on impact, he shouted damn it all he dared to humiliate him in front of her as well. In anger, he started punching the wall with great speed, causing it to break down into pieces. And then he called the guard that is behind him. The guard responded by saying yes sir. Hyan stated right now find out what clinic he's at and report back. The guard replied yes sir and left the place immediately. Hyan stated Yun Hojong he will definitely kill him. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Hojong called out Ping Daeho's name. In confusion, Daeho replied yes, and Hojong threw a wooden spear towards Jipyong, who caught it and became confused as well, and he thinks about what his brother was going to do now. Hojong stated can he give his brother a lesson? Daeho questioned if he really wanted him to do this. Hojong replied his brother's talent is the greatest in the Yun clan. However, he hasn't faced any strong opponents yet. Since the duel for pride is over, let's gain friendlier relations as per the original purpose of this gathering. With a smile on his face, he looked towards Jipyong, who was still confused, looking towards him. Realizing what he was trying to do, Jipyong thought his brother really is cunning. Turning to Daeho, he introduced himself by saying he is Yun Jipyong of the Green Mountain Yun clan. May he request some guidance from Brother Ping? Daeho laughed and stated he can't match the people of the Yun clan, but it sounds good to have a friendly match. One of person from gathered crowd asked should they do the same? The second person replied his body was just itching for some action. The third person commented he has always wanted to have a match with the Jigo clan's young lady. Manhwa asked may she have a look at his martial arts for the first time in a while, brother? Manhwa laughed and stated let's do it then. Meanwhile, Jun approached Duksang and stated senior may he also request guidance? Duksang laughed and stated let's do it. Let's have some fun. Jun replied thank you. Murim, seeing them leave, heard a voice echo from behind calling his name. He turned around only to find Hojong saying their duel was cut short last time, wasn't it? What do you think? Everything's been prepared. Let's do it and finish it in round 2. A little later, as the gathered people were busy in their sparring, all of them turned toward a clashing sound of a nearby fight. As they looked, it was the sparring between Hojong and Murim. One person stated is he really the person who fought against Chusung up till now? Meanwhile, Hojong launched an attack which was hardly blocked by Murim while bending downwards with the strike force. Then in response, Murim also launched another attack, which was dodged by Hojong as he leaped into the air and prepared another attack in midair that was directed at Murim's face. Seeing this, Murim became a little shocked and thought, how he do that? He can't block it without using it, and he used his family technique to block one attack after another, and he also launched an assault on Hojong which he blocked with his spear but caused him to push backward. Taking advantage of the moment, Murim positioned himself in a fighting stance, and a golden light appeared covering his body and sword. At that moment Hojong discovered something and became surprised. Murim rushed to attack as well as Hojong, one covered in golden ki while the other in bluish ki. With a resounding clash of their weapons, Murim's weapon broke and he became flustered, and turned around to face Hojong with the broken weapon. But Hojong stated it would be wise to end the fight here, and making him a little confused on his behavior, Hojong continued by saying he learned a lot. He would see him later and left the training ground. As he moved, the old and new memories rushed into his mind. He thinks that the same attack that killed his brother. Grinding his teeth in anger, he stated the Myung clan are the villains. It was quite a chilly night. Hojong, who appeared at the residence sponsorship, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Now he is in the final stages of fortune-telling. A cloudy energy came out from the exhaled breath. A little later, as he opened his eyes and thought he had gotten rid of almost all the turbid ki, he lay down on the grass and breathed a sigh of relief, and he thinks it was the Myung clan. The innate ki controlling method exactly matches the martial art he witnessed. Depending on each sex ki breathing technique, the innate ki controlling method differs greatly. That's why the heads of the clans strictly manage who the innate ki controlling method is passed down to. And that blade technique, that day they didn't use a spear technique but a blade technique. That's why he didn't recognize it immediately. Then he started trembling as he recalled the memory of how his brother died. He remembered clearly the powerful attack of the attacker who broke his brother's spine 26 years ago. His fist which had no strength and trembling. When he remembered that time, he started to gain strength that he didn't have before. For some reason something stirred in his chest. Even when his backbone was broken and he was on the verge of death, his younger brother did not look at him. This is because he knew that if he looked away, his brother's location could be discovered. And only after the enemy disappeared did his frozen body move. And he fled. He thought the bloody tears were just an exaggeration. There was a time when people laughed at people who shed bloody tears because they were either sick or had injured eyeballs. However, when a person is truly sad, they shed bloody tears. Hojong was like that. No matter how much he poured out, even after 3 days and nights, the traces of his tears could not be erased. So his resentment was great. At present he thinks he promised he would never leave any regrets ever again. At the moment Duksang approached him and commented, that's bitter, all the plants near him are dead from his murderous intent. Hojong whipped his tears and questioned what brings him here. Duksang replied nothing much, just this, making Hojong confused. Duksang continued by saying whatever his reason may be, he didn't participate in the party tonight, so he brought this so that they could drink together. How does a drink sound? Hojong smiled and stated he will pour him first. Then they both started drinking. A little later Duksang stated, don't worry about the second young master, he's getting along with the other successors. Hojong thinks about his brother. Duksang stated he could see how unspoiled he was. He has a charm that attracts people, unlike a certain someone who always walks around with a frown. Hojong laughed and stated of course he's different from him. Duksang stated, smile more, it's nice to see him smiling. Hojong replied by saying only if there's a reason to. Duksang responded by saying someone as hard as nails only smiles when there's a reason to. He has to smile to make things worth smiling for come about. His talk was interjected by Hojong saying his arm's about to fall off, so hurry and accept the drink. Duksang replied, what a trickster, he knows how to change the subject. Hojong stated let him make one request. Duksang questioned, a request from him? Hojong exclaimed, a commission rather than a request. To the beggars' union? Duksang laughed and stated, well, that's how they make a living after all. He will find out almost anything for him, so tell him what he wants to know. Hojong said in that case and stood up from his seat and approached him and whispered near his ear, causing his eyes to widen as he heard his request. A little later Duksang inquired, is he being serious? Hojong replied, yes he is. Duksang stated his first and second requests aren't difficult. However, his third request, investigating that clan. Hojong turned around while saying if it's difficult, he don't have to. Duksang shouted, no, he can. He can do it, but tell him the reason for the request. Hojong replied by saying he have a total of 3 requests. If he is able to properly dig everything up, he will come to know the reason for the requests. Yang Xian questioned. So he wants him to attack? Haiyan replied, yes, what's the matter? Can't he do it? Yang Xian said he didn't want to shed any blood himself. Isn't that just indirect murder? Haiyan stated he guessed the saying about the Sakian Tang clan repaying any favor and resentment no matter what was just a groundless rumor. Yang Xian shouted, shut up, or he will tear him to pieces. Haiyan exclaimed he will take that as he accepting his offer. He should prepare thoroughly. He will contact him when he leaves. Yang Xian inquired, let him ask you a question. What resentment do he have against him? Haiyan replied he has no such thing. Yang Xian chuckled and stated even a dog wouldn't believe him. He should say that again after hiding that murderous intent in his eyes. He definitely hates him extremely. Haiyan replied, bullshit. He should take this opportunity while he can still keep his pride, or he will be chewing on his clothes like a defeated dog otherwise. Yang Xian stated he told him to shut the fuck up. He was going to do it anyway even if he hadn't asked. Watch and see. He won't return to Sichuan until his hand is covered in his blood. As the gathering of successors came to an end, Hojong thinks he needs to return as quickly as possible. He has lots of things to do. Since he found out the villain's identity, he can't be idling around. He needs to increase his martial art realm and reorganize the clan's forces. He hopes the Beggar Union's successor will manage to find the information he requested. He recalled the memory when he said to Duksang, is he going to leave already? Duksang replied by saying it's better to strike the iron while it's hot. If he wants to complete his requests, he has to dispatch the beggars for the investigation tonight, and even that won't be enough. Hojong inquired, shall he give the payment to the Beggar Union's contact in his clan? Duksang replied he doesn't need it. Prepare lots of delicious food for him instead. In the present, Hojong smiled and thought he will succeed. He believes in him. Daeho questioned, Mr. Hojong and Jipyong, are they already leaving? Hojong stated they shall see each other again if fate guides them. Daeho, while sniffing, remarked, that's so sad. They haven't even drunk together yet. Manhwa laughed and stated Jipyong worked hard yesterday because he had to distribute the liquor in his stead. Jipyong said goodbye to them. At the moment, Haiyan approached Hojong and inquired, is he leaving already? Why don't he have lunch with them before he leaves? Hojong replied by saying he refused. They're leaving in a different direction from the Jigo clan anyway. And he turned towards Jun and asked him if he should come to Jiangsu to play at some point. He will guide him around. Haiyan shouted, what about her? Hojong replied, same goes for her. She asked why did he hesitate just now, then she gave him a wooden tablet. Hojong questioned, what's this? She explained it's the bright wet tablet from the Jigo clan. They have recently started some business related to weaponry. The company is located southeast of Manhua. The map is included so he should visit it when he has a chance. Hojong inquired why is she giving this to him. She stated spear and staff arts aren't his best martial arts. She doesn't know what his main weapon is, but he can go there when he has some spare time. They said something like the weapons they purchased in the summer were some high-quality goods. Hojong thanked her for doing this when they aren't even from the same clan. She replied, not at all. It was thanks to him that the Jigo clan's first daughter and first son managed to survive. Even their father will say that this trade is profitable for them. A little bit later they departed by saying their goodbyes and moved away. Haiyan remarked he left without even looking back. At the moment Yanhwa approached her and stated he was so amazing, wasn't he? Haiyan asked if she was here too. Yanhwa continued by saying she only saw him for a few days, but she thinks she understands how the Green Mountain Yun clan became one of the 7 great clans in such a short period of time. Haiyan replied she knew that. Meanwhile, Yanhwa thinks they will see him again soon enough, right? When they get to see each other again. She wonders what kind of relationship they will have. Trustworthy allies or an enemy that has to be defeated. As Hojong and Jipyong leave, Haiyan observes them and with flustered expression, he stated he can't stand the sight of him. He orders the guard to tell the guy from the Tang clan, their target is leaving right now. The guard replied by saying, as you order, young master. Meanwhile at the Green Mountain Yun clan, in the Patriarch's study, the general administrator knocks on the door and then enters the room and stated, the news said that the young masters are returning to the clan. The Patriarch replied by saying, I see, and he gives the Patriarch a letter saying the Moang clan sent this. The Patriarch confirmed it with him and thinks they aren't exactly related to the Moang clan in any way. Why did they send them a letter? As he read the content in the letter, the Patriarch became surprised and thinks, what is this? They want them to combine forces between the 2 clans? At the Moang clan's Patriarch office, Sword God Moang Gun is writing something, as a sparrow moves towards him and dips its legs in the ink and starts walking on the paper on which he is writing. He angrily glared at the sparrow, and then he did not react at all as the sparrow walked near his hand. He grabbed the sparrow and continued with his writing. Green Mountain Yun Clan Patriarch's study. The patriarch considers a business proposal. So even the Muang clan is going to try trading? 300 years ago, after the blood religion disaster, the Muang clan moved from Liaoning province to the middle of the central district in Hunan province. Since they settled on land, he thought they wouldn't be interested in trading via the sea. After a little while of thinking, he stated, as expected, this won't do. General Taekyung, please prepare paper, a writing brush and ink. Taekyung replied, yes sir. A little later he opened the window and looked outside. He thought the weather's quite cold. He wondered if they're traveling without much trouble. Meanwhile, Hojong and Shinmo are standing while other members of the Blue Operation Squad, including Jipyong, are gasping for breath. Jipyong sighed and stated, it's hot. Hojong turned around and asked, is he okay? Jipyong replied by saying no. It's even harder because of his hangover, since they ran all the way from Hefei. But his talk was interrupted as Shinmo noticed the Blue Operation Squad and shouted, what are they all doing? Organize their ranks properly. Hojong turned towards him and said, so their stamina is weak. At this rate, will they even be deserving of the name Blue Operation Squad? Shinmo glanced towards them in anger while saying the Blue Operation Squad will prepare for additional special training upon returning. Hojong stated, squad leader Shin stay here. He will go find something to eat. Shinmo replied by saying, young master, he should go. A little later, as Hojong approached a tavern, opening the door, and he see inside and think no one is here, at that moment he heard a noise from the kitchen and moved towards it. As he lifted the curtain, he asked, are they open? The person replied yes. Hojong stated he did like food and water for about 30 people. While trembling, the person replied, so the thing is. But someone interrupted his talk saying, look here. Hojong turned around only to find out that the person was Yangxian from the Tang clan. Yangxian stated, long time no see? Has it been 2 days? Hojong smiled as looked towards him while Yangxian asked him, is he shocked? Hojong stated he thought he pissed himself just looking at him. Was losing an arm not enough? Yangxian laughed as well and remarked, he is a crazy bastard. His barking ends here. As he lifted his hand, purple smoke surrounded Hojong, making him confused. But Yangxian confidently stated he has already inflicted him, you idiot. Have he heard of the shadow poison? Hojong questioned, shadow poison? Yangxian laughed and stated since it's colorless and odorless, he wouldn't have known about it even in his dreams. To be fair, a trash like him wouldn't even be able to notice it. His talk was interrupted as Hojong rushed forward and landed a hit in his stomach, causing him to crash to the floor and vomit. And he thought, how is he standing? He definitely used the Three Suns poison energy. The amount of the Three Suns poison energy was enough to activate the shadow poison, and some would still be left over. At that moment, Hojong moved towards him and stepped on his broken arm, forcefully causing him to scream in pain. Hearing Yangxian screaming, Homyang quickly shouted, don't hurt him. And he rushed towards him as jumped over the railing in one go with Red Spider Squad members and come down to the first floor, and he stated, stop right this instant. But Hojong replied by saying, what if he don't stop, while placing his foot on the neck of Yangxian. Homyang stated he dares to take the young master hostage. While gritting his teeth in anger, Hojong pointed towards him and remarked, you step forward. If you don't want to see this bastard's neck snap. Homyang moved forward as he was face to face with Hojong. He thought that if he could quickly kill Hojong, he should be able to save the young master. But at that moment he was slapped by Hojong, and he asked, what do he think he is doing? Don't even think about doing anything ridiculous. Hurry and give him what he have in his hand. Homyang thought he wants this steel whip. Hojong stated, hurry up, and struck the leg of Yangxian, causing him to scream in pain. Then Homyang quickly moved forward and handed him his steel whip. Hojong thought, let's try it, as he swung the steel whip. Noticing that 2 of the Red Spider Squad members captured Homyang and run back to safety while other members prepared to attack. They rushed from all directions to attack him. Meanwhile, Homyang warned them and tried to stop, but they didn't listen to him. As they approached Hojong, he used the steel whip and dispatched one after another in an instant. Seeing this, Homyang's eyes widened, and he thought, what the hell did he just watch? Hojong retracted the steel whip and think he had overdone it. If it were the chain of the Tempest Axe, small fry of this level would have been taken care of with no problem. He guessed he would have to find another chain and attach it. Then he turned his back towards Homyang and threw the steel whip. Homyang became angry at him and thought, this bastard, he dares to disrespect him, and rushing towards him to attack with his palm. But Hojong grabbed Yangxian and threw him towards Homyang, causing him to be hit by his attack. Yangxian crashed to the ground in pain, and Homyang quickly moved towards him in worry and asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, Yangxian questioned why he did that. Hojong approached him and stated he wondered what the patriarch of the Tang clan will do, especially since he told him to protect his son, but he ended up injuring him. Recalling the patriarch's anger, Homyang started trembling in fear. Hojong stated, "Look here. Do he want to live? If he want to live, answer his question. He can do that, right?" He angrily asked where is his answer. And then Hojong sat on the floor and stated this place is quite far away from Hefei. They got here after running non-stop for 2 days and only managed to come here through one of the many connected roads. It's strange, right? You who are native to Sichuan. How did they know that they would take this road and stop here? Let's not make things too difficult for themselves. Who told them that they were heading this way? A little later, as Shinmo was discussing something with a Blue Operation Squad member, he turned around after hearing a noise. His eyes widened in shock as he saw blood splattered throughout on Hojong. He immediately shouted in worry, "Young master," but Hojong replied by asking did he keep them waiting? Shinmo inquired what happened to his clothes. "Isn't that blood?" Hearing that, all of the members turned towards him. Hojong replied it's not his blood, so don't mind it. He took care of everything already. And he said to Jipyong get some food before he sleep. Shinmo stated it seems like he punished them himself. Hojong replied by saying he didn't kill them, he might have kind of turned them into vegetables. And he even took further measures. Sometimes an unfounded rumor is stronger than the sword. At the Namgung clan a carriage entered, and the guard announced, "Young master, Namgung Hyan has arrived." Seeing him, people started whispering. Seeing their behavior, he thinks what's with this atmosphere. A little later he entered the patriarch's room exclaiming he have returned father. He became surprised as he saw a lot of paper floating around, and his father is painting something on the paper one after another. As he picked up one of the papers and see an orchid draw on it, he thinks he remember when father paints orchids, he does so to calm himself down when he's angry. His father asked him is it true? Hyan questioned what is he talking about. Father stated did he use the blade of another to attempt murder? What he mean to say is, are the rumors about he ordering the eldest son of the Tang clan to kill the young master of the Yun clan true? Father continued by saying he did think he did at least keep his name from being revealed. Was he wrong? Hyan respectfully bowed down and apologized. Father commented even when Manhwa got hurt he didn't waver at all. But someone like him made such an absurd mistake? What would the reason be? Option 1 there was something that shook his composure. Option 2 Yun Hojong was better than he expected. Or both of them. Hyan became frightened and cold sweat dripped down from his face. Father inquired did he like the eldest daughter of the Jigo clan that much? Hyan stated father he didn't have any excuse. Father stated the only time a man becomes weak is when he is caught up in love. The moment he falls in love, he loses his composure and makes a mess of things. Just like how he is right now. He has sent a hawk to the Jigo clan. Hyan asked what the purpose of that. Father remarked he is the great Namgung clan's son. He is more than good enough for someone like the daughter of the Jigo clan. Hyan was about to say something but his father interrupted him saying don't kid himself. What he is saying is that he should not take her as his wife, but as a grinding stone to sharpen his composure. Hyan thanked his father for his generosity, and stated he lost to him once but he will never lose twice. Father replied by saying that's his boy now rest, and he thought he should settle things with the Green Mountain Yun clan. 20 days later at Green Mountain Yun clan, Hojong remarked they have returned, followed by Jipyong who looked tired and he also stated they have returned father. Father became surprised and didn't say anything for a little while. Then he coughed and replied by saying welcome and ordered Jipyong go get some rest. Jipyong stated thank you father, he can finally rest now. Father ordered the servant to pour something to drink. Hojong picked up the glass and drank it in one go. The servant became surprised at the behavior. As he left the room, the patriarch asked him why is he in that state. Hojong replied he did some training on the way. His father inquired what kind of training could it have been. Hojong stated it was nothing much. He only ran sprinting for 7 to 8 minutes. Once that was over he jogged lightly. And from then on he increased the time he sprinted by 8 minutes every day. Father questioned he did that with Jipyong while coming here? Hojong replied by no. Father asked then with who? Hojong replied he did it with the Blue Operation Squad including squad leader Shin. Father thinks he did it with all those people for 20 days straight, and asked did he not overdo it? Hojong replied no this is only the start. Father questioned what he meant by only the start. Hojong explained the start of achieving the peak of martial arts, since even after dedicating his entire life to reaching it, it'd still not be certain. Father thinks I see. That's what it was. His son changed from that day onwards, from his son to an adult. Father stated he heard that there were quite a few toxic interactions with the Namgung clan. Hojong replied don't even get him started. he will explain it right from the beginning of it. A little later, as he explains what had happened, his father stated so the second young master of the Namgung clan did that. Hojong agreed. He became shocked as he saw his father's face and thought, it's the first time seeing those eyes on father. Father stated so that is what happened. Hojong said sorry he didn't get what he's saying. Father remarked the Namgung clan's patriarch apologized. Namgung's Manhwa also confessed to what she did. Hojong thinks the Namgung clan did that? Then that means. Father questioned do he understand what's going on. Hojong commented he abandoned his daughter so that his son could save face. They dismissed her trying to kill him as a personal grudge that has nothing to do with the family. The patriarch of the Namgung clan is a sly snake. Father remarked that's right. Hojong stated the Namgung clan's ways are surprising. Father thinks if he noticed that, then his insight must be great as expected, and father questioned that's right. Do he think they should accept the apology? Hojong responded by saying a martial artist's life will always be in danger. He is fine with it. It'll be more advantageous for them to receive the apology and increase their reputation. Father remarked alright he understands. He must be tired so go and get some rest. Hojong replied yes father as he ordered. As he was about to leave the room father called his name. He turned around saying yes father? Father remarked he did well. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he closed his eyes and stated it was nothing special. The next morning he put on some weight around his waist, arms and legs, and he stated let's begin, and he started sprinting. After 1 month of training, after 2 months of training, and after 4 months of training, on the night of New Year's Eve, he continued with his training. On the first day of the new year, he untied the weights from his body and breathed out a sigh of relief, and he stated he have finally gotten somewhere. He is prepared to face the villain. A little later as Hojong read the letter with a smile that is sent by Duksang, saying he had completed investigating all 3 of his requests. It was way harder than he expected. He probably knew that though. He almost died shitting. Accepting the request without hesitating he almost made him lose all the money that he had gathered from begging. And now he thinks he should have just taken the commission fee. He will come find him in half a month so prepare some delicious food for him. If it doesn't suit his tastes he is going to throw a fit. Hojong thinks he specifically said he'd come meet him. The fact that he'd come all the way and meet him just to convey something that could have been delivered with a letter means that there are 2 options. The information is so sensitive that it would be really bad if it got leaked, or there's lots for him to tell me. After getting all the information it'll finally be his time to start taking real action. At that moment his father approached him, as he noticed, and he turned around. Father inquired have he finished today's training? Hojong replied yes father. Father stated he have something to do with him so follow him. Hojong asked, right now? And father didn't respond. He thinks did he do something wrong? Recently all he have been doing is training. A little later Hojong thinks this place is in the forest where they talked about the true Azure innate key. Father turned around and asked him to take one of them while pointing towards different weapons. Seeing the weapon in front of him, he thinks that means a spar with his father, and he inquired is he going to face him seriously? Father stated yes he spar with him seriously. If he wasn't he would not have brought him here? Then Hojong selected a spear from the weapons. Seeing him wielding a spear his father's expression became serious. Then father unsheathed his sword, and a blue key enveloped his father. Seeing that Hojong thinks the devoted sword's thoughtful key, and the king's 8 children's sword technique? He's serious. He is. Getting excited? His thoughts were interrupted as his father stated. Before they start do he know why he wanted to watch his martial arts today? Hojong replied isn't it to see his child's growth? Father commented that is right. But there's another more definite reason. Hojong asked what is it? Father remarked he will tell him after the spar. Hojong agreed. Then both positioned themselves in the fighting stance, and blue key emitted from both of them. Hojong rushed to attack him with his spear, but his father's sword strike caused him to be pushed backwards. He thinks the father blocked that attack easily, then that means he needs to launch an even stronger attack. Then both exchanged strikes with each other for a little while. Then Hojong rushed to use Yun Clan Flying Swallowtail Palm technique. In response his father dropped his sword and used the reverse dragon palm technique. A blue light explosion happened as their palms clashed. A little later father remarked he is impressive. Hojong replied by saying that's what he wishes to say to him. Then his father closed his eyes and focused, and exclaimed in that case what about this? Hojong thinks no way, that stance its single steadfast bullet sword technique. Their strikes caused the nearby area of the forest to be destroyed. Then his father launched a single steadfast bullet sword attack that he barely able To dodge in time, his father took advantage of the situation and rushed towards him to attack. But Hojong released more of his ki and enveloped himself with it. Both ran towards each other to attack. Then his father noticed that Hojong had gathered his ki in his spear as he rushed forward to attack him. His father was surprised to see him rushing straight towards him to fight head-on. He deflected one attack after another from him. He was impressed by his attack strategy to jump in first to reduce the power of the single steadfast bullet sword, an endless onslaught. He believed that offense is the best defense, and these fighting techniques were meant for actual combat. His father struck him hard, causing him to push back slightly. Hojong thought he had swung many times, but his father defended against every opening he created, like the walls of a castle without a single gap. His father's martial arts were nearly approaching completion, allowing him to fight with all he had. Both enveloped themselves with more ki, and his father concentrated more ki in his sword. With a serious face, his father stated, "Let's do this." Hojong knew what was coming as they both rushed towards each other, their weapons clashing followed by a huge explosion. A little later, Hojong stood with his spears, some of which were inserted into the ground, his hand trembling. Feeling unlucky, he wanted to keep going but found it difficult to draw out the white tiger ki unless in a life or death situation. As his father put his sword back on the weapon stand and asked about his martial arts, Hojong expressed that he perceived his father as a martial artist who pursues completeness. When his father inquired further, Hojong confirmed that yours martial arts encompass both attack and defense, dodging and countering, not relying on any single style, and having no weaknesses. His father, impressed by just one sparring session, acknowledged that Hojong saw right through him. Hojong agreed, and his father expressed his hope that Hojong would follow the same path as him. Surprised, Hojong asked for clarification, and his father, setting aside his position as the patriarch, as a father, wished for his sons to follow his path, even though Hojong had already taken a different path. He could sense this as soon as they crossed swords, understanding what Hojong was pursuing. Hojong asked about it, and his father confirmed that he has no intention of becoming the patriarch, a decision he solidified that day. His aspirations extend beyond the Green Mountain Yun clan to encompass the entire world, which was the purpose of their sparring session to determine his interest in the position of vice patriarch through his martial arts skills. As his father turned to leave, he remarked that even a parent cannot control their child's future, implying that the world would have to face his sword and order him to rest. Later that night, as Hojong lay on his bed, he reflected on the idea of becoming vice patriarch, initially thinking it would be Jipyeong but realizing his father had him in mind. He apologized to his father, acknowledging that he had something important to do, stopping the villain to secure the future of the Green Mountain Yun clan from the three cults threatening the central district. The memories of his dark and light blades stained in blood weighed heavily on his mind as he contemplated the responsibilities ahead. Meanwhile, his father gazed outside through the window, reflecting on the difficulty of the situation and apologies to his wife, placing the teacup on a nearby table without taking a sip. He inquired about the tea's taste and remarked on the cold weather. As he handed over a letter, he mentioned that he receiving this as a response from the Murim clan. The patriarch read the letter and commended their tenacity in suggesting business once more. Taekyung noted that it seemed the Murim clan had not given up. The patriarch then asked for Taekyung's opinion, to which he expressed his support, citing the Murim clan's abilities. He believed that if the business expanded and became profitable, it could provide more aid to those affected by the summer flooding. When the patriarch inquired about the livelihoods of the people, Taekyung concurred. The patriarch acknowledged his point but expressed a suspicion. Taekyung questioned the possibility of the Murim clan having different intentions and proposed a marriage between the daughter of the Murim clan and the first young master. He questioned a potential marriage between Hojong and the Murim clan's daughter. Taekyung agreed, highlighting that Murim Yona is not only intelligent but also known for her lovely personality. She is deemed suitable to marry the first young master, who is expected to become the next patriarch in the future, and will require someone by his side for support. The patriarch expressed surprise deep in thought as he sipped his tea. 10 days later, as he was giving instruction to Jipyeong, Duksang, who greeted them with a familiar shout, he inquired if Hojong had prepared food for him, as he had been hungry for 3 days. Hojong warned that if even a single grain of rice was left behind, no soup would be given. Duksang thanked him for the meal, Later, after finishing his meal, Jipyeong questioned if Duksang was a monster. Duksang chuckled, mentioning that he was being underestimated. He now gets full easily, but in his youth he could consume over 12 pounds of pork. Jipyeong, shocked, calculated that amount to be enough for 6 people. Meanwhile, Hojong offered tea, but Duksang insisted on alcohol. Hojong pointed out that it was only midday, to which Duksang found it strange to drink only in the afternoon. Hojong then asked Jipyeong to fetch some alcohol, to which he agreed. Duksang suggested they discuss business since he had eaten his fill. His first request was to gather information on the current events in the Murim world. He mentioned there's nothing much in particular, other than the fraud monks from the small thunderclap temple slowly crawling out. Hojong inquired if there was anything else, and Duksang asked if there was any specific information he wanted to know. Hojong inquired about any cultists causing disruptions in people's lives, to which Duksang responded that there were no such disturbances, likening the situation to a quiet, empty neighborhood. Hojong speculated that the 3 cults may not have made their move yet. Duksang then addressed. Hojong's second request is regarding Muang Gun's youngest brother, Muang Wu, and mentioned that the details could be found in the report. While he reading the report, Duksang wondered why he was searching for Muang Gun half-brother. Hojong then asked about sea trading in Zhejiang province, to which Duksang confirmed that Muang Wu was in charge of the Zhejiang branch of the Muang clan, with profits rumored to match those of the entire clan. Muang Wu was described as talented, skilled, and possessing a personality distinct from his brothers. Hojong believed he knew he wished for his brother, who threw him away, to be cared for, as he bowed to me, the leader of the unorthodox faction. He is a humble and benevolent man. Recognizing the importance of him in uniting the orthodox factions, Hojong acknowledged that strength alone would not be enough. Duksang then mentioned a third and final request, prompting Hojong to inquire further. Duksang questioned how Hojong had knowledge of the Gyujimiang clan training the death sword, known as the strongest in the world. Meanwhile, workers were mining while being observed from a distance by 2 individuals, including the patriarch of the Gyujimiang clan, Myung Chun. He asked about the progress, to which the supervisor estimated to be completed in 5 days. Myung Chun instructed to bury all the workers once the task was finished, to which the supervisor agreed. The supervisor remarks he looks excited. Myung Chun expressed his anticipation of mastering the martial arts passed down from his ancestors. He recounted how their ancestors, alongside the 4 Directions martial emperor, had defeated the blood religion 300 years ago, leading to the preservation of a portion of the martial arts. The discovery of a place holding the complete martial arts of the 4 Directions renewed his determination to learn them, believing it would elevate his skills beyond those of the Sankian 13. Myung Chun inquired about any updates from the Muang clan, to which the person responded that they had not heard back yet, attributing the delay to the Yun clan. Myung Chun remarked on Muang Gun's compassionate nature and suggested discarding negotiations with the Yun clan if they continued to stall, resorting to force if necessary. When asked about his certainty, Myung Chun emphasized the importance of curiosity, particularly regarding the recovered martial arts of the Gyujimiang clan, proposing a test to assess their effectiveness. He asked the person for their opinion on how long the Green Mountain Yun clan would last. At night, in the nearby forest to Green Mountain Yun clan, Hojong throws his metal rod aimed at the tree, which bursts through the tree. He recalls the moment when beggar sect successor Jie Duksang reported about the Myung clan. Hojong releases murderous intent that pushes Duksang backward, also causing Duksang pain in his heart. Duksang exclaims, "You bastard, that hurts, so please relax." Duksang thinks such murderous intent. He almost pissed himself. Did he have a grudge against the Myung clan in his past life or something? Back to the present, he moves towards trees and transfers his chi into his hand, starting to punch the tree while thinking, his chest is burning. He can't calm down. It was those bastards that dared to kill his father, bury his brother, and burn down the clan. A little later, his father approaches him and notes, it looks like he is venting his anger rather than training. He asks, did something happen? Hojong replies, it's nothing. He must have gotten impatient because his training progress was so slow. His father remarks, his martial arts are already comparable to squad leaders of other clans. He wished for him to not be impatient. Hojong agrees. Then his father handed him a scripture. Ho-jong inquires about it, and his father explains, his martial arts are very fast-paced. Although his stamina has been able to support him so far, he thought that it must take a large toll on him. And at that moment there may be an opportunity for a counterattack. Immunity Palm is a counterattack technique. It'll help reinforce his martial arts. Ho-jong thinks, of course, he has the Four Guardian Gods technique. If he used the Azure Dragon Key, then there'll be no problems in counterattacking. But still, what does that matter compared to the thoughtfulness of his father who personally made this book? He then thanks his father. His father asks, do he plan on leaving? Ho-jong replies yes. He planned to leave tomorrow. He thinks if he stay, it'll be difficult to prevent the invasion. He had to see for himself, and judge their strength. His father understood and ordered Ho-jong to follow him. Ho-jong inquired about it. His father stated he had a present. At midnight, at the market street outside the clan, his father moved towards a nearby blacksmith shop. His father opened the door and questioned old man Payan, asking if he was there. Payan Il-kang responded that he had been waiting, addressing his father as clan leader Yun. The item his father wanted was ready. His father asked if it was difficult. Payan Il-kang stated that it was not like he was forging it anew, and that 15 days was more than enough. Payan removed the cloth covering the newly made spear, which surprised Ho-jong. His father turned around and asked him to check it. Ho-jong agreed and thought to himself that the spear was sturdy and heavy, with the weight of the blade being transferred to his hand. His father asked if he liked it. Ho-jong exclaimed that the weight of the spear was perfect. His father stated that he thought as much. Ho-jong thanked the blacksmith, Payan Il-kang, and they started to return back to Green Mountain Yun clan. His father mentioned that he was saying this just in case, but asked if he was thinking of getting married. Ho-jong replied that he was not yet. His father said he understood. Ho-jong asked if he had found a good marriage partner. His father inquired about his thoughts on the daughter of the Murim clan, mentioning that she was said to be a woman of many talents. Ho-jong asked why the Murim clan specifically. His father explained that the Murim clan had suggested they join hands in the trade business, leading him to consider Ho-jong's marriage. He mentioned that it was not unusual for families to arrange marriages to strengthen relationships, but he was against loveless marriages. Ho-jong thought about the sudden suggestion from the Murim clan and wondered what they were like before his regression, after the Yun clan was destroyed. The greatest clan at the time was the Murim clan, not the Gyujimian clan, which was slowly declining. There seemed to be no connection between the decline of the Mayon clan and the rise of the Murim clan through maritime trade and invasion. This realization left Ho-jong feeling uneasy. As Ho-jong asked his father one more question, his father inquired about what it was. Ho-jong expressed his concern about his father considering a marriage for business purposes, something unlike his usual character. His father revealed that General Administrator Taekyung had suggested the idea. Ho-jong thought about General Administrator Taekyung, a man with a friendly smile and a key position managing the clan's finances. Despite his father's reassurance that the suggestion was made for the sake of the clan, Ho-jong couldn't shake the feeling that there was a traitor within the clan. As Taekyung enters his house while saying it's too cold outside, Ho-jong called him, saying hello, General Administrator. That startled him. Taekyung asks young master why he's here at this hour. Ho-jong replied he stopped by because he had something to discuss. Taekyung inquired about it. Ho-jong asked do he have some time? A little while later, Taekyung prepared tea and poured it for Ho-jong. Then Ho-jong stated he heard he brought up the idea of his marriage. Taekyung immediately apologized, saying if he overstepped any boundaries, if it offended him, then please forgive him. Ho-jong replied not at all. Taekyung, confused by his answer, Ho-jong stated it actually made him feel good. What man wouldn't be happy to be with a beautiful woman? Taekyung agreed with him. Ho-jong exclaimed, however, it's a shame that you had poor insight. Taekyung inquired about it. Ho-jong explained it's true that Manhwa is pretty. She's elegant and graceful. However, such an outstanding woman would only make things difficult for him. Manhwa would rather devour her husband than take care of him. Taekyung said he understands. Ho-jong stood up and said so on that note, let him make a request. Taekyung asked about his request. Ho-jong stated tell something to father for him, and asked him to introduce him to another woman from the Murim clan. That surprised Taekyung and he asked another woman? Ho-jong replied he is going to have to get married anyway. Please look for a woman as noble as Manhwa, so that he is able to be one step closer to the seat of patriarch than Jipyeong. Taekyung questioned what is he talking about. He is the eldest son who'll lead the family in the future. Hojong exclaimed General Administrator, let's be realistic. Doesn't everyone already know that father will pick Jipyeong as the next vice patriarch? He will remember his hard work, so please play a big role in the future of the Yun clan. Taekyung said certainly, then he will follow him. Hojong stated just trust him, as he opened the door to leave. The next morning, Taekyung said this is a list of documents to review. Patriarch stated he have been worked hard. As he was reviewing the documents, Taekyung said about the first young master's marriage. How about finding another wife instead of Manhwa? Patriarch asked for reason. Taekyung remarked it seems Manhwa is too outstanding. Of course, he don't mean that the young master is in any way lacking. He just thought that a woman who would put one's mind at rest, rather than a woman with great talent, would be a better fit for the young master. And there's also the possibility that the Manhwa clan patriarch might reject the marriage. Patriarch asked about the reason why Manhwa clan patriarch might reject it. Taekyung explained he have heard that Manhwa is a daughter whom the patriarch of the Manhwa clan deeply cherishes. If he were to take the proposal as us asking him to hand over his cherished daughter, then this could damage their business together. It would be best to keep such actions to a minimum. Patriarch thought about for a while and then asked General Administrator Taekyung, do he feel that the business with the Manhwa clan is that important? Taekyung remarked yes, he do, since money is power. If they secure more funds through business with the Manhwa clan, he is certain that the hardships of the people will be greatly reduced. Patriarch stated for the sake of people's livelihood, fine, he will accept it. Taekyung exclaimed he will send a letter asking for a day to meet. Patriarch asked then who will be the young master's bride. It's fine if it's not Manhwa. As he was about to leave the patriarch's room, Patriarch stated General Administrator Taekyung, thank you for his hard work. Taekyung replied he is glad to hear that he was able to be of help. A little later, as he handed a servant a letter and asked him to send this to the Manhwa clan, the servant agreed. As the servant left, Taekyung with an evil smile on his face, thought it was long 8 years, no it's about 10 years? Today will be the day he end his life of pretending to be from 2 different clans. And now, the patriarch will be able to use the business as an excuse to eat up the Green Mountain Yun clan's territory one by one. Lady Manhwa is impressive. She used herself to cloud the judgment of Yun well. Meanwhile 2 guards greeted him by saying good morning General Administrator. Taekyung replied it's a pleasant day, and he thought now the patriarch is one step closer to becoming the strongest in the world. How marvelous! Looking over together at the Manhwa clan gaining the world. That night, at Taekyung's house, Hojong stated that's Longjing tea? The scent is nice right? Where did he obtain something so precious? Taekyung laughed and replied he spent all the money he had saved up. He planned to give it to the patriarch. Hojong noted as expected. He knew he wasn't an ordinary man. While laughing, Taekyung said that's too much praise to a mere scholar. Hojong stated he jest. He is the one who controls the clan. And Taekyung exclaimed from now on, he planned to work alongside him. Hojong stated he has finally made his decision. Taekyung exclaimed he will be in his care. Hojong splashed the tea on the floor while saying he is looking forward to it. Meanwhile Taekyung questioned what is he doing. Hojong stated seeing their general administrator playing a big role in creating a clean future for the Yun clan. Right, then will he tell him? Where are they all hiding? The rest of his rat bastards. Taekyung asks what is he talking about, young master? Hojong crushes the teacup and states he is saying he is a spy. Taekyung replies a coward like him is a spy? That's not even possible. Hojong remarks it's said that when he is planting a spy, he must follow 3 rules. He must be in an inconspicuous place, with an inconspicuous position, and an inconspicuous personality. But he did the exact opposite. The boldness of managing the family finances as the general administrator right beside the patriarch of the clan. He wasn't an ordinary spy, but a special spy. Taekyung exclaims he don't know what this is, but it looks like there's been a huge misunderstanding. Hojong states a misunderstanding? No, he is certain. And he calls the name of beggar sect successor. And Duksang enters the room saying he didn't want to get involved in another clan's fight. But this wasn't just a simple response, this was a report sent to the Manhwa clan. He seemed to have written it in code. The beggars had quite a hard time decoding it. Taekyung thinks how can that be in their hands? Hojong states he should stop acting now. Do he want to leave of his own accord? Or do he want to be dragged out? Taekyung thinks he was in trouble. A little while later, 2 guards escort him to prison. One of the guards shouts he could never have expected it to be him. General Administrator, please talk to him. How can he do this after spending 10 years with the Yun clan? He dare try to make a fool of them with that shameless look on his face? The second guard comes around saying him to calm down, but the first guard exclaims how can he be calmed down while moving away? The second guard states, General Administrator, no spy, be prepared. He will not have an easy death. Meanwhile, Taekyung looks towards the prison window. A little while later, as he sits near the window while saying man who can hear, another person from outside prison window states man who can speak. The northern skies are great skies. Taekyung remarks great sky. Hearing that, the person throws the key inside. Then Taekyung picks up the key while thinking the hole should be on the lower left. As he inserts the key, a hidden passage opens up through which he leaves. Then one guard asks, Hey Nile, is there anything unusual? Nile replies no. Then the other guard asks, why is he here? He is not in charge of this area, is he? Nile replies he is here to relieve him of his shift. The guard states he was going to be fine. Nile remarks he starved all day and now he is famished. The guard exclaims he is too carefree. How is food a concern in this situation? Please read the atmosphere. Nile asks about it. The guard states the General Administrator was caught as a spy. Nile remarks the pathetic bastard's already been caught. The guard hands Nile money saying go and get some food. Seeing Nile leave, the guard remarks what an easygoing man. A little later, as Nile opens the door of the stable, he becomes confused as there is no one inside. He thinks when it's time for 4 of 10 to be fast asleep. Hojong states the food's gone cold. Should he buy him some food? There's some good places nearby. A place called the Goyangru. It's fine if he don't want to. If cold rice is fine with him, then that's fine too. However, Nile quickly throws the bowl towards Hojong to hit him, but he easily dodges it, and then he immediately breaks through the roof. He tries to run, but as he looks around on the rooftop, he finds himself surrounded by members of the Blue Operation Squad. Hojong states, Hey, you rat bastard. His contact friend who was in the stable has already been taken by the Blue Operation Squad, so come down immediately, don't test his patience. Meanwhile, the patriarch is cleaning his sword with a cloth, then he stands up and swings it to cut the side of the desk cleanly. On the other hand, Nile jumps down from the roof. And Nile asks who is he? Hojong notes he is a spy, and he don't even know the face of the first young master? Nile replies no way. He means to say a sheltered rookie like him has full knowledge of the infiltration, their contacts, and knows how to wield weapons? Hojong remarks. Had he known the circumstances he have endured, he wouldn't make such comments. Then Hojong stated, do he really have to endure the noise of these rodents at this time? Just kneel before him. Nile circulates his chi, surging forward to launch his attack with his palm. However, Hojong deftly dodges and deflects Nile's strikes. Nile, astonished, thinks he's deflecting his attacks, and he even knows about the poison on his fingertips. But as long as he can scratch him once, he attempts to attack again. But Hojong swiftly severs both of Nile's arms, causing him to scream in agony. With a stern tone, Hojong remarks, he wasn't even prepared to take his own life? What kind of self-confidence is this? Before swiftly killing Nile, Hojong declares their part is finished. Meanwhile, Taekyung, having escaped prison, flees from the Green Mountain Yun clan. Suddenly, he halts as he hears a voice ahead. It's none other than the Patriarch, accusing him of deception. Taekyung pleads, Patriarch, please let him go. The Patriarch, unmoved, replies he still address him as Patriarch, but he cannot grant his request. Taekyung protests, if his lord discovers his demise, chaos will engulf the Yun clan. To spare them from bloodshed, he must let him go. The Patriarch states that won't happen, because the spy, Nile, who infiltrated while pretending to be a prison sentry, and his contact who was at the stables, there is no one left to tell about his death. They were all disposed of. Taekyung inquires how did this happen. The Patriarch remarks, his son is quite capable. He underestimated Hojong. Taekyung thinks that inexperienced fool made the past 10 years futile. The Patriarch asks for his final words. Taekyung shouts, Yun Hojong, you son of a... But his words are cut off as the Patriarch beheads him. The Patriarch states, his filthy last words, he have heard enough. 5 days later, the heads of all the spies are showcased outside the Patriarch's mansion. Meanwhile, the Patriarch ponders Hojong's earlier statement. It's definitely the Myeong clan. The Myeong and Myeong clan joined forces? The Patriarch asks, why do he think that? Hojong replies he can't tell him as of now. In the present, Hojong trains with his new spear, reflecting. However, he is certain, those who seek to consume the Myeong clan training the death sword, the Myeong clan planting spies. Now it's their turn! He swings his spear with full force, causing a chi explosion. Late at night, As Hojong attempts to depart the clan with the successor of the beggar sect, someone rushes towards him from behind with great speed, attempting to attack. The attacker was none other than Jipyeong, the younger brother of Hojong. However, Hojong easily blocked his attack, causing Jipyeong to be pushed back. Duksang asked the second young master what he was doing. Jipyeong didn't respond and rushed forward again to attack, launching multiple attacks that Hojong blocked. He then attempted a thrust with his sword, which Hojong also dodged. In response, Hojong swung his spear at Jipyeong, but stopped before making contact. Jipyeong noticed the strength behind Hojong's attack and sighed, acknowledging that he could not defeat him. Hojong replied, acknowledging Jipyeong's skill as a swordsman, and expressing that if he let his guard down, Jipyeong would soon catch up to him. Jipyeong remarked that he felt the need to rush and chase after Hojong, as there was someone he believed he would lose to if he did not. He then asked if Hojong was leaving, to which Hojong confirmed. Jipyeong expressed his desire for Hojong to have said something before leaving, feeling that wanting to be together was his own selfishness. Hojong reassured him that he would return soon, questioning the point of the conversation. As Hojong departed, Jipyeong thought to himself that he would diligently chase after his brother, and Hojong acknowledging the path ahead as that of an Asura and vowing to never put his brother through that again. Jipyeong bid his brother farewell, bowing before him. As he watched his brother leave, Jipyeong thought to himself that he would diligently chase after him. At the mountain range near the Moang clan, Moang Gun, the patriarch of the Moang clan, was cultivating. His cultivation was interrupted by Manhwa, who remarked, "He will catch a cold practicing like that." Moang Gun replied, "The weather's good for the first time in a while." Manhwa handed him a report and said, "This is the report from the spies they planted in the Moang clan. It seems that the patriarch of the Moang clan succeeded in finding the martial arts of their ancestors." Moang Gun stated, "After digging up the martial art, he immediately buried the hundreds of workers." Patriarch of the Moang clan, how could you engage in such evil? What is the Yun clan's response to the business proposal? Manhwa noted, "They haven't replied yet." The patriarch of the Yun clan seems to be an overly cautious man, Moang Gun remarked. "He's a frustratingly great man. Isn't it the patriarch's job to be cautious?" Manhwa exclaimed, "Maybe that's why, but the spies haven't reported anything much, even though this is the fifth one." Moang Gun think fifth? Manhwa asked. "Could it be that they caught the spies?" Moang Gun replied, "No. If they only had one, that could be the case, but they planted 3. Besides, there's no way Taekyung would be discovered that easily." As he thought about the whole situation, a servant reported, "Patriarch, a large-scale information control has been imposed on the entire Jiangsu province where the Green Mountain Yun clan is." Moang Gun questioned, "The entire Jiangsu province?" The servant replied, "Yes. It's also expected that the connection between the Rough Wind Pavilion and the spies will be disrupted." Manhwa remarked, "It's at a scale that's far too large for it to be possible with only the strength of the Yun clan." "That means," Moang Gun stated, "he thinks the same thing, that someone is helping the Yun clan. An expert who is skilled at handling information at that." Manhwa thought, "An expert in information control. Could it be the beggars?" Meanwhile, a strong wind blows and scratches the face of Moang Gun, who remarks, "This is quite fun." He activates his lighting key, which surrounds his whole body, and swings his sword at the mountain behind him, splitting it in 2. As he leaves, while stating they will have to bury the Yun clan faster than they anticipated. 5 days later, at a pavilion in Hinam Shankyu, a servant observes Duksang and comments, "He is a glutton?" The others are shocked to hear the sound of Hojong's axe dropping to the floor. Hojong picks up the axe and tries to place it on a nearby wall. Meanwhile, one person remarks, "What kind of axe is as big as a person? He looks like a delicate young man, but his weapon looks brutal." Another person exclaims, "The person next to him is a beggar? Is he a person from the beggar's sect?" They're a combination that doesn't go well together. Hojong says he won't take any, so slow down. Duksang replies, "Let me be. He ran non-stop from Jiangsu to here. This is the first time in his 30 years of his beggar life that he has been this hungry." Hojong notes, "He is always hungry." Duksang retorts, "He rode a horse, but he ran with his 2 feet." Hojong states, "That's why he said to ride with him." Duksang asks, "Have you ever seen a beggar ride a horse?" Hojong remarks, "Eat as much as he wants. It's on him." Duksang thank him. During their conversation, all the people become confused. Upon finishing his meal, Duksang inquired, "So when is he going to tell him?" Hojong, puzzled, asked, "What is he talking about?" Duksang proceeded to explain that they were in the Hinam area, right next to the Moang clan, which is quite far from the Moang clan. He expressed his curiosity, asking, Just why did he come here? He is dying to know, Jong stated. For a very simple reason. Moyeong-gun inquired if the first young master of the Yun clan was in Hinam Shankyu. Servant confirmed that he was. Moyeong-gun then pondered the reason for his presence there. Duksang remarked that Moyeong-gun would likely have received news of their whereabouts by now, would be unaware of their purpose for being there. Additionally, Duksang noted that the spies had been eliminated and the beggars were now controlling information in Jiangsu province. Hojong noted, "That's right, but he didn't give him time to think since they moved so abnormally fast. He'll be quite anxious. He'll try and contact them at all costs to find out." Manhwa added, "They need to make contact for now." Moyeong-gun stated, "She is right. But something isn't clear." He pondered, "The Myeong clan occupy Hinam. Could it be that they found out about the alliance? No, even if they tortured the spies, they couldn't have found out. Neither Taekyung nor Nile has ever brought up the Myeong clan." Duksang asked so that they are waiting for someone from the Myeong clan to arrive. But Hojong replied that the Myeong clan would not come. He believed that Moyeong-gun would not take action unless he was absolutely certain, as he had always been steadfast in his decisions as the leader of the Murim. Hojong then stated that the Myeong clan would likely be the first to arrive. In the meantime, Moyeong-gun instructed to contact the Myeong clan immediately and to prevent any rash actions by the first young master of the Yun clan. He advised to send someone from the Myeong clan to investigate this situation promptly. 6 days later, Hojong was approached by someone who asked, "First young master of the Yun clan?" Hojong inquired, "Who is it?" The person, named Myeong-du, replied, "The Gyujimyeong clan has come. There's someone who wants to see him, so free up some time." Hojong stood up and said, "Of course, he will free up time, even if he has none." A little while later, in a nearby forest, Myeong-du pointed and said, "She's there." As Hojong moved towards her, Myeong-du remarked, "Look here, he should drop his weapon before he go." Hojong smiled at his remark, which angered Myeong-du, who exclaimed, "You bastard!" However, the assassin squad leader of the Gyujimyeong clan, Myeong-anji, intervened, saying, "Leave him be. That's an enormous axe." He heard that the main weapon of the Green Mountain Yun clan was the sword. "Isn't it heavy to carry that around?" Hojong placed the axe on the ground, and upon hearing the sound, she became quiet. Hojong inquired, "State her business." The woman asked, "Where's the beggar?" She kept looking for him but couldn't find him. Hojong replied, "He doesn't know." "So what business does she have?" The woman remarked, "Don't be too hasty, little brother. The night's long, so let's calmly talk." Hojong asked, "Does she not understand what he is saying? Then he will speak instead." "There was a spy who's been hiding in his clan for the past 10 years. The woman inquired, "What is he talking about all of a sudden?" Hojong continued by saying, "It caused him a lot of pain, having to weed out all the spies and sort everything out. Really, both him and his father diligently ran around, and there were jackals who had joined forces with that stupid clan to try and devour his clan." The woman stated, "Spies? Jackals? She doesn't know what he is talking about." Hojong noted, "It's funny if she think about it, because the bastards who are most desperate are the Moyeong clan. But she came first? It's almost as if she received a request to capture him. She thought to herself, could this bastard have used himself as bait to lure them in?" Hojong declared that he was going to kill them all anyway, but demanded an answer. Were they the jackals he was looking for? She sighed and admitted that they were indeed the assassin squad, ordered to meet him and find out his plans, even by force if necessary. She had wanted to handle the situation gently, but since he already knew everything, there was no point in trying to deceive him. She ordered his squad to make him kneel. As Myeong-du prepared to attack, Hojong swiftly moved behind him and delivered a strike that made Myeong-du vomit blood and pushed him forward. Seeing Myeong-anji rushing towards him, and she used the technique to grab him and prevent him from falling, Hojong rushed between the squad and struck the ground with his axe, causing a disturbance in their vision. She wondered what has happened, noticing blood on her cheek. She immediately focusing her ki in her eyes to locate him. Feeling murderous intent behind her, she ordered her squad to attack while pointing north. The squad members rushed towards Hojong from all directions, but instead of injuring him, their weapons broke and they were all get injured. She closely observed Hojong, and wondered what was enveloping around his body, a black tortoise, a divine beast, or a spirit. Hojong warned that if they tried to run, he would cut their legs, demanding that they kneel before him, while another squad of assassins from the Gyujimyeong clan surveyed the area, employing sound transmission to talk with one another. One of them reported back that there is no issues here, so they are retreating. They were unexpectedly ambushed from behind. 2 squad members were struck and rendered unconscious. The person that struck them was from the beggars sect. The beggars group immediately surrounded the assassin squad. Duksang remarked Yun Hojong, "It's just as he said." How did he predict this so perfectly? A member of the assassin squad exclaimed, "Is he the successor of the beggars?" Duksang noted, honestly, he was a bit doubtful. He recalled what Hojong had said to him earlier, that 2 clans were working together to bury their clan. He had thought at that time that only those from the unorthodox factions would do such things. Back to the present, Duksang noted, but they recognized him in an instant? As expected, even though they are of the orthodox faction, they are doing such things. Strongest clan in the world, my ass. Throw away that title and throw away their testicles while they are at it. You fucking bastards. He ordered his subordinates to attack them. On the other hand, Hojong swiftly killed those who attacked him, killing them with a single swing of his axe. Witnessing this, Myeongdu shouted, "His subordinates are dying," and rushed towards Hojong, yelling he will rip him to death. Despite Myeonganji's attempt to stop him, he did not listen. As Myeongdu approached Hojong and attempted to strike him, Hojong moved with great speed, slicing him in 2 and killing him instantly. Shocked and enraged, she clenched her fist tightly. The individual behind her reported using sound transmission, saying, "Dark 7, they have lost contact with the 5 men who went to scout. Let's go back to the branch." She did not back down, even when he asked what she was trying to do. She stated, if nothing else, she will subdue him, even if she must use the secret arts. Both of them then ran away from Hojong. Observing her, Hojong remarked, "Forest where long weapons are at a disadvantage. She is using her head," assassin squad leader of the Gyujimyeon clan. Shortly after fleeing from Hojong, the individual arrived at the location where they had lost contact with their scouts. Upon discovering all of them tied to trees with ropes, he was taken aback. Approaching one of the scouts, he urgently inquired, "What happened? Who did this to them?" The scout simply replied, "B." Perplexed by the response, he pressed for clarification, asking, "What do you mean by B?" Meanwhile, Duksang emerged from behind with a stick and swiftly struck him on the head, causing him to collapse unconscious to the ground. Duksang declared, "They are cleaners of the streets," and instructed his subordinate to restrain the fallen individual as well. As the subordinate moved to comply, Duksang contemplated the situation, recognizing the need for more evidence before taking further action. He acknowledged the involvement of the Gyujimyeon clan as the opponent, emphasizing the importance of avoiding reckless actions that could incite public backlash against the Yun clan or the beggars sect. Planning to revisit the situation after young Master Yun captured the final person, Duksang maintained a professional and strategic approach to the unfolding events. In that moment, he detected Hojong's hostile intentions. Channeling his inner energy, he swiftly cleared a path with his stick and utilized the 10,000 village autumn gust technique to approach Hojong, stating, he instructed him to apprehend them alive, not to kill them. Meanwhile, Hojong ventured into the thick forest, trailing Myeonganji, the leader of the Gyujimyeon clan's assassin squad, which taking cover behind a tree, he employed the 4 guardian gods technique to shield himself from potential ambushes. Contemplating the situation, she pondered, what is that peculiar sound? Is he harnessing some kind of monstrous power within him? It seems formidable, akin to the martial arts of the main clan. Her musings were abruptly interrupted as Hojong caught sight of her and launched an offensive. She swiftly evading his strike, but he stated, "Is that all she has got?" In response, she executed a calculated attack that narrowly missed Hojong but captured his attention. She asserted he has no reason to boast. He is not the only one hiding secret martial arts. During the ongoing skirmish between Hojong and Myeonganji, it was apparent that she held the advantage in the forest, limiting Hojong's ability to effectively use his axe. As she landed a powerful blow on Hojong, he displayed signs of severe pain and spat out blood. Hojong recognized the martial art technique being used against him, which had previously been successful in breaking down the clan plaque and withstanding the attacks of the Iron Wall squad. He acknowledged the opponent's formidable strength and skill in combat. He pondered, is this what his clan suffered? As he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Observing his condition, she remarked, "It looks like he is ready to come with them now." Meanwhile, he continued to reflect on the hardships his father and Jipyong endured. Despite her threat to break his arms and legs, he skillfully evaded her attack with a surge of his ki. Seizing her by the head, he forcefully slammed her to the ground. As he swung his axe at her, she effortlessly blocked it, explaining, "That's futile. This is the clan's secret art. A foolish axe attack like that won't work." but he continuing his assault, Hojong relentlessly struck the woman with one axe blow after another. Soon she found herself struggling to fend off his relentless attacks, pleading for him to cease. Hojong coldly remarked, "Your people didn't stop." Just as the tension peaked, Duksang intervened, attempting to halt Hojong's rampage. Ignoring Duksang's efforts, Hojong continued to swing his axe furiously, declaring, "Your people didn't stop." As the dust settled, Duksang anxiously inquired, "Is she dead?" Hojong, calmly picking up his axe, replied, "Of course not, she is alive." Duksang closely examined her, noting that at least 5 or 6 of her ribs appeared to have been crushed. He pondered the Hojong is too toxic, considering that they attempted to destruction his clan, but it's too extreme. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a beggar who inquired about the arrival of food for the group. Duksang sternly instructed the beggar to fetch a doctor instead of discussing food. Turning to Hojong, he emphasized the importance of gathering evidence to prove any potential plotting against the Yun clan. He questioned whether his plan was simply to eliminate all who opposed him. Hojong expressed his apologies and inquired about Duksang's thoughts on the matter. Duksang inquired, "What is he talking about?" To which Hojong mentioned that he talking about evidence. "You captured an entire intelligence squad from the Mayon clan." Duksang stated that more concrete evidence is needed, as simply interrogating the captured individuals may not be enough if the Mayon clan denies involvement. He emphasized the need for time to fully assess the extent of the Mayon clan's activities, suggesting that a squad of similar size may be hidden in Jiangsu as well. When asked about the timeline for the investigation, Duksang estimated that it would take approximately 1 month, even with assistance from the Dragon Head Union leader. Hojong considers the current situation to be too late and questions if there is a faster yet reliable alternative. He then inquires about the difficulty of taking down either the Gyujimiang or the Moang clan. Duksang responds by likening the question to comparing the strength of a tiger and a lion, stating that the Moang clan would be the harder opponent. When asked why, Duksang explains that it is due to their prestigious history and the perception of them in the world. Hojong agreed with him and believed that the Gyujimiang clan's history spans approximately 100 years, making it incomparable to the Moang clan. Due to the Gyujimiang clan's excessive expansion of influence, the public views them unfavorably. Hojong has not yet made contact with Moang Yua. In order to effectively combat the 3 cults in the future, assistance from Moang Gun's brothers will be necessary. Engaging with both clans at this time would not be advantageous. Hojong then mentioned the ancient saying that the enemy of his enemy is a friend, suggesting the possibility of feigning insanity to establish a friendly relationship with a powerful ally like the lion. The following day, at the patriarch mansion of the Moang clan, a servant entered Moang Gun's room and informed him that a letter had arrived from the Beggars' Union. Moang Gun, surprised by the news, requested the servant to hand over the letter immediately. Meanwhile, Jianhua speculated that the Beggars' Union was assisting the Yun clan, as expected. As Moang Gun read the letter, his lightning ki surged out of his body, prompting Jianhua to question what was written in the letter that triggered such a reaction. Moang Gun handed her the letter and instructed her to read it, stating that it was sent by a brat named Yun Hojong. She inquired if he was referring to the first young master of the Yun clan. Moang Gun smiled and confirmed that it was indeed the elder son of patriarch of the Yun clan, which he found impressive. He jokingly asked when he had managed to raise such a monster with his seemingly dull appearance. As she carefully read the letter, she was taken aback by its contents, which suggested that they should come to Hunan together to bury the Mayon clan.
Moang Gun read a letter from Hojong. In the letter, Hojong thanked Moang for the gift he received, which also included advance notice of Moang's intention to destroy his clan. Hojong sarcastically appreciated the gift from the Gyujimiang clan's intelligence organization, saying it relieved his stress. He acknowledged that Moang was curious about his thoughts and promised to share them. However, he first asked Moang if the goal was to become the Murim alliance leader, implying that Moang aimed to destroy both his clan and the Mayon clan. Moang Gun read the letter and thought about his lifelong goal and dream of becoming the Murim alliance leader. He was surprised that a young man could see through his ambitions so clearly. He continued reading Hojong's letter, where Hojong expressed genuine admiration for Moang's ambition, stating that he also would use any means to achieve his goals. Hojong declared his intent to strike the Gyujimiang clan, differentiating between Moang's cute gifts and the true sharp knives. He recognized that Moang also had a secret plan to deal a fatal blow to the Gyujamyeong clan and proposed they unite to bury the Myeong clan together. Hojong acknowledged that a single letter couldn't establish trust, suggesting a face-to-face meeting to conspire together. He emphasized the urgency of their decision, trusting that Moyang's renowned wisdom and strategy would recognize the importance of acting quickly. Hojong concluded by saying he would continue to act aggressively in the meantime. Yeonhwa questions whether a letter could be a trap. Myeonggun responds that it likely isn't, suggesting that the writing style reflects the author's personality. He believes the person would confront challenges directly and with pride rather than through deceit. This indicates confidence in their abilities, implying that they wouldn't be overly concerned if the proposal fails. Yeonhwa acknowledges this perspective. Myeonggun then remarks on the letter's unusual nature, noting that it contains both praise and criticism, shifting between respect and disparagement. He expresses surprise at how a single letter could evoke such a strong reaction, despite his extensive experience with various trials and tribulations. Myeonggun speculates that the letter might be part of a plan to destroy the Myeong clan, finding the situation thrilling. He turns to Yeonhwa for her opinion, but Yeonhwa responds that he seems to have already made up his mind, suggesting he proceed since he is clearly focused on Hanam. Myeonggun agrees, noting that Hanam is conveniently located for a short trip. Meanwhile, Hojong and Doiksang are navigating a crowded market. A shopkeeper advertises rice balls as cheap, prompting Doiksang to ask the price. The shopkeeper responds that they cost 9 each. Doiksang buys all the rice balls and tells the shopkeeper to keep the change. The shopkeeper, initially worried that the price might provoke violence, is relieved by Doiksang's generosity. Doiksang expresses concern about their situation, questioning whether it's wise to be leisurely shopping when they might face stronger adversaries sent by the Myeong clan. He warns that they could encounter elite combat specialists rather than the less capable assassins they faced before. Doiksang is worried about what will happen if Myeonggun, a formidable opponent, arrives, and questions what they will do if he doesn't. Hojong responds that worrying doesn't solve problems. When Doiksang asks if Hojong can handle everything, Hojong confidently says he will manage and that it's beneficial. He explains that his martial arts are still developing and that encountering masters will help him improve. Hojong also mentions he should begin preparing to awaken the next guardian god. Doiksang expresses confusion about Hojong's strong resolve, questioning how he can be so determined on his own. Hearing this, Hojong reflects on his past, recalling his younger brother and father, and acknowledges the presence of adults he can rely on. He remembers his time as the Dark Emperor, where he had comrades but no family, and feels comforted by having a place to return to. He reassures Doiksang that he is not alone. Doiksang finds Hojong's behavior unsettling and accuses him of being creepy. Hojong clarifies that their relationship is strictly professional. Doiksang responds with a light-hearted comment, expressing that once their tasks are complete, Hojong should treat him to a substantial meal, noting that their previous meal was insufficient. Hojong instructs Doiksang to ensure the assassins are well managed. Doiksang assures him that he is reliable and will handle things as needed. Hojong then mentions that there are 6 assassins involved. Doiksang warns that there may be more and advises Hojong to take care of himself before they part ways. Hojong moves out of the crowd and arrives at a bamboo forest. He finds a rock to sit on and begins to eat a rice ball. However, his meal is interrupted when an arrow is shot at the rice ball, ruining his food. Frustrated, Hojong stands up and laments his inability to enjoy a meal in peace. At that moment, the leader of the assassins steps forward and asks if he is Yin Hojong. He confirms his identity, stating that he is the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yin clan. The leader acknowledges this and confirms that he has come to the right place. The leader of the assassins, Myeong Chizun, expresses admiration for Hojong's swordsmanship, noting that he has never encountered anyone with such skill. He introduces himself as a member of the Pure White Army. Hojong responds with surprise, stating that he has never heard of the Pure White Army and questions whether it is different from the group of thugs he previously encountered. Chizun reacts with surprise, asking if Myung-onji failed to mention the name of her unit. Ho-jung laughs off the mention of thugs, recalling that he dispatched them effortlessly with his axe, as if it were on fire. This provokes the assassins, who become angry and prepare to attack Ho-jung. However, Chizun unexpectedly apologizes for sending his inexperienced niece to confront Ho-jung, acknowledging the mistake and showing respect. Ho-jung acknowledges that the encounter was a worthwhile challenge, and notes that Chizun seems different from what he initially expected. He anticipated Chizun would lose his composure and attack recklessly, but Chizun appears disciplined and skilled, unlike the previous opponents. Chizun then asks if Myung-onji used any secret techniques against Ho-jung. Quando Ho-jung confirms that she did, Chizun inquires if Ho-jung was able to defeat her despite this. Ho-jung responds that the situation was critical and the outcome was as evident. Chizun explains that he does not rely on secret techniques, despite the patriarch's belief in them. He emphasizes that a warrior's strength and ki come from rigorous training and refinement, not merely from lineage or secret techniques. Since Ho-jung has witnessed their clan's secret techniques, Chizun states that he cannot allow him to live, drawing his sword in preparation for combat. Ho-jung adopts a fighting stance and tells Chizun that he considers him the strongest opponent he has faced so far. He adds that he intends to use this fight as an opportunity for his own growth. Chizun, amused, agrees and launches an attack with remarkable speed, which Ho-jung blocks with his spear. The force of the attack makes Ho-jung's hand tremble, revealing Chizun's immense strength. As Ho-jung struggles to defend himself, an assassin shoots an arrow at him, but he manages to dodge it. Throughout their fight, Chizun ensures that the assassins do not interfere. Chizun gains the upper hand, consistently blocking Ho-jung's attacks and pushing him back with each strike. Despite being on the defensive, Ho-jung remains determined and thinks that if the fight continues, he might be able to draw out the White Tiger, a powerful technique. As Ho-jung and Chizun continue their fight, Kanglim instructs the assassins to attack Ho-jung. The assassins respond that they were specifically told by Lord Myung-chizun not to interfere. Kanglim insists, explaining that Ho-jung's ki has been expanding rapidly, indicating he is about to unleash something significant. Meanwhile, Ho-jung concentrates on controlling his breathing, focusing on his inhales and exhales. Chizun notices Ho-jung's labored breathing and decides to wait until Ho-jung is ready to continue, showing a level of respect and patience for his opponent's preparation. To Chizun's surprise, the assassin squad disregards his orders and rushes towards Ho-jung. One assassin fires an arrow at Ho-jung, who catches it and throws it back with great force, striking the assassin in the head. Ho-jung, enraged by the earlier incident involving his rice balls, takes this as a form of vengeance. A second assassin approaches and attacks with a sword, but Ho-jung leaps into the air to dodge the blow and kicks the assassin with enough force to break the ground. Before the dust settles, a third assassin attacks with a spear, which Ho-jung also defeats. The fourth assassin uses a dagger to attack Ho-jung. While Ho-jung manages to block or dodge most of the attack, he is injured by a partial hit from the dagger. As Ho-jung lands on the ground, he reflects that the current challenge is insufficient. Chizun, observing the situation, questions Kanglim about the interference, expressing his surprise and frustration at the disruption. Kanglim starts to explain to his uncle Chizun, but Chizun interrupts, asserting that the battlefield belongs to him and questioning whether it's appropriate for Kanglim, even as a direct descendant, to interfere in a collateral's fight. Kanglim responds by asking why Chizun is making this a clan issue. Meanwhile, Ho-jung contemplates the difference between breathing techniques and his own approach. He reflects that while emitting dark energy might be akin to a breathing technique, maximizing the amount of ki inhaled and circulating vital energy throughout his body is what activates his White Tiger technique. Chizun tells Kanglim that his obsession with secret techniques is clouding his understanding. Kanglin then asks if they are going to argue about secret techniques in the midst of the fight. Chizun counters by stating that one should not rely solely on secret techniques, referencing the principles of their Gyujimyong clan. Chizun, noticing an incoming attack, quickly pushes Kanglin out of the way and turns to slice a boulder that was about to hit him. As he does this, Hojong, who was positioned behind the boulder, prepares to attack. To Hojong's surprise, Chizun thrusts his sword, causing Hojong to drop his spear and grab onto Chizun's sword. At this moment, Kanglin orders the remaining assassins to attack Hojong from all directions. As the assassins close in on him, Hojong grinds his teeth and begins absorbing ki from the surroundings. Seeing this, Chizun shouts for everyone to retreat from Hojong, but it is too late. Hojong's absorbed ki manifests as a massive white tiger, accompanied by a powerful roar. The roar of the white tiger from Hojong causes the assassins to tremble and fall to the ground. Chizun observes this and recognizes it as a true display of martial arts skill. Hojong relishes the sensation of the wind rushing on him, feeling a powerful connection with the guardian god of the western heaven, the white tiger. Kanglin, still on the ground, remarks on the monstrous nature of Hojong's martial arts. Meanwhile, Chizun, determined to confront Hojong, rushes towards him despite his frustration over the martial arts discussion. To Chizun's surprise, Hojong appears behind him and strikes with his spear. Chizun attempts to block the attack with his sword, but the sword shatters, and he is pushed backward. Shocked by the immense strength, Chizun questions the source of Hojong's power. Hojong charges at Chizun, who realizes that hesitation could lead to his death. He grabs a sword from the ground and assumes a defensive stance. The assassins try to intercept Hojong but are easily defeated. Hojong then unleashes 9 gale slashes of the white tiger towards Chizun. Seeing Hojong's attack, Kanglin warns his uncle, Chizun, to dodge. However, Chizun, determined, presses forward and continues to fight Hojong. Despite his efforts, Chizun's sword eventually breaks. Furious, Chizun renews his attack, but Hojong defends effortlessly and counters with a full-force assault. This causes explosions of ki and raises a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, Kanglin finds Chizun's lifeless body beneath Hojong's spear. Hojong removes his spear and reflects on Chizun's strength, noting that his swordsmanship almost reminded him of his father. Turning to Kanglin, Hojong asserts that Chizun was a far superior individual compared to Kanglin, a collateral member of the Murim clan. Using the white tiger technique, Hojong tells Kanglin to quietly serve as a messenger to his father. At the Murim clan, Myung-chun, distressed, questions his son Kanglin about the circumstances of his injuries. The doctor reports that while the immediate crisis has passed, Kanglin is in severe shock and will require around 3 months and 10 days to recover. Myung-chun, frustrated, throws the doctor against the wall. He then picks up Kanglin and demands to know if this is the work of the Dam Master Manipulator, insisting Kanglin answer. Trembling, Kanglin attributes his condition to the teachings of the tiger ancestors. Myung-chun, puzzled by the mention of the tiger, wonders if the individual responsible is truly a significant threat. He then asks about Chizun's whereabouts and what led to Kanglin's current state. He is informed that Chizun is dead, along with the warriors and female assassins who accompanied him. Realizing the implications, Myung-chun concludes that Yin Hojong, who defeated Chizun, possesses martial arts skills and strength surpassing even Chizun's. The person confirms this assessment, suggesting Hojong is indeed a formidable adversary. Myung-chun reflects that Chizun was one of the top 10 skilled individuals even among the collateral branches, and he realizes that the saying like father, like son does not hold true in this case. He orders the release of the blue wolf. Surprised, the person asks if Myung-chun is certain, noting that there will be public scrutiny. Myung-chun responds that given Kanglin's severe condition, reputation is irrelevant. He also points out that they are unsure of the fate of his daughter, Onji. He asserts that to deal with a dangerous opponent like Yin Hojong, It's best to unleash a formidable force like the Blue Wolf. The person agrees to follow the command. Later, he moves to a secure building, unlocks it, and enters, addressing the ferocious Blue Wolf inside. As the Blue Wolf's eyes glare at him from all directions, he instructs the team to step up their efforts. Ho-jong is meditating in a forest, focusing on maintaining balance with the tortoise and clearing away dark energies through a breathing technique. He then works on restoring his ki using the white tiger's energy. The white tiger's energy is intense and demanding, requiring well-trained muscles, ligaments, and joints to control it effectively. Ho-jong feels that his rigorous training has finally paid off, as the energy now seems to align better with his body. Realizing he's alone, he decides to test his new abilities. He moves forward using the White Tiger stance and performs an attack known as the White Tiger's Dominion. After evaluating the power of his attack, Ho-jong wonders if it's still insufficient despite his efforts. He considers pushing himself to the extreme, but decides to eat first. Later, as he enjoys a meal and drink at a restaurant, he feels rejuvenated. At that moment, a girl taps his cup with him and introduces herself, saying she's also alone and would like to join him. She notes that she likes outsiders and asks if he's from around there. The girl asks Ho-jong what he thinks and offers to introduce him to charming places in Hunnam. Ho-jong invites her to sit, and she chooses to sit on his lap, commenting on his unfamiliar but attractive face and asking where he's been. Ho-jong explains he's been in the mountains for about 8 days. She finds this amusing and introduces herself as Nangpo. She then asks if she can call him young Master Yin. Ho-jong agrees, saying she can call him that as much as she likes. Nangpo comments on Ho-jong's impressive acts, marveling at how he wields such a large weapon with his slender physique. Ho-jong laughs and retorts that her attempts at flattery are obvious and that her bloodthirsty demeanor is off-putting. Nangpo realizes her cover has been blown, turns to leave, and remarks that her usual tactics didn't work this time. Ho-jong tells her that her approach was poor and that she should have hidden the poison better. Nangpo acknowledges the suggestion, but Ho-jong dismisses it, asserting that her plans are futile because he intends to deal with her and her clan himself. Nangpo responds to Ho-jong's threat by asserting that he doesn't truly know her or her group, hinting at their formidable nature. She points out that everyone who has encountered her group has died, and she questions if Ho-jong is familiar with the Hyongsan Swordmaster, the last member of the Hyongsan faction. Nangpo brags that it only took 5 members of their Blue Wolf squad to capture him, dismissing the Swordmaster's reputation as overrated. Ho-jong is surprised by the ease with which they handled such a reputed master and asks how many members of her squad are present this time. Nangpo boasts that all 70 members of the Blue Wolf group are present and claims that even the 13 seats of Divine Heaven would struggle against them. She suggests their prowess is so great that they could defeat the most powerful figures in the martial world and display their severed limbs. However, Ho-jong interrupts, dismissing her claims as nonsense. He explains that the 13 seats of Divine Heaven, which include the 10 Divine Emperors and the 3 Lords, are superhumans capable of shaking the martial world. Ho-jong argues that even if the Blue Wolf group had 700 members, they would still be no match for his father alone. Nangpo, intrigued by Ho-jong's confidence, expresses excitement at the idea of capturing both him and his father as a souvenir. She laughs, enjoying the challenge of being underestimated, and predicts that overconfident people like Ho-jong often meet an early end. As she leaves, she tells him she'll see him the next day. All the tables and patrons on Ho-jong clear out with Nangpo. Ho-jong, observing this, realizes there are indeed 70 of them. He then senses another significant presence and recognizes it as the patriarch of the Moyeong clan, Moyeong-gun, and his daughter arriving. Moyeong-gun, a powerful figure known as the Sword God and a comrade in arms from past conflicts, is both an ally and an adversary. Ho-jong considers what message to send and decides on what message to relay. At port, Yonwang, Moyeong-gun reviews a spy report and sighs, expressing disappointment that their trip to Hanam seems to have been in vain. Yonhwa asks for clarification, and Moyongun explains that the patriarch of the Myong clan is attempting to capture Yin Hojong and has deployed the Blue Wolf Squad for this purpose. Yonhwa is shocked, recognizing the Blue Wolf Squad as a notorious group known for their brutality. They would go to extreme lengths, such as poisoning wells or burning villages, to capture their target. There was even a case where they gruesomely tore apart a child in front of people to capture a Hyungsan faction member known for his strong sense of justice. Myongun remarks that dealing with the current situation is more about mental strength than skill, suggesting that a young man like Yin Hojong, who is still rising to prominence, may struggle with it. At that moment, a beggar approaches Myongun asking for a donation. Myongun gives him some money, and the beggar, as he walks away, informs Myongun that young Master Yin has requested a meeting the following day and will be preparing beforehand. Myongun laughs at this and comments to Yonhwa that Hanam is indeed an interesting place, implying that it's a place of significant challenges. After a night's rest, Hojong wakes up early, checks his weapon, and feels prepared. He opens the window and throws a dagger, killing a Blue Wolf Squad member immediately. The other members are confused by the sudden attack, and Hojong declares that it's time to begin his cleaning process. Meanwhile, at the market, a man named Mr. Zhong is loudly advertising his goods, proclaiming, "It's cheap." Another shopkeeper questions Mr. Zhong, suggesting that he might be selling his items too cheaply. Mr. Zhong replies enthusiastically, encouraging people to come and see the great deals, including a huge crab as big as a 6-year-old child for a very low price. Just as he is about to reveal the price, a dagger pierces his head, killing him instantly. Another member of the Blue Wolf Squad, hidden in the crowd, prepares to retaliate, but he too is quickly killed by daggers. These daggers are thrown by Hojong, who moves with incredible speed, systematically eliminating Blue Wolf members who are hiding among the public. While the public is confused and panicking over the sudden collapse of people, wondering what is happening, Hojong realizes there are more enemies than he initially thought. Determined to speed things up, he accelerates his pace and begins systematically killing the remaining members of the Blue Wolf Squad. After a short while, having eliminated all the Blue Wolf members in the area, Hojong assesses the situation and senses that the place with the strongest murderous intent is still nearby. Convinced that there are more enemies, he moves towards that location with increased speed, employing the White Tiger's Dominion technique. As Hojong moves towards the location with the strongest murderous intent, he is attacked by a Blue Wolf member wielding a spear. Hojong blocks the spear with his axe and then kicks it back, killing the attacker as the spear strikes his head. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks comes from above the mountain. Hojong dodges with remarkable speed and begins punching the mountain while continuing to evade the onslaught. After delivering 10 powerful punches, he stops and turns to face the remaining Blue Wolf members, declaring that everything needing to be cleaned up is concentrated in one place. Nangpo, the leader of the Blue Wolf group, confronts Hojong, asking aggressively, "What the hell is he?" Hojong responds calmly, reminding Nangpo that they had already introduced themselves the previous day. Nangpo dismisses Hojong's calm demeanor, marking his apparent lack of worldly experience. Hojong challenges Nangpo to fight, indicating he needs to finish the confrontation before sunrise. Smiling, Nangpo orders his members to use poison. A cloud of poison envelops Hojong, while the Blue Wolf members protect themselves with cloths. Nangpo shouts, calling Hojong a fool and predicting that the poison will soon choke him. He boasts that even if Hojong escapes the smoke, he will be stabbed to death, emphasizing their role as hunters. Nangpo's laughter was interrupted by Hojong, who declared that the hunt had started. Using his White Tiger technique, Hojong directed poison smoke towards the Blue Wolf members, causing them to cough uncontrollably. Nangpo, hiding behind a Blue Wolf member, initially confused by the gust of wind, was shocked to see a White Tiger manifest from Hojong's ki. Hojong taunted Nangpo, dismissing her previous arrogance and attacking the mountain where the Blue Wolf group was located. The attack caused the mountain to collapse, triggering a landslide. Nangpo attempted to escape, but was caught in the landslide and buried under rocks, realizing that Hojong's power might involve void penetration technique similar to what he used earlier on the rock. Late at night, Myung-gun and his daughter Yeonwoo were about to retire to their rooms when a servant approached and asked if Myung-gun would like to go to bed. Yeonwoo added that it was getting late. Myung-gun acknowledged the time and they started heading towards their rooms. At that moment, they smelled a strong odor of blood and noticed Hojong arriving. Hojong moved towards the table, and both Myung-gun and Yeonwoo returned to the table. Myung-gun lit a candle using his key and commented that he had been concerned that Hojong might not show up. Hojong placed his axe aside as he approached the table where Myung-gun and Yeonwoo were seated. Myung-gun, noting Hojong's presence, asked if he was indeed the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yin clan, as rumored. Hojong confirmed his identity, introducing himself as Yi and Hojong. Myung-gun responded with a courteous introduction, stating he was the patriarch of the Moyang clan. After their formal greetings, they sat around the table. Myung-gun remarked on Hojong's lateness, to which Hojong explained that the cleaning process had been challenging. Myung-gun then inquired if Hojong had managed to eliminate all of the Blue Wolf squad. Hojong replied that he had not. Myung-gun expressed skepticism about Hojong's earlier claims, questioning if his talk of wiping out the Blue Wolf squad was merely boastful. He noted that there are appropriate times for pride and times when it is not warranted. Hojong interrupted, detailing the outcome of his efforts. 61 members of the Blue Wolf squad had been either buried or killed, 6 had been dismembered beyond recognition, and he had captured 2 survivors, each with one arm severed, whom he sent to the Gyujimyong clan. Myung-gun was astonished by the rapid and thorough elimination of the Blue Wolf squad, reflecting on how Hojong had achieved this in just half a day. Hojong, reflecting on the aftermath of his actions, asked if the Gyujimyong clan patriarch's reaction to the mutilated Blue Wolf squad members was striking. Internally, Hojong was unsettled by Myung-gun, whom he now recognized as the person responsible for his death. Despite Myung-gun's lack of awareness about Hojong's true identity, Hojong was well acquainted with him due to his past experiences. Myung-gun then criticized Hojong's actions, stating that they were a grave mistake. Hojong questioned why his actions were considered a mistake. Myung-gun explained that the Blue Wolf squad was a significant threat even to the Gyujimyong clan. By completely destroying them and sending their remains to the Gyujimyong clan, Hojong had ensured that the Gyujimyong clan would have no choice but to respond aggressively. This made it impossible to keep things discreet. Myung-gun then questioned if the current situation was sufficient to resolve the underlying conflict that led to their meeting. When Hojong inquired if Myung-gun was suggesting withdrawing, Myung-gun replied that he enjoyed the confrontation but proposed that they act as if they had never met. Hojong thought to himself that Myung-gun never seemed to face setbacks and was always calculating his moves meticulously. Hojong then commented on Myung-gun's ambition, suggesting that becoming the leader of the Murim alliance and ruling the greatest clan under heaven must be his lifelong dream. Myung-gun expressed surprise at how accurately Hojong had perceived his ambitions, questioning how Hojong knew so much. Hojong responded with a laugh, explaining that the desire to lead the Murim alliance and be the top clan was a common aspiration for those deeply involved in martial arts, particularly for the patriarch of one of the 7 great clans. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo observed that Hojong responded to Myung-gun's questions with a smooth, almost serpentine eloquence. However, Yeonwoo noticed a moment of complex emotion in Hojong's demeanor, possibly a mix of wistfulness and anger, as if he was facing an old, unfortunate fate. Hojong then mentioned that if Myung-gun decided to end their current plans, his only option would be to rampage alone. Myung-gun laughed at this, remarking on the recklessness of youth in the face of the powerful Gyujimyong clan. In response, Hojong declared that he would also strike against the Moyang clan with his own hands, in addition to targeting the Gyujimyong clan. Moyang questioned whether Hojong really planned to challenge him, the patriarch, all by himself. Hojong clarified that he wasn't alone. The beggars sect was also involved. He explained that Moyang would have to contend with the rumors they spread, which alleged that Moyang had spies in the other 6 great clans, was trying to take over their businesses, and was plotting to annihilate them from behind the scenes. Hojong pointed out that while he only risked his own life, Moyang faced the threat of losing his cherished dream. The 9 great sects and the other 6 great families would closely watch the Moyang clan. He asked Moyang to choose between allying with him or facing hostility from both the Green Mountain Yin clan and the Beggars sect. Moyang, impressed by Hojong's insight and perspective at such a young age, laughed and admitted defeat, acknowledging Hojong's remarkable abilities. Yeonwha observed that it was the first time she had seen her father laugh so heartily. Moyang enthusiastically proposed taking action against the noble family. Hojong agreed to the plan and added that he was also considering involving the Shaolin sect. Yeonwha supported the idea, noting that the Shaolin sect's prestige, combined with their location, in Hanam like the Gyujimyong clan, would prevent the Gyujimyong clan from daring to oppose them. Moyang suggested adding another step to their plan, convening a temporary martial alliance. He explained that this would involve declaring the Gyujimyong clan as a public enemy, isolating them, and ultimately wiping them out. Hojong was surprised by this proposal, and Moyang emphasized the gravity of the action, indicating that it would unite other martial forces against the Gyujimyong clan. Hojong smiled, acknowledging Moyang's suggestion as a decisive move. Moyang appreciated the compliment, stating it was easy to converse with someone smart. Hojong then inquired whether Moyang had spies not just in the Green Mountain Yin clan, but also in the Gyujimyong clan. Moyang confirmed that spies were sent to multiple places, not just one, and noted that Hojong had guessed correctly. Moyang laughed and confirmed Hojong's correct guess. Hojong then stood up to leave, and Moyang acknowledged the difficulties Hojong faced battling the Blue Wolf squad, advising him to rest. As Hojong was about to leave, Moyang poured himself a drink and told Hojong not to die, warning that his death would reduce the meeting to just a casual outing. Hojong reassured him, saying that even if he was struck by the Tang clan's needles, he would manage to survive. Moyang laughed off Hojong's comment about surviving even if hit by the Tang clan's needles, finding it absurd. Hojong decided to leave, internally noting that it would soon be Moyang's turn to face challenges. As Hojong exited the room, Moyang reflected on Hojong's earlier challenge about choosing between his life and the patriarch's dream. He then turned to Yeonwha and asked for her opinion on Yi and Hojong. Yeonwha described Yi and Hojong as arrogant, noting that this was her impression upon first meeting him. While she acknowledged his martial arts skills and courage, she questioned whether the Gyujimyong clan could be toppled by mere bravado. To her, he appeared to be a young man recklessly trying to leverage his father's influence with unrealistic claims. Moyang responded by pointing out that Yeonwha's assessment was harsh, considering Hojong could have been her husband. He agreed that Hojong was unsuitable as her partner, but added that if Hojong had inherited his surname, he would have immediately made him his successor. Yeonwha was taken aback by Moyang's suggestion that Hojong could have been his successor, feeling that she was always the one on Moyang's mind. Moyang lamented that Hojong was a talent he desired. Yeonwha proposed eliminating Hojong in advance, considering he would never join the Moyang clan. Moyang agreed, expressing that Hojong might be a significant threat, potentially even after the destruction of Gyujimyong clan. Meanwhile, Hojong arrived at a nearby forest, set aside his axe, and regretted drinking alcohol instead of water. He found the encounter with Moyang particularly draining. Despite the conflict with the Blue Wolf squad, Hojong sat on the ground, catching his breath and reflecting on his recent experiences. He meditated and thought about the events leading up to his current state, awakening the tortoise during a fight with Madang, confirming that the Gyujimyong clan was behind recent troubles, engaging in battles with assassins, and facing Myung Chizun, a formidable opponent. He acknowledged that Myung Chizun's challenge was instrumental in awakening the White Tiger. Despite feeling that the end of the disaster was near, he admitted to being exhausted. At that moment, Doixang approached and teased Hojang, questioning how someone so tired managed to climb up to his current location and playfully asking if Hojang missed him. Hojang sighed and stood up, questioning Doixang about his presence, wondering if he had missed the assassins or something. Doixang, taken aback by the remark, defended himself by saying he hadn't made any mistakes. Hojang clarified he was joking and inquired about the reason for Doixang's visit. Doixang, inspecting Hojang's injuries, noted that he appeared quite hurt and pointed out that the patriarch had instructed him to lead the Blue Operations Squad to Hojang, given that young Master Yin might be struggling alone. Seeing the Blue Operations Squad, Hojang was surprised, realizing that his father had arranged for their assistance. The Blue Operations Squad, under Shinmo's command, lined up and greeted Hojang. Hojang addressed Shinmo, acknowledging the squad's effort in arriving and warned them of the tough times ahead, advising them to be prepared. Shinmo responded that it was nothing and affirmed their readiness to follow Hojang's orders. Hojang instructed his team to proceed. Meanwhile, at the Gyujimyong clan, Patriarch Myung-chun expressed his frustration to Myung Woo-san. He was outraged by the continued failure to capture Hojang, despite their extensive efforts, which included sending assassins, Myung Chizun, and the Blue Wolf Squad. He viewed the situation as a significant disgrace. Myung Woo-san suggested using the Blue Wolf Squad once more, despite their previous failure. Myung-chun reacted angrily, questioning how they could use the squad when they were all dead. Myung Woo-sen explained that they could use the corpses of the Blue Wolf Squad members, who had been killed by Hojang and were still lying in the streets disguised as innocent civilians. This plan aimed to make Hojang appear as a ruthless enemy who had massacred innocents, thus discrediting him as he moved towards Hanam. Myung-chun understood the strategy and acknowledged it. Myung Woo-sen detailed his plan to exacerbate the situation by linking and resolved major crimes in Jiangsu province, Hojang's hometown, to him through false rumors. He anticipated that such actions would provoke public outrage and draw the ire of Shaolin, turning the entire orthodox martial arts world against Hojang. Myung-chun, pleased with Woo-san's strategy, praised his approach and acknowledged it as worthy of a proper commander. Woo-sen accepted the praise and apologized for past shortcomings. Myung-chun then instructed Woo-sen to proceed with this plan and to ensure that capable individuals are sent to capture Hojang, specifically requesting the three half-brothers of Myung Chizun for the task. Myung Woo-sen was surprised by the request to use Myung Chizun's three half-brothers, noting they were originally intended as vanguards for attacking the Yin clan. Myung-chun pointed out that Hojang is indeed from the Yin clan, implying that these three brothers should be effective against him. Myung Woo-sen agreed to send them immediately. Myung-chun added that even if they faced the patriarch of the Green Mountain Yin clan instead of Yin Hojang, the three brothers would be formidable due to their mastery of their ancestors' secret techniques. In town, Li Chiaokyung, a disciple of Shaolin, was investigating the scene of 11 dead bodies. He wondered if Yin Hojang, the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yin clan, was responsible for these deaths. From a distance, two people discussed him. The first person asked about Li Chiaokyung's involvement, while the second person explained that he was the well-known secular disciple of Shaolin who leads the Diamond Fist Gate. They concluded that Li Chiaokyung's involvement indicated that even Shaolin could no longer remain passive about the situation. Li Chiaokyung's student listed several unresolved criminal cases attributed to Yin Hojang: the Hushan fire incident in Jiangsu province 5 years ago, the murder of a courtesan in Shangzhou 3 years ago, and the mass suicide of the Hemin family 2 years ago. the student noted that Yin Ho-jong has a significant criminal record. Lee Chil-kyung found it peculiar that such a young man, not yet in his 20s, could be linked to so many crimes. The student agreed, highlighting the unusual nature of these cases all remaining unresolved. A person inspecting the dead bodies told the student that one of the deceased was not Mr. O, the pharmacist, based on their 20 years of experience in the market. The student asked how he could be sure, and the person confidently identified Mr. O's face. The person also noted that another body was not Mr. Chien. A person examining the bodies questioned why strangers were found dressed in the clothes of locals, expressing concern about the missing locals. Lee Chil-kyung, overhearing this, thought something was wrong and wondered about the true identity of the deceased. Another student of Lee Chil-kyung arrived in a hurry, calling out to his master and urgently stating that the situation was serious and required Lee Chil-kyung's immediate attention. Lee Chil-kyung and his student arrived at the mountain where Yin Ho-jong had killed the leader of the Blue Wolf Squad. They encountered the gruesome scene of the crushed bodies of the Blue Wolf Squad members. One of Lee Chil-kyung's students, overwhelmed by the sight, began to vomit. Another student instructed to clear the bodies before sunset and urged everyone to work quickly. As Lee Chil-kyung examined the numerous dead bodies, he observed that many were either chopped by heavy weapons or trampled, indicating they were not civilians but combatants. He questioned whether Yin Ho-jong was responsible for this massacre and pondered how he could have fought so many opponents single-handedly. He was curious about the level of martial arts skill required to manage such a feat. At that moment, a student rushed to him, announcing that Yin Ho-jong had been sighted at the gate leading to Hyeochang. Upon hearing that Yin Ho-jong had appeared at the gate leading to Hyeochang, Lee Chil-kyung swiftly used his diamond floating movement technique to head towards Ho-jong, determined to see him in person and assess his character. Meanwhile, Yin Ho-jong, accompanied by the Blue Operations Squad, was moving through town. Some civilians shouted accusations at him, calling him a criminal and a villain who had massacred people. However, others observed Ho-jong's demeanor and wondered if he could really be the Yin Ho-jong from the rumors, noting that he didn't appear villainous at all. At the gate, a new rival confronted Yin Ho-jong, identifying himself as the Blue Hole leader of the Gyujimyeong clan. He declared that Yin Ho-jong, the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yin clan and a suspect in several unresolved Jeongsu crimes, must drop his weapons and surrender immediately. He warned that if Ho-jong did not comply, he would capture him himself. In response, Yin Ho-jong charged at the Blue Hole leader, laughing as he attacked. The confrontation resulted in a powerful key explosion. When the dust settled, the Blue Hole leader's lifeless body was found on the ground. After Yin Ho-jong defeated the Blue Hole leader of the Gyujimyeong clan, 2 more members of the Blue Hole advanced to attack him. Ho-jong swiftly killed them with his axe. He then commanded the Blue Operations Squad to eliminate the remaining members of the Blue Hole. The squad followed the order and soon killed all the members. Continuing forward with the Blue Operations Squad, Yin Ho-jong proceeded through the town. Observing the aftermath, the civilians realized that Ho-jong was indeed the notorious villain they had heard about. At night, a bagger handed Doiksang a sketch titled Murderer and Arsonist of Ho-jong. Doiksang inquired about the sketch, and upon reading the back, he saw accusations that Yin Ho-jong had committed arson in the Hushan fire incident, murdered a courtesan in Shangzhou, and caused the mass suicide of the Hemin family, all in Jiangsu province. Doiksang questioned who could fabricate such serious accusations. The bagger explained that these claims were widely circulated and discussed among the people of Hanam. Hearing the accusations, Yin Ho-jong smiled and remarked that such claims were designed to create justification for sending troops against him. By portraying him as a villain and scum of the world, his enemies could act without hesitation, evade scrutiny from the martial arts community, and apply pressure on him. Ho-jong then addressed squad leader Shinmo, instructing him to select 10 agile members from the Blue Operations Squad and prepare the rest of the personnel for deployment within 2 days. Shinmo acknowledged the orders and agreed to carry them out. Doiksang asked Yin Hojang what he was planning, expressing concern that it seemed dangerous. Hojang responded that he intended to visit the patriarch of the Gyujimyeong clan, despite Doiksang warning that it was an obvious trap and questioning if Hojang planned to confront the entire Gyujimyeong clan. Hojang then instructed Doiksang to gather more evidence of the Gyujimyeong clan patriarch's corruption to send to Moyeongun. Doiksang expressed skepticism, questioning whether they should trust Moyeongun, but Hojang began to move away, determined to proceed with his plan. Doiksang, frustrated, called out to Yin Hojang to wait. As Hojang considered the situation, he reflected on his current strength and progress. His tortoise key had risen by 2 stages and was 80% complete. His Hyanmu breathing technique had cleared most impurities from his body, and the white tiger's key had strengthened his natural abilities. Although his strength was at its peak since his regression, Hojang doubted whether he could handle 3 experts at the level of Myung Chizun. He contemplated that awakening either the Vermilion Bird or Azure Dragon might enhance his abilities and make the challenge more manageable. Outside the Gyujimyeong Patriarch's room, Myung Woosan announced himself but received no response, so he entered the room. He was astonished to find Myung Chun surrounded by a powerful fire key. Myung Woosan realized that Myung Chun had rapidly mastered the Phoenix Divine Technique, a secret art of their ancestors. Myung Chun, observing Woosan's reaction, asked if he thought it was possible to make even the heavens kneel with such power. Woosan, impressed, agreed and apologized for his surprise. Myung Chun emphasized that their top priority was to destroy the Green Mountain Yin clan and then asked Myung Woosan about the latest developments. Myung Woosan presented a letter informing him that the Moyeong clan patriarch, Moyeongun, had invoked the right to convene an assembly, and a temporary Murim alliance would soon be formed. Myung Chun, realizing the implications, laughed and noted that Moyeongun was making his move. He inferred that Moyeongun planned to use the portrayal of Yin Hojang as a villain to publicize the issue and ultimately destroy the Green Mountain Yin clan himself. Myung Woosan acknowledged the situation. Myung Chun inquired about Yin Hojang's situation. Myung Woosan reported that their plan was proceeding as intended. The blue hole had been used as bait, and the 3 brothers Myung Huk, Myung Hien, and Manhwa along with 300 members of the White Dragon unit, were prepared to capture and bring Yin Hojang. Shinmo, observing the formidable masters, remarked to Yin Hojang that there were 3 powerful adversaries ahead. Yin Hojang acknowledged that the 3 adversaries were indeed strong, with martial arts skills superior to his own. As he observed them, he experienced a sense of familiarity with their aura but couldn't immediately place it. Then he realized that these individuals were the same ones who had destroyed his clan before his regression. In a moment of intense emotion, Hojang reflects on whether he has ever truly forgotten his past, particularly the time when enemies destroyed his clan. He questions if his feelings are fear or joy as he faces his adversaries. Fueled by anger and a desire for revenge, he charges at Myung Huk and attacks him, expressing that he has long awaited this confrontation with his past grudges. A servant informs the patriarch of the Yin clan, who is also Hojang's father, that the Moyeong clan's patriarch has exercised his right to convene an assembly, and the invitation has reached him. The servant then inquires whether the patriarch plans to attend. The patriarch responds with a firm decision not to go. Instead, he prioritizes another task, instructing the servant to urgently send a message to the Gyujimyeong clan. The servant inquires about the contents of the letter the Yin clan patriarch is sending to the Gyujimyeong clan. The patriarch explains that the letter is an accusation against an organization hidden in Jeonsu province that is plotting to take over the Yin clan. The letter also reprimands the Gyujimyeong clan's patriarch for falsely accusing the Yin clan's eldest son of being a villain. Additionally, it includes a stern warning that if his son is put in danger, the Gyujimyong clan will face severe consequences. The servant, shocked by the boldness of the letter, expresses concern that this action could provoke the Gyujimyong clan to retaliate with violence against the Yin clan. The patriarch of the Yin clan decides to send a letter to the Gyujimyong clan, despite the servant's suggestion to wait for the assembly convened by the Moyong clan's patriarch. The patriarch insists on sending the letter because his son, Hojong, is currently fighting alone against the Gyujimyong clan. He feels that as a father, he must take immediate action to protect his son's life. He orders the servant to deliver the letter as quickly as possible, expressing his hope that Hojong can endure the situation a little longer. The servant agrees and prepares to carry out the task. Hojong launched an attack on Myonghuk, but was surprised when Myonghuk effortlessly blocked it without sustaining any injuries. Confused, Hojong noticed that there wasn't even a scratch on Myonghuk's arm. Myonghuk then called out to his brothers, Myonghwa and Myonghian, marking the situation by pointing out that his arm, which blocked the attack, only had a minor scratch, asking if they'd ever seen anything like it. Myonghwa eagerly requested to take a turn in the fight, but Myonghian remarked that it was unlikely, as Myonghuk had mastered the tortoise divine technique, making it improbable that either of them would get a chance to fight. Myonghuk laughed and encouraged his brothers, saying they could reach his level if they trained enough. While Myonghuk was distracted, Hojong seized the opportunity and landed a spear attack on him, followed by a punch that Myonghuk dodged. Determined, Hojong thought, "If I can't cut you, then I'll crush you," and unleashed his technique, beast-slaying axe strike. However, Myonghuk managed to block the attack. As the intense battle continued, the Blue Dragon squad and Shinno moved in to protect Hojong, but they were pushed back by the overwhelming force of Hojong's ki. Despite this, Hojong jumped into the air to launch another attack, but Myonghuk caught hold of his axe midair and then kicked Hojong away, demonstrating his superior strength and skill. Myonghuk addressed Hojong, recognizing him and suggesting that it was time for Hojong to surrender. He observed that Hojong's axe emanated a strong murderous intent and criticized him for his repulsive aura, questioning how many people he had killed to emit such a killing presence. Myonghuk accused Hojong of hypocrisy, calling him a butcher who pretends to value chivalry and righteousness while committing cowardly acts and indiscriminate murder. Hojong, unsettled by the familiarity of Myonghuk's unpleasant aura, responded with disdain, questioning the worth of Myonghuk's comments on chivalry and righteousness. Myonghuk mocked Myongchizun for his weakness, blaming him for being killed by a mere brat. As Hojong launched another attack, Myonghuk's brother, Myonghwa, called out, causing Myonghuk to notice and easily deflect the attack, pushing Hojong back. Myonghuk then sarcastically reproached Hojong for not giving him time to mourn his fallen kin. In response, Hojong dismissed Myonghuk's complaints, declaring his intention to behead him and honor his clan with the act. Li Chilkyung arrived at the gate leading to Hiacheng and observed the dead bodies, recognizing them as members of the Blue Hall from the Gyujimyong clan. He deduced that Hojong must have gone in that direction, which leads straight to the Gyujimyong clan. Chilkyung began to follow Hojong using his movement technique, contemplating the possibility that Hojong might be planning to wage war against the Gyujimyong clan and wondering about the reasons behind such a decision. While Li Chilkyung was pondering about Hojong's intentions, he was approached by Doiksang, who greeted him and identified himself as being from the Beggars sect. Chilkyung was surprised that Doiksang had managed to catch up with him so easily, despite using his diamond floating movement technique. Later, as they sat together at a table, Doiksang inquired about Chilkyung's plans, noting that he seemed to be pursuing Hojong. Li Chilkyung explained that he needed to arrest Hojong, as he was causing chaos in Hanam, and Shaolin could no longer tolerate further violence. Doiksang responded affirmatively, but then asked if Chilkyung was aware of the situation in Hanam, specifically what was happening right beneath Shaolin's own influence. Doiksang's remark surprised Li Chilkyung, prompting him to question why Hojong was causing such destruction in Hanam. Doiksang noted that Chil Kyung likely didn't understand Ho Jong's motives. He assured Chil Kyung that Ho Jong would explain himself eventually, claiming expertise in dealing with mad lions like Ho Jong. During the ongoing battle between Ho Jong and Myung-huk attempted to smash Ho Jong, who retreated to avoid the attack. Myung-huk then lunged forward to punch Ho Jong, but Ho Jong blocked the punch with his axe and retaliated with a punch to Myung-huk's face. Myung-huk, however, was unaffected by the punch. As Myung-huk tried to punch again, Ho Jong continued to back away to evade the attack. In their fierce battle, Ho Jong and Myung-huk clashed, but Ho Jong struggled against Myung-huk's powerful attacks and was pushed back. Reflecting on the fight, Ho Jong wondered if Myung-huk's experience was affecting the outcome. Myung-huk taunted Ho Jong, asserting that his fist, imbued with the spirit phantom technique, was formidable. Despite being knocked down, Ho Jong rose and employed his Baeko martial domination technique. Myung-huk responded by crossing his arms to block the attack and countered with the Hwang-Yongwi gap technique. Undeterred, Ho Jong then unleashed his Tiger King's 9 Thunder Strikes technique against Myung-huk. As the clash between Ho Jong and Myung-huk intensified, Shinmo observed the evenly matched battle and realized the enemy's advantage. Concerned that the combined forces of Myung-huk and his allies might overwhelm Ho Jong, Shinmo decided to break the seal and use the Dragon Embrace Divine technique to take down at least one opponent. Meanwhile, Myung-hwa remarked on Ho Jong's impressive endurance against Myung-huk, to which Myung-hyeon responded by noting that Ho Jong's martial arts seemed familiar. When Myung-hwa inquired about this, Myung-hyeon noticed that Ho Jong's fighting style resembled that of the Gyujimyong clan's commander, recalling a past encounter with a clan member. During that fight, Myung-hyeon was knocked to the ground by a punch from his opponent. The opponent had demanded Myung-hyeon repeat his criticism of the Killing Divine technique, to which Myung-hyeon had replied, "If this is the pinnacle of divine techniques," indicating his belief that it was not. The opponent swiftly moved behind Myung-hyeon and attacked, saying, "Then try to withstand this." However, the attack was intercepted by Commander Myung-woo-san, who used the Killing Blood Claw technique. Observers in the crowd commented on the significance of the commander's technique, noting that it was indeed the Killing Divine technique. Another person mentioned that the Patriarch's Phoenix Divine technique was reputed to be the best. The two persons started to fight while each holding the other's collar, argued fiercely. One questioned whether the Divine Dragon technique was being underestimated, while the other claimed the heavy Spirit Phantom technique was the strongest. Commander Myung-woo-sen intervened, addressing the officers of the 54 Blades and reminding them that divine techniques should be used against Baeksanyan, not against each other. The fighter, who had been clashing with Myung-hyeon, agreed to be cautious and began to withdraw from the confrontation. Myung-hyeon thanked the commander for his intervention. In the present, Myung-hwa suggested to Myung-huk that they should join the fight if it continues into the night. Myung-huk, frustrated, addressed Ho Jong, saying he needed to finish the fight. Ho Jong assessed that he still had about 30% of his strength remaining and decided to use it all in his next strike. He taunted Myung-huk, questioning why he hadn't finished the fight yet and accusing him of just talking big. Myung-huk, enveloped in his ki, declared he would demonstrate the true power of the Spirit Phantom technique and used the Ghost Light East Step. In response, Ho Jong used his technique, Immovable Monstrous Pillar, leading to mutual surprise as they both employed similar techniques. Myung-huk then attacked Ho Jong with his Spirit Phantom Fist, while Ho Jong countered with Triple Ghost Wall. When Ho Jong and Myung-huk's fists collided, they were both pushed backward. Ho Jong pondered why Myung-huk's technique seemed so similar to his and asked him about the martial art he had learned. While covering himself with the Spirit Turtle Divine technique, Ho Jong observed Myung-huk closely and realized that Myung-huk's technique appeared to be a fake version of the Zhuanwu technique. Ho Jong recalled his previous fight with the assassin leader Myan Onji and realized that their martial arts were identical, both utilizing the Spirit Turtle Divine technique. He noted that although the appearance was different, the essence was the same as Zhuanwu. He then remembered Ahaian's explanation about the four directional martial lords, who mastered the four martial arts, excelling in offense and evasion. Ahaian had mentioned that these martial lords were renowned for subduing the blood religion disaster 300 years ago. Ahaian's brother interrupted the conversation, reminding that their father had mentioned the Gyujimyong family was established after the blood religion disaster. He explained that their ancestors had supported the four directional martial lords in driving out the blood religion. As Ahaian and his brother moved away from Hojong, he reflected that the four directional martial lords were likely descendants of the practitioners of the four divine beasts technique. Hojong realized that the Gyujimyong ancestors likely inherited or stole the martial arts of the four directional martial lords, which explained the presence of similar techniques. His thoughts were interrupted by Myung-huk, who dismissed the idea of a fake Zhuanwu technique. Myung-huk, preparing to attack, declared his intent to kill Hojong and apologized to their ancestors for confusing a genuine divine technique with a baseless martial art. Myung-huk attacked Hojong using his technique, Ghost Light East Step. Hojong, aware that his technique, Immovable Monstrous Pillar, was not intended for sudden execution, prepared himself. He used the true Emperor's mighty defense technique to block and push back Myung-huk, surprising him. Afterward, Hojong taunted Myung-huk, questioning if this was truly the extent of the sacred power passed down by his ancestors and suggesting that Myung-huk would be better off buried in his grave. Hearing Hojong's taunts, Myung-huk became enraged and channeled all his ki to prepare a powerful attack. His brothers, concerned, pleaded with him not to kill Hojong, as they needed him alive. However, Myung-huk, consumed by his anger, did not heed their warnings and used his technique, Spirit Turtle's 18 continuous fists, to aggressively assault Hojong. While Myung-huk attacked with Spirit Turtle's 18 continuous fists, Hojong used the Zhuanwu technique to defend himself. As he blocked Myung-huk's strikes, Hojong reflected on the nature of Zhuanwu, associating it with the north, winter, and the water deity of Gikshu, who controls water. He thought about how tributaries flow into the main river by the natural law of water, symbolizing how the dissipated strength of collateral families would eventually reunite with the main family. As Myung-huk continued his relentless attacks, Hojong lowered his defense slightly. Myung-huk, noticing this, thought that Hojong's defense was breaking and prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, Hojong anticipated this and easily deflected Myung-huk's punch. Myung-huk, surprised and confused, wondered when his own power had become so weak. Hojong grabbed Myung-huk by the head and declared he would reclaim everything Myung-huk possessed as a grandmaster. He began absorbing Myung-huk's Spirit Turtle's true energy. Despite Myung-huk's attempts to free himself, he was unable to escape Hojong's grasp. As Hojong continued the absorption, Myung-huk began to shrink and lose his muscular build, with his bones protruding visibly from his body. Manhwa, observing from a distance, called out to Myung-huk, asking what he was doing. Both brothers were shocked when Hojong released his grip on Myung-huk, who collapsed to the ground. All of Myung-huk's energy had been absorbed by Hojong. Hojong then declared that he had finally succeeded in sending one to their death. Seeing Myung-huk's condition, his brothers, Myung-hwa and Myung-hien, became enraged and charged at Hojong. Meanwhile, Hojong mentally prepared himself, reflecting on the long-standing grudges from his previous incarnation. At the Gyujimyong clan, Patriarch Myung-chun was seated in a carriage and inquired about the preparations. His subordinate confirmed that 50 hand-blood horses, 50 sword-wielders, and 300 dragon soldiers were ready. At that moment, Commander Myung-woo arrived and informed the Patriarch that the Moyang clan's Patriarch would soon convene a grand meeting, suggesting they wait a little longer before taking action. Patriarch Myung-chun dismissed Commander Myung-woo's suggestion to wait, referencing a letter of admonition from the Yin Patriarch. Myung-chun declared that the Yin clan would soon be regarded as a public enemy in the martial arts world, making them deserving of punishment. As a result, Myung-chun resolved to personally deal with Ho-jong, stating his intent to punish him himself as the head of the Gyujimyeong clan. On the battlefield, Ho-jong was engaged in combat with Myung-hwa and Myung-hien. As Ho-jong blocked Myung-hwa's attack with his axe, he considered whether Myung-hwa's technique was related to the vermilion bird. Just then, Myung-hien attacked from another angle, and Ho-jong managed to barely block this attack. Myung-hwa, seeing that Ho-jong was distracted, attempted to strike from behind. However, Ho-jong quickly noticed the threat and used his axe technique to repel both Myung-hien and Myung-hwa, pushing them back. Myung-hien readied his phoenix flame hand and charged at Ho-jong, but Ho-jong countered with the Northern Sky's 12 Walls technique, which cooled down the flames of Myung-hien's attack. Following this, Ho-jong launched a counterattack using the Tiger King's 9 Thunderclip stance. To prevent Ho-jong from continuing his assault on Myung-hien, Myung-hwa intervened and blocked Ho-jong's attack. Myung-hwa hurried to Myung-hien, concerned for his brother. Myung-hien, however, pointed to Myung-huk, who was completely drained of chi, and suggested that Myung-huk must have practiced demonic arts. In response, Ho-jong laughed and criticized them, claiming that the demonic arts they practiced were improperly adapted from the Four Gods' martial arts. He asserted that their lack of true understanding had only led to a half-baked technique, which had shortened their lifespans and was ultimately destroying them. Myung-hien and Myung-hwa, enraged by Ho-jong's taunts, attempted to attack him again, but were easily defeated and killed by Ho-jong. Afterward, Ho-jong commanded the White Dragon army to summon the head of the Gyujimyeong family. The next morning, Yong-hyeom from the Blue Dragon squad noted that the grand meeting was about to begin, observing that the opposing forces seemed so intimidated by Ho-jong's strength that the Blue Dragon squad might not even get a chance to act. Shinlo warned Yong-hyeom that engaging in a fight would escalate the situation from a duel to a full-scale war, and reminded him that the Blue Dragon squad's primary duty is to protect the young master. Yong-hyeom acknowledged this and promised to avoid any rash actions or statements. Shinlo reflected on Yong-hyeom's point about the young master's impressive strength and ability to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. His thoughts were interrupted by a commotion behind him, where a member of the Blue Dragon squad was arguing with someone who insisted he was not a beggar, while the squad member insisted otherwise. Doiksang, looking disheveled, identified himself to Shinmo, who recognized him as Lord Doiksang. Ho-jong, barating at the scene, acknowledged Doiksang's presence and questioned why he hadn't attended the grand meeting. Doiksang responded that the matter at hand was more pressing than the meeting itself. Ho-jong asked Doiksang if he had lost the Dark Sand squad, noticing the withdrawal of the Gyujimyeong clan's White Dragon army. Doiksang then explained that the Yeon family had sent a threatening letter to the Gyujimyeong clan's patriarch, which was causing the withdrawal. Ho-jong was puzzled by his father's actions and asked Doiksang why the patriarch sent the threatening letter. Doiksang explained that it was to protect Ho-jong. Realizing the implications, Ho-jong thought that the declaration of war and the withdrawal of the White Dragon army meant they were preparing to directly attack the Green Mountain Yeon clan's main camp. He decided they needed to move quickly. Flustered by the situation and determined to protect his father, Ho-jong quickly mounted a horse and set off to follow Myung-chun, the patriarch of the Gyujimyeong clan, intending to safeguard his family from the impending threat. In the grand meeting room, Myung-gun addressed the leaders of various factions, expressing gratitude for their attendance despite the sudden summons. He emphasized the urgency of the situation and proposed a significant decision, declaring one particular clan as the public enemy of the martial arts world. This surprising and bold proposal stunned all the assembled members. The Namgung patriarch Namgung privately wondered if the proposed public enemy could be the 9 provinces Myung clan or the Green Yeon Mountain clan, questioning Myung-gun's motives. Meanwhile, Abbot Gonggong Desa, representing Shaolin, responded with a solemn amitabha, acknowledging the gravity of Myung-gun's proposal. He explained that declaring someone a public enemy meant total exclusion and banishment from the martial arts world, equivalent to the destruction of that person or force. Myung-gun confirmed his awareness of the seriousness of the declaration. The Wudang clan patriarch, Sungyeon Jinin, asked which clan might have committed a crime serious enough to warrant being labeled a public enemy. Nam Gong-in pointed out that there had been recent disturbances in Hunan. Peng Ma-gung, the Hebei Peng patriarch, inquired if this referred to the Hunan where Shaolin and the Gyujimyong clan are located. Nam Gong-in revealed that the trouble was being caused by the great young master of the Green Mountain Yin clan. He further mentioned rumors linking this figure to numerous crimes in Jiangsu province. Myung-gun inquired if the great young master of the Green Mountain Yin clan was the public enemy in question. Nam Gong-in replied that it wasn't certain, but suggested that where there's smoke, there's fire, alluding to the fact that the situation seemed suspicious. He added a proverb about the difficulty of understanding people's true intentions. Jegal patriarch Jegal Manhwa dismissed the rumors as unfounded. Nam Gong-in expressed curiosity about Jegal Manhwa's reasoning for considering the rumors baseless. Jegal Manhwa argued that the allegations against the great young master of the Yin clan were suspicious because they were all unsolved cases, yet suddenly all the suspects were being pointed to him. He found it odd that after years of unresolved crimes, the blame fell on one individual. Manhwa noted that the great young master had once saved his daughter from Black Path martial artists, which he felt contradicted the idea that the young master could be a criminal. He concluded that these were likely false rumors aimed at damaging the young master's reputation. Nam Gong-in remarked that the truth behind the rumors was still uncertain and suggested that Jegal Manhwa should be cautious about his daughter, implying that rumors of her associating with a potentially criminal figure could impact her marriage prospects. Jegal Manhwa responded by stating that his daughter was adept at judging character. Nam Gong-in privately thought that Manhwa's response was merely a diplomatic answer to address the situation. Myung-gun revealed that the target he proposed to declare a public enemy was not an individual but a large organization, the 9 provinces Gyujimyong family. He outlined their severe crimes, including making numerous commoners vanish from marketplaces, secretly commanding the assassin group Cheong Rangui, burying 800 workers without a trace, and threatening the entire White Path martial arts world with destruction. As the Gyujimyong patriarch and his forces advanced towards the Green Mountain Yin clan, Myung-chun meditated in his carriage. After his meditation, he reflected on his accomplishments. Each of the Death Swords had mastered one of the 4 great divine skills: Spirit Turtle, Kilin, Responding Dragon, and Phoenix Divine skills. He noted that he was stronger alone than all the Death Swords combined. Myung-chun contemplated whether there could be a stage beyond mastery and observed that the Phoenix Divine skills chi was continuously evolving. Confident in his power, he envisioned defeating the Yin clan, then the Jegal clan, the Peng clan, and ultimately overpowering the 9 sects, 1 clan, and the 6 great families. This led him to laugh triumphantly. The scene shifted to Ho-jong, who was tracking Gyujimyong patriarch and his forces. Doiksang reported that the Gyujimyong patriarch had left through the south gate the previous day, with beggars witnessing him departing with his troops. Ho-jong deduced that the Gyujimyong patriarch was heading to confront his father directly, aiming to eliminate them before their wrongdoings were revealed to the Martial Arts Alliance. Doiksang responded with disdain, calling them petty bastards. Ho-jong reflected on the Gyujimyong patriarch's intentions, recognizing the use of the fake for deity's martial art and contemplating the urgency of the situation. He wondered if they could make up for the day's head start that the Gyujimyong forces had. Ho-jong then instructed Doiksang to follow with the Changnam unit, while he would proceed ahead to attempt to delay the Gyujimyong patriarch. Doiksang, shocked by Ho-jong's plan to confront the Gyujimyong patriarch alone, protested loudly, questioning his sanity. Despite Doiksang's attempts to stop him, Ho-jong ignored the warnings and urged his horse to go faster. When the horse grew tired and slowed, Ho-jong dismounted and used his foot movement skills to continue rapidly on foot, thinking urgently about reaching Myung-chun as quickly as possible.
As the Myong Cheon forces advanced into Jiangsu province, Captain Myong Jiakriang suddenly spotted something unusual ahead and signaled his soldiers to halt. As the object drew nearer, they recognized it as an axe, but for some soldiers, it was too late. They were swiftly struck down by the deadly weapon. This axe belonged to Hojong, who mused that it was no surprise coming from the beggar union. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were intimately familiar with all the hidden routes in the central districts. Thanks to their knowledge, he had arrived just in time. Hojong then confronted Myong Jiakriang, demanding to know the whereabouts of Myong Cheon. Jiakriang, initially angered by Hojong, asked how dare he speak the name of the world's foremost patriarch, and inquired about his identity. Challenged them with a defiant question. However, he quickly experienced a moment of realization. He recognized the giant battle axe and Hojong's long, white robe. In disbelief, he exclaimed that it was impossible for the three brothers to have been defeated so easily. In a tense standoff, Hojong charged forward, wielding his massive axe and bringing it down with tremendous force near Myong Jiakriang. The impact was catastrophic, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves that knocked Jiakriang horse off balance. With fierce determination, Hojong taunted the captain, challenging his audacity. Did they think it would be easy to enter? They, who bear the name Myong, will not set a single foot into the Yun clan territory. At that moment, another fighter emerged, that smile menacingly adorned with metallic claws. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he boldly addressed Myong Jiakriang, seeking permission to engage Hojong. May he take off that arrogant bastard's head and signal the start of the battle? Myong Jiakriang granted permission, his voice steady and resolute, signifying his trust in the fighter's abilities and the seriousness of the confrontation ahead. With a maniacal grin, the fighter readied himself and utilized the swift Qilin cloud steps, a fluid and agile martial art technique, as he lunged toward Hojong. However, as he closed the distance, Hojong demonstrated his own lethal prowess. With deadly precision, he swung his axe, cutting the fighter into several parts in a brutal display of strength and skill. As Hojong stepped forward towards Jiakriang, he mocked, if they're going to modify it, at least give it some vigor and energy. He questioned the fighter's identity, comparing him to a sick Qilin and expressing frustration at the situation. As Hojong's mocking words reverberated in the air, Captain Myong Jiakriang was seized by a wave of anxiety. Realizing the dire situation, he commanded his forces, 50 death swords, unleash their divine art. This order signaled the death swords to tap into their formidable abilities, channeling their collective energy to create an immense pressure aimed directly at Hojong. However, Hojong remained unfazed, scoffing at their display of power and deriding it as a feat of fakes. He dismissed their efforts with contempt, contemplating whether he should spare the two from a swift descent into the netherworld, indicating his confidence in easily overpowering his opponents. With urgency etched on his face, Myong Jiakriang escalated the confrontation by ordering, "Tear him to shreds," emphasizing the need to act decisively against the formidable Hojong. As the fifth death sword lunged toward Hojong, a tremor coursed through Hojong's body, causing him to reflect. Have he overexerted himself in his pursuit? Recognizing the need to act quickly, he leaped into action, determined to eliminate his foes without hesitation. With each powerful leap, he cut down enemy combatants with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. His movements were swift and deadly, showcasing his prowess and reinforcing the fearsome reputation that preceded him. Meanwhile, inside a nearby carriage, Myong Cheon was engrossed in his cultivation of the vermilion bird energy, focusing intently on harnessing its potent power. As Hojong's relentless assault continued, the ground around him became littered with fallen foes, amplifying the sense of chaos and despair among the Myong Cheon forces. Frustrated by the lack of action from his troops, Myong Jiakriang's frustration boiled over, prompting him to bellow, "Why are they all just standing around? Use their divine arts." In a moment of sheer desperation, Myong Jiakriang grabbed one of his soldiers and hurled him directly at Hojong. The soldier, reacting quickly, activated the spirit turtle armor technique, enveloping himself in a protective energy shield, renowned for its supposed invincibility. However, to Myong Jiakriang's disbelief, Hojong effortlessly deflected the soldier's attack. The armor's failure left Jiakriang confused, as he wondered, what's happening? Have the divine arts weakened? Before Jiakriang could comprehend the situation, Hojong struck with his counter-dragon palm, a powerful technique that shattered the soldier's defenses. The soldier was killed instantly, and as his ki was absorbed into Hojong's body, the realization hit Hojong. So that's it. His internal strength has been stabilizing because the four guardian gods' ki is feeding on the innate energy of these fake divine arts. The steady stream of absorbed energy provided Hojong with an endless reservoir of strength. Sensing the mounting danger and his men falling around him, Mayan Jikriang unsheathed his sword, ready to engage Hojong. Infusing his blade with the power of the Ing Long sword slash technique, he charged it with energy that crackled in the air. Determined to turn the tide of battle, Jia Kriang prepared for a decisive strike. Hojong turned his attention to him. However, instead of confronting Jia Kriang head-on, Hojong leapt with swift precision, bypassing the captain altogether. His true target was revealed as he surged toward the carriage where Mayong Chion was cultivating the vermilion bird energy. In that moment, Hojong's thoughts became clear. From the very beginning, the one he was meant to cut down was Mayong Chion. As Hojong prepared to strike the carriage where Mayong Chion was cultivating, a sudden blast of fiery energy erupted from within, violently destroying the carriage and sending Hojong flying backward. From the wreckage emerged Mayong Chion, his body engulfed in an intense, radiant glow of fire energy. The sheer force of the energy was overwhelming, signaling that something far more powerful was at play. Observing this transformation, Hojong's eyes narrowed in recognition. The energy surrounding Mayong Chion was unmistakably the vermilion bird energy, but it was unlike anything Hojong had expected. He thought, has he truly perfected the fake vermilion bird technique? Yet, as Hojong looked closer, he realized it was more than perfection. It was a transformation. No, he's been entirely consumed by it. His inner power has far surpassed the limits of his physical body. Right now, Mayong Chion is no longer human, but a corrupted fire god, twisted by his own power. The atmosphere shifted as Mayong Chion, with cold resolve, spoke for the first time since emerging from his cultivation. He can't stand by and watch any longer. His voice carried a chilling finality. Without hesitation, he channeled the vermilion bird energy into his sword and unleashed its devastating force. In a shocking and ruthless display, Mayong Chion turned against his own soldiers, those who had been fighting against Hojong, and mercilessly cut them down. Hojong was initially taken aback by Mayong Chion's sudden and brutal betrayal, as the patriarch ruthlessly cut down his own men. Meanwhile, Mayong Jikriang stood frozen in disbelief, questioning, why is Lord attacking his own men? With disdain in his voice, Mayong Chion addressed his men. He was foolish to believe he could conquer the world with weaklings like them. Struggling against a mere youngster? His harsh words revealed his disappointment and contempt for his soldiers, whom he now saw as liabilities rather than assets. In response, Hojong lashed back, his voice sharp with sarcasm. Is that really something a man who cowered behind his subordinates, only to crawl out now, should say? So, you've finally shown yourself, Mayong Chion. Looking at Hojong with contempt, Mayong Chion sneered. Is he Yun Hojong? He dares stand before him without fear? He must be desperate to die. But Hojong, calm and unwavering, responded with a challenge. Is there any need for such long-winded talk? Come, he will split his skull in two. Mayong Chion's fury ignited as he assumed a combat stance, his voice seething with rage. We'll see if you can still run your mouth when it's burning. The clash between these two powerful figures was imminent, with Mayong Chion's fiery energy meeting Hojong's. As Hojong covered his axe in ki, preparing for battle, memories of his past flooded his mind. The haunting image of his father's death at the hands of the Mayong clan resurfaced, filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. Hojong stated the time has finally come, Father. Today he will erase an old grudge. You may not know this, but he will surely have his revenge, he vowed silently. The memory of his brother, Jipyong, also weighed heavily on his heart, reminding him of the loss and sorrow he carried. Jipyong, his little brother, he is sorry he left him. From now on, he will carry the weight of all his tears. In the heat of the battle, Hojong stood firm, his eyes blazing with fury as he focused intently on Mayong Chion. Unleashing more of his powerful ki energy, Hojong's sheer force caused Mayong Chion to momentarily hesitate, caught off guard by the unexpected strength. Bring it on, Mayong Chion, Hojong challenged, his tone filled with defiance. Furious, Mayong Chion snarled, You little piece of shit, as the tension between the two fighters escalated. Both warriors summoned their ki energy, enveloping their bodies in fiery auras that radiated power, creating an electrifying atmosphere on the battlefield. In that intense moment, as a single drop of sweat from Hojong hit the ground, the two charged at each other with full force. The collision of Hojong's battle axe and Myong Chion's sword generated an explosive shockwave, so powerful that it sent nearby soldiers flying back, caught in the overwhelming ki pressure. Myong Chion's initial strike was fierce, pushing Hojong backward and giving Myong Chion a sense of superiority. Emboldened by his apparent advantage, Myong Chion rushed forward with a confident grin. However, Hojong quickly regained his footing and launching a swift and precise counterattack, refusing to be overwhelmed. As Hojong launched his swift counterattack, Myong Chion was caught off guard. A counterattack right away? He thought, feeling flustered as he struggled to defend against Hojong's relentless axe strike. The intensity of the battle escalated as Hojong quickly repositioned himself and attacked again, forcing Myong Chion to block once more. With each successive blow, Myong Chion realized with growing alarm, he's getting faster with each attack. The mounting pressure was palpable, and he struggled to keep pace. Seizing the opportunity, Hojong focused his ki into his fist and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Myong Chion's chest. The impact was tremendous, sending Myong Chion staggering backward from the sheer force of the blow. In that moment, Myong Chion's anger flared as he gritted his teeth, realizing he actually managed to hit me. Is he trying to play games with him? Do it properly, Hojong taunted, his confidence surging as he stood surrounded by the energy of the Western Heavens Guard, the White Tiger. His bold proclamation echoed in the charged atmosphere, challenging Myong Chion's resolve. If you stumble from this, I'll tear you to pieces, he taunted, intensifying the psychological warfare of their confrontation. The Mayan Southern Fire technique was the martial art that had solidified the Myung clan's reputation as the greatest clan in the 9 provinces. However, mastering this powerful technique came with a grave cost. Those who wielded it typically faced a significantly shortened lifespan, averaging only 50 years. Throughout history, every head of the Myung clan who perfected the Mayan Southern Fire technique suffered an untimely death, a grim legacy that haunted the clan. Now, Myong Chion had just crossed the threshold of 50, living with the constant anxiety of when his own demise would arrive. The weight of this martial art, which had been passed down through generations, loomed over him, underscoring the precariousness of his life. When their clan uncovered the martial art passed down by the ancestors of the Myung clan, it led to the discovery of the 4 great divine techniques. Among these, the Phoenix Divine Technique emerged as the pinnacle of yang energy. Myong Chion was unable to contain his joy as he felt a surge of vitality swelling within his heart. In that moment of exhilaration, a thought crossed his mind. He is finally breaking free from the family curse? In present, Myong Chion was abruptly reminded of the spot where Hojong had struck him during their confrontation. Inside Myong Chion's body, the last remnants of energy from the Mayan Southern Fire technique were on the brink of dissipating. Despite his precarious state, he remained motionless as Hojong charged forward, landing some attacks that left Myong Chion injured. This surprising lack of movement stunned Hojong, who thought, why isn't he moving? In contrast, Myong Chion drove his sword into the ground for support, trembling from the strain in his dantian. Hojong quickly focused his ki into his eyes to assess the situation and examine Myong Chion's condition. Hojong thinks the area in his lower abdomen that stored vital energy. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation. The fake vermilion bird energy threatened to invade his upper dantian. He understood that the 4 divine beast technique required a balance of energies. Should the overwhelming yang energy surge into his upper dantian, it would spell his demise. Meanwhile, a surge of anger fueled Hojong's determination. Don't joke around, he thought as he rushed to attack Myong Chion, who was still kneeling on the ground, seemingly vulnerable. Who said you could die at your convenience? Hojong exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency and defiance. As the situation unfolded, Myong Jiakriang rushed forward to save his lord, Myong Chion, but his efforts were in vain. Hojong's axe was poised to strike. Just then, an intense surge of fire energy from the vermilion bird flared within Myong Chion's heart, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. The blast was devastating. Myong Jiakriang was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground as the force of the explosion rendered him defenseless. Meanwhile, Hojong managed to shield himself with his ki, but even so, he was sent flying a considerable distance away from Myong Chion. The impact of the explosion left the ground around him in utter ruin, a testament to the immense power unleashed. As he regained his footing and surveyed the scene, Hojong thought, to think the surface of the northern heavenly 12 walls would start boiling. This is dangerous. Myong Chion, now advancing toward Hojong, was enveloped in the fiery aura of the vermilion bird energy, laughing with a mixture of bravado and madness. For a moment, were you pleased at the thought of taking the head of the greatest clan's patriarch under heaven? He taunted, reveling in the chaos he had wrought. Hojong stated, "I'm glad you're still alive. You can't die until I'm the one to end you." As the battle escalated, Hojong swung his axe with fierce intent, but Myong Cheon skillfully dodged the strike and countered with the devastating Phoenix Flame Hand technique. The impact of the attack was so powerful that it forced Hojong to cough up blood, a stark reminder of Myong Cheon's formidable prowess. Undeterred, Hojong managed to block Myong Cheon's follow-up sword attack with his key shield. He briefly pushed Myong Cheon back, regaining some momentum. However, as he rushed forward to continue his assault, he suddenly found himself bewildered when Myong Cheon seemed to vanish from his sight. Reacting quickly, Hojong sensed Myong Cheon's ki to his right and attempted to pivot. But Myong Cheon, utilizing the Phoenix Flight technique, struck him with a powerful blow, sending Hojong crashing to the ground. Despite the force of the hit, he quickly got back on his feet, but was forced to cough up a significant amount of blood again. Myong Cheon approached, ready to unleash another attack with the Phoenix Flame Hand, taunting him with disdain. "You seem overwhelmed, you brat from the Bai Yaxin Yinjie." In response, Hojong instinctively tried to defend himself with his key shield once more, but it shattered under the relentless force of Myong Cheon's assault. The direct strike from Myong Cheon was so overwhelming that it forced Hojong to fall to his knees, struggling to regain his composure. In that vulnerable moment, a grim realization dawned on Hojong. The Four Divine Beast technique is being overpowered by a fake? This thought reflected his shock and desperation as he faced the terrifying strength of Myong Cheon, whose mastery of the Phoenix Flame had given him an advantage that Hojong had not anticipated. At a distance from the intense battle between Hojong and Myong Cheon, two notable figures were observing the unfolding chaos. Jake Duksang, the successor of the Beggar Sect, and Li Chiolkyung from the Shaolin Temple. Their expressions were filled with concern and contemplation as they tried to gauge the results of the fight. Li Chiolkyung expressed his uncertainty about the battle's progress, stating he has no idea how the battle is unfolding. He then turned to back, mentioning that the Jumgang sect was ready to join the fight. With a determined glint in his eyes, Li Chiolkyung urged, "Let's join the fray now and sweep them away, massive." His enthusiasm for intervention was clear, driven by a desire to protect Hojong. However, Duksang remained silent, lost in thought about the situation unfolding before them. Behind the pair, Shinmo, the leader of the Dragon Squad, knelt on the ground and interjected with caution. "They can't, Master Li Chiolkyung. If they intervene at this moment, they will undoubtedly be caught up in the chaos. Their assigned role by the young master is to subdue the remaining forces once the battle concludes. They must be patient and wait for the right moment." Li Chiolkyung, frustrated by this restraint, turned back to Duksang with urgency. "But if they let things continue like this, Yun Hojong will be in danger," reflecting that immediate action was necessary. Duksang, however, maintained his composure in the face of mounting tension. He claims he can win, attempting to reassure Chiolkyung. Taken aback, Li Chiolkyung asked incredulously, "Against the Myung Patriarch?" In a moment of frustration and disbelief, Duksang recalled his earlier conversation with Hojong when Hojong stated fighting Myung Cheon would be tough, but he can defeat Myung Cheon. And Duksang exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" Hojong, radiating unwavering confidence, replied that he believed in him and urged Duksang to trust him, assuring him that he could win against Myung Cheon. Meanwhile, Li Chiolkyung, representing the Shaolin Temple, confronted Duksang with concern. Is he trying to get Yun Hojong killed? No matter how skilled he is, Myung Cheon is the patriarch. He's on par with the Yinjie patriarch. There's no way he can win. They need to intervene now. Duksang, anxious and doubtful, questioned whether he could truly trust Yun Hojong to win, fearing for his life. At that moment, Hojong lay on the ground, bloodied and weakened from the fight. After a brief moment, he regained consciousness and stood up, reflecting, the bleeding has stopped. Despite his injuries, he was determined to continue the fight. Myong Cheon was visibly surprised to see that Hojong could still move despite his condition. As Hojong continued his internal monologue, he recognized the nature of his injuries, realizing that the fire energy had cauterized his wounds. A blessing in disguise, he thought, viewing his recovery as a stroke of fortune amidst the chaos. Seizing the moment, Myong Cheon launched an attack against Hojong. However, The Hojong managed to narrowly evade the blow by bending backward just in time, showcasing his resilience and agility even in a weakened state. As Myong Cheon prepared for another strike, he taunted Hojong, "You're a tough bastard. I'll put you out of your misery soon." Despite his severe injuries and exhaustion, Hojong managed to form a key shield to deflect Myong Cheon's first sword strike. He thought to himself, "I don't even know how I'm still standing. I'm barely able to defend." His body was at its limit, yet he persisted. At that critical moment, Hojong's mind wandered back to a conversation with his father, where he had once explained that martial arts was something to be felt with the body. He had said that if you find a path that resonates with you, you should follow it. His father had asked, "How is my martial art?" To which Hojong had replied, "It was a martial art that encompassed all things. That was my father's art." Amid this reflection, a headless figure asked him, "Black Darkness Emperor, what is your martial art?" This question lingered in Hojong's thoughts as he grappled with his current situation. He questioned, "What is my martial art?" Suddenly, the voice of Myong Chi-san, a figure from his past, echoed in his memory, reminding him, "A martial artist's art can't be measured by a few techniques. Martial arts aren't bound by bloodline or flashy skills. It's about training and honing." Is his martial art really limited to just a few moves? Conflicted by the weight of these words, Hojong felt unsure of himself. He wondered, what is he supposed to do? This isn't the time. But then his father's voice returned, calm and encouraging, advising him. He wished him wouldn't be so hasty. "Your martial art is one of relentless attacks." Hojong reflected on his father's teachings, realizing he had been merely defending to survive. He questioned himself, what has he truly learned in this life? Reaffirming that his martial art was never about defense, he sought the essence of what it truly meant to him. Back in the fight, Hojong struck Myong Cheon's sword with his fist, following up with a reverse dragon palm. The counterattack forced Myong Cheon back slightly. Myong Cheon, unimpressed, scoffed, "What a pathetic attack. Does he really think it will work on him?" As he mused on his martial art, Hojong reminded himself that his martial art is one of relentless offense. He questioned the purpose of martial arts, wondering if it was meant for blocking or countering, then firmly concluded, "No, it's to utterly destroy the enemy." Myong Cheon unleashed his Flying Phoenix cross-blade attack, summoning a powerful wave of flames. The force was so intense that even Duksang and the others, observing from afar, struggled to withstand the fierce winds. Myong Cheon, believing he had won, laughed triumphantly, declaring, "He's disappeared without a trace. What a shame. He should have seen him burn in the phoenix flames." However, Hojong's voice cut through Myong Cheon's laughter. His martial art is a technique of relentless attack. Kill before being killed, then kill the dead again. The ultimate perfection of offense. Annihilation and instant death. I am the Black Darkness Emperor, and this is his martial art. He stood firm amidst the wreckage, enveloped in a fiery aura of a strange bird. Well, guys, that's the end of the video. If you like this video, comment next part in the comment section. Also, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and like the video. Thank you for watching.